Thank you, everybody, for joining. Good morning and welcome to Tech for Impact Summit 2024. My name is Cristel Ciari, and I'll be hosting for the day. We will be thrilled to have Shibuya City as our official partner, Bonzuter as co-host, and Input Output Global as our title sponsor. The team for today is Beyond Boundaries, challenges you to create measurable change in social and environmental impact. Today's program will be packed with exciting contents, inspiring keynotes, thought-provoking panel discussions, a pitch contest at 5 p.m., and 10 innovative company booths. Business Pass holders has exclusive access to our growth area for value mentoring and networking. And some stage content will be in English and others in Japanese, but we've got you covered. AI-powered simultaneous interpretation is available via QR code for seamless Japanese-English translation. We take pride in prioritizing sustainability and exclusivity for this event. We've used recycling materials throughout and implement AI-powered translation to break down language barriers. Now, let's dive into the transformative journey of innovation and impact together. And by the way, to introduce myself, it may be your first time to see me and hear my voice, but when you come to Japan, the first voice you hear is my voice on the trains. So when you reach Shibuya, where Hikariya is, the next station is Shibuya. That is my voice, and now you know who I am. So let's have a great time together. Now to begin, let's welcome the Councilor Nakamura from the city of Shibuya. With extensive experience in IT, finance, and real estate, Councilor Nakamura was instrumental in WeWork Japan's launch. He champions SDG, startup support, and leveraged his Web3 and NFT expertise to promote his From Shibuya the World vision. Let's give Councilor Nakamura a warm welcome as he delivers our opening address. Nakamura-san, onegaishimasu.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Shibuya. And how many people who come to Shibuya for the first time? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please go look around in Shibuya City, which is one of the most attractive cities in the world. And also some other participants of this summit. Thank you very much for coming to Shibuya. I'm really pleased that I have the opportunity to be here as an opening greeting of this great summit. And from now, please allow me to speak Japanese because as a MC just said we have a very intelligent AI translator in this space. So maybe you can understand what I'm saying from now on. 改めまして、渋谷区議会議員の中村武と申します。本日はこのような機会をいただきましてありがとうございます。そしてここにおられる多くの皆様にここ渋谷にお越しをいただきましたことを改めて感謝を申し上げます。ありがとうございます。さて、ここ渋谷は非常に過去から IT の街として世界でも有数の評価をいただいてきました。事実、この光栄の隣のビル、渋谷ストリームには Google の日本法人が本社を構えております。一方で、スタートアップの企業の地としても今は非常に評価をいただいております。200以上のコーワーキングスペース、先ほど紹介がありました WeWork も隣のビルに入っておりますが、200のコーワーキングスペース、そして常に2000社以上のスタートアップ企業がここを拠点に世界に向けて自らのビジネスを成長させようと頑張っておられます。今 企業の成長というのはもちろんのことながら利益を追求しなければいけない。一方で皆さんもご承知だと思いますが、 SDGs に代表されるように、今地球に生きる私たちが世界を見据え社会課題を解決をしていく、このインパクトがなければ投資家からも評価をされず、そして起業家としても成長が難しい、そういった局面に入っているんだと思います。地球環境や我々人間のウェルビーイング、こういったものにしっかりと目標を定めて、自らの企業のテクノロジーを、そしてアイディアを、プロダクトを、そういった形でしっかりと評価をいただけるように育んでいく、これが必要であり、まさに今日ここにお集まりのインパクトスタートアップ、そしてインパクト投資にご関心のある皆様にとって本当に素晴らしい環境であるのとともに、我々が責任を持ってその役割を果たしていかなければいけない、そのように考えております。46億年の地球の歴史、そして人類の20万年の歴史、これを1年間のフレームに当てはめると、我々人類がこの地球上に生きているのは大晦日の11時37分に生まれた、そんな短い時間軸の人類の歴史であります。だからこそ、そこに生きる我々人類は今ここで皆様と共に社会課題を一生懸命解決をし、そして人間としてのウェルビーイングを享受していく、その一つ一つの役割に今日ここにお集まりの皆様の知見、そして意欲、そして皆様の思いがしっかりと結合して、これから先の未来に向かって共に歩んでいける、そのきっかけ、スタートをこのサミットで、この渋谷から世界に向けて発信をしていこうではありませんか。どうか今日の一日が皆様にとって素晴らしい有意義な機会となりますことを、ここ渋谷から皆様に世界中に持ち帰っていただくことを記念をいたしまして、私からの冒頭の挨拶といたします。どうぞ本日も一日よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
中村グリーン、ありがとうございました。素敵なお話ありがとうございました。Thank you very much for great words. And now, let's welcome Seira Yoon, the founder and CEO of Socius and Tech for Impact Summit, an experienced impact entrepreneur. Seira has worked with the ICRC and UNHCR and holds a master's in social innovation from Cambridge. Seira founded Socius, a decentralized talent marketplace using blockchain for verified certificates and AI for matching individuals to meaningful jobs, as well as the Tech for Impact Summit. それでは、セイラさん、お願いいたします。
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Esteemed guests, innovators, change makers, welcome to the Tech for Impact Summit 2024. My name is Seira Yoon, and on behalf of the entire organizing team, I'd like to thank you for being here today. Your presence here represents our shared commitment to driving social and environmental impact. Years ago, I watched a TED Talk by this brilliant mathematician. He talked about banking the unbanked. And he talked about a decentralized future. And he made a picture of this more inclusive society. His vision ignited a passion in me, a passion that has led me to stand here today. The TED Talks speaker's name is Charles Hoskinson, and it's an incredible honor to have Charles here with us today. as we witness his vision becoming a reality. While we call this event Tech for Impact, impact is our true goal. A technology is just a tool. Of course, if non-technological solutions can effectively address social and environmental problems, there's no need to force technological interventions. However, I firmly believe in technology's power to scale solutions, enabling us to reach more people faster and more effectively. We've assembled here with a clear purpose: to explore how cutting-edge technology can address the world's most pressing challenges. Today, we'll delve into crucial sectors like humanitarian action, health, climate change, and financial inclusion. The theme of the Tech for Impact Summit is beyond boundaries. This concept embodies our vision in three key ways. First, we have the honor to have Charles Hoskinson, who will explore how blockchain technology is pushing the boundaries of what's possible in today's society. A decade ago, in his TED Talk, he said the future will be decentralized and envision banking the unbanked. Today, that vision is becoming a reality. We are living in that future now. Today marks a historic moment to commemorate the dawn of decentralization and a more inclusive society. Second, our panel discussions will bridge gaps between different philosophical and ethical questions. And also, we are tackling geographical boundaries. We'll explore the contrast between the tech sector's utilitarian, fail-fast approach and the impact sector's deontological do-no-harm principle. Secondly, we'll also go beyond the geographical boundaries and think about how to give technology access to emerging markets. And finally, we'll deal with the dilemma that many companies face in disclosing impact information without risking greenwashing accusations. Today, I would urge you to engage fully with all the participants, because the world is waiting for the innovations that we will create and the lives we will change. Thank you so much, and I would like to welcome you again, and thank you again for the great MC and also our amazing organizing team. Enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had a great speech with passionate speech by Yun Seida. And now, everybody, are you ready? Yes? Oh, I don't hear much voices. Are you ready? All right, let's start now. Let's begin the Tech for Impact. From Longmont, Colorado, entrepreneur and mathematician who has revolutionized the blockchain industry, a visionary in the world of blockchain for good. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause and welcome to Charles Hoskinson!
It's an Alan Parsons project. That's nice. Hello, Japan. Thank you all for coming. You know, I haven't been in Japan since before COVID. I used to come here about every 6 months to a year, and it's good to be back. It really is. It's one of the most beautiful countries, and they are some of the kindest and just most incredible people. Cardano, very long ago, got started here in Japan. It was 2015. It was a very different time in the world, and you know, we're going through a lot of changes right now in the Cardano ecosystem, so it's given me the opportunity to reflect a bit on my own life and how the world has changed since I was born. Some of you who know me know I was born in Hawaii, of all places. I was born on this little island of Maui, a little town called Wailuku. I grew up in a town called Makua. And when I was young, I used to take my bicycle and drive my bicycle to the library, and I would put books in and drive them back. The problem with Hawaii is it always rains every single day. If you really wanted to read something, you had to wrap it in a plastic bag, put it in your bicycle, take it home, get rained on. You really had to work for that knowledge. It took in the 80s and 90s and every decade before, until the event of the internet, time and effort and money to move information. And that's the way the world was structured. That's why we have big cities. It's why we have large universities. It's why people tried to aggregate themselves around information hubs. You have Tokyo and London and Wall Street. You have Silicon Valley. You have these places. You're close to where everybody knows each other. Everybody can talk to each other. Then the internet comes out, and suddenly we can instantaneously move information anywhere in the world to anybody. And we weren't prepared as a global society for the consequences of that. Our governments weren't prepared, our democratic processes weren't prepared, our institutions weren't prepared, our businesses weren't prepared, our media wasn't prepared, and we thought, decade by decade, that we were getting a handle on it. The challenge is that when people can talk to each other, people can coordinate with each other, they can collaborate with each other, they can do business with each other. In the last 30 years, since we really all started getting online, we've had conversations about how does the entire world change because of this, including the nature of money itself. When I was born, when many of you were born, money was a very regional concern with a parent dollar behind it, or if you lived in the Soviet system, they had their own way of doing things. But the world was basically bipolar, one way or the other. And there was a very good defined order of what is money, how does it work, how does banking work, how do financial services work. Then suddenly, if people say information can move instantaneously, why shouldn't money move instantaneously? And then suddenly, if information can be digital, why shouldn't money be digital? And that led to the rise of the cryptocurrency movement. And I was there in the very beginning, very early days. I know that because Bitcoin was worthless and we had to pay for our own coffee and nobody cared about us. And those were good times. They were fun times because everything was philosophical. Nothing was about tokens. Nothing was about making money. And we just got to talk about how can we make a better world. The core of both of these concepts, the movement of information and the movement of money, really what you're talking about is how in a global world where people don't trust each other, where you don't want to put somebody in charge, can you build a system where we can trust each other and we don't need people in charge? When you look at the lens of the economic, political, and social systems, when we talk about impact, what we're really talking about is that we live in a world of the haves and the have-nots. Some people have money. Some people have clean drinking water. Some people have clean air. Some people have wonderful real estate, beautiful neighborhood. Some people have safety. Some people have certainty about their life, that the investments they make the world around them is stable and secure. Japan as a country has invested so much collective effort in becoming one of the most beautiful and stable nations on the planet. Having traveled to 74 countries, I can assure what you have here is a very rare thing. There are so many people, billions of which, they live with the have-not. Rampant inflation. They live with unsafe water, unsafe food, war, as we've seen in Ukraine, we've seen in the Middle East, we see in Ethiopia, you see in so many places around. And if you want to rebuild the economic, political, and social systems, what you're trying to do is get rid of the haves and have-nots and just replace it all with everybody has. Pretty simple, pretty hard to do. The reason being is that the systems of the legacy world were never designed with this type of view. They were designed for a world where information doesn't move instantaneously. They were designed for a world of kings and strong men and strong leaders. They were designed for a world where people don't travel. And they're designed for a world where we don't do business with each other like we do today over the internet. So when you talk about impact, you really have to think, this is not about raising money. This is not about somehow mastering a pitch and convincing people to help out or starting a business or figuring out how to build a well for a particular country in a particular jurisdiction, in a particular village. This is ultimately a question about systems. And we've done this before as people. When we look at the 18th century and we look at where the world was at in the 18th century, the vast majority of people in the world lived on farms. They didn't travel more than 50 miles during their entire lifetime. They were illiterate. They couldn't read. They followed whatever particular faith that they grew up with and had no ability to choose their own leaders. This was the lived experience for pretty much the vast majority of the entire human race, regardless if you were born in China or Japan or even the United States or Europe, any of the European powers. They had kings. Then we look at the rise of the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution, and suddenly all the people started moving into a different system. They stopped working on farms, they started working on factories, mass education occurred, people started reading, they started collaborating with each other. Travel became incredibly easy. We had railroads, and later on we had automobiles, and then as we entered the 20th century, we have airplanes, and the world radically changed. Now, did our government stay static? Are we all ruled by kings? No, we started embracing at the same time, it's not a coincidence, a completely new model of governance. We started embracing republics and democracies. We started embracing this concept of bottom-up instead of top-down. We started embracing free market capitalism, these types of systems. So the thing is that technology is the key driver of progress. When new technology comes about, it inspires people to look at the world differently, think about the world differently, to talk to each other differently, to think about themselves differently. And because of that, they start looking at their communities, they start looking at their neighborhoods, they start looking at the world around them, and they start saying, hang on a second here, why are we led by these people? Look at the United States. This election that we have until recently was dementia versus demented. We have two people in their late 70s running against each other who have no conception of how the world really works. They remember how the world was, but they have no material connection into where the world is, arguing over how they're going to restore and put everything back to the way it used to be. But the thing is, technology doesn't let you do that. Is everybody here going to turn in their iPhones? Are you going to stop using the internet? Are you going to stop getting your news online? Are you going to stop participating in digital lives, stop playing video games? You're going to get rid of your friend network, go move back into farms? No, you can't go back once a philosophy has come and an idea has come. So what the cryptocurrency space has been about, part of it has been a discussion of what is sound money, and that's what the mainstream media reports and what we as an industry most vocally broadcast, because you have tokens, and they go up and they go down, and people become rich, they become millionaires and billionaires, and people lose spectacular fortunes, and it's fun and exciting to talk about these things. But at the heart of it It's really about the technology, an exponential technology, a technology few people can build, but it impacts the lives of billions, that allows you to start talking around how do you rewrite the DNA of the economic, political, and social systems of the world as a whole. So a lot of people talk, for example, about climate change or environmentalism. It's something that's near and dear to my heart. I live on a ranch, and I have bison. The prior owners of that ranch, they dumped a lot of trash, and now I have lead in certain parts of my soil, and I have other contaminants. Back in the 1950s, they didn't care about these things, but I have to live with the consequences of it. You see, so I'd love to live in a world where things are clean. I'd love to live in a world where we don't believe climate change is going to cause catastrophic harm. Why can't we stop it? Because it's an economic and a systemic issue. It's an incentives issue at its core. What cryptocurrencies are about, the blockchain industry is about rebuilding and realigning incentives. You look no further than Bitcoin, you get the incentives right, and you go from a single person on a single laptop designing a protocol to 15 years later, thousands of mining pools all around the world, vertically integrated data centers, a huge ecosystem worth $2 trillion collectively. There was no bureaucracy. There was no government endorsement. There was no agency of Bitcoin. There was no spokesman that went around every day and said, you should adopt this. No, it was just simply getting the incentives right. And once people had those incentives, they started working together. They started collectively coming together. And then suddenly we're there. When you think about environmental problems, they're much the same lens. You have to get every company in the world to wake up and start thinking about how they do their business differently. And even if you have the power of the law on your side, how do you in a multipolar world get everybody to get along? The US won't follow the Chinese regulations, nor will they follow the Russian. We're kind of in a conflict with each other. The Chinese won't follow the US standard. The Russians won't follow the US standard. So what are we going to do? Pass a law for half the world? When we live in one world, it's one order? Doesn't make any sense. So you need incentives to push people along. Where people don't do it because the law says so, they do it because it's in their best interest and it's profitable. This is the first great lesson of my career being in the cryptocurrency space for so long, is that we as an industry, one of our first and most powerful tools is the ability to talk around how to incentivize people to do certain things. Some of you are entrepreneurs in this room. Some of you are trying to build startups. You're trying to create things. What's the number one thing you have to do in a digital startup? You have to get users. Where do you find your users? How do you get your users to join? How do they participate? It's an incentives issue. Why? Because they have finite time. And they're trying to make a decision. Do I spend my time in your product and service or somebody else's? So what incentive do they have? You have to figure it out. That's why our industry is so powerful and it's grown so quickly, is that we were able as an industry to collectively think about open source and start standardizing different patterns of incentives. It's a really powerful tool. And if you're an environmentalist and you're thinking about how do I solve that problem, that is an example of a tool that you should master and learn. The legislative tool never works because people always try to find a way to get around it. And even if you have a stable structure, what happens when a war breaks out? What happens when politics fall apart? The old understandings and orders, they just don't work. And if your laws contradict the incentives of the participants are going to cheat. That's a human reality. When we think about political systems, one of the biggest issues that comes up is inclusion. Disenfranchising people, either directly or indirectly. The sanctity of the vote. In Venezuela, they just had an election. Current president's holding on to power. The person in the opposition party says he won. Who won? Well, probably the opposition party, but do we know? We don't. Why? Because we don't actually know if the ballot is secure. We see this all throughout the world. Russia just had an election. I don't know if many people here believe that it was a fair ballot with Putin. Arrests his political opponents. This is happening in America too. And so how do you have stable political systems if half or more of your population feel that what they're voting on doesn't count and they're being disenfranchised and left behind? Does the government by and for the governed have legitimacy? And how do you make controversial, difficult decisions if people don't feel like they're part of that system? Again, when we look at the cryptocurrency industry, blockchain industry, we have the single hardest governance problem to solve. You have these protocols that live in every country at the same time. Every language, every set of values, every group of people. And somehow we have to collectively come together, even though we don't know each other, and there's really no incentive for us to come together natively, and agree on things in order to upgrade the system for the greater good of everybody. That's a governance problem at its core. And people have to trust that when those decisions are made and the system upgrades, that the majority of the system was along for the ride and they actually agreed to do this. So, under the hood, in addition to being incentives engineers, we're political scientists inside this industry. We have to figure out how to build voting systems. We have to figure out how to incentivize people to vote and participate. We have to figure out how to resolve conflict, because we don't have militaries and police forces, and we don't have all the things nation states have to force people to get along. People have to consent. And we also have to work against the tides of social media. The reality is, algorithmically speaking, all the major platforms in social media, they're built for you to participate and click, which means they're built to make you upset and outraged. They focus on the negative, not the positive. So when you look at these types of things, that translates to what? It translates to people not getting along. Well, I see this in my own experience. Growing up in America, when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, most of us didn't know the political preferences of the people sitting next to us and didn't care. Now, it's so polarized and extreme, people don't talk to their family members anymore. They don't go to holidays and events. People hate each other, people they've never met, just off the basis of their political preferences. It's how polarized and how bad it's gotten, and it's only getting worse. It's a problem. Well, I have to take those same group of people, and I have to get them, for governance reasons, to actually talk to each other, like each other, trust each other, work together in some way or fashion to discuss how to upgrade these types of systems, which means we have to actually look at completely new ways of communicating and organizing. Why is this relevant? Well, we have to do the exact same thing for social impact. We have to somehow get, despite the fact that Russia is in a proxy war with America, Russia and America to agree on certain things and work together on certain things for the greater good of people. The same for China. They have to work together in some way. They don't like each other, they don't trust each other, they don't really want to talk to each other, but we have to be adults because there are problems that are larger than all of us. When we look at the other exponential technologies of the 21st century, this is probably the biggest example of where we need to work together. For example, many people in this room are very excited, and some are worried about the prospect of AI. It's very powerful. It's an incredible tool. And everybody's working on it. Russian scientists are working on it. Chinese scientists are working on it. We're just about to speak at Tokyo Tech tomorrow. There's amazing professors there at that institution who are working on AI. And one of the big words of AI is alignment. So the question is, how do you align AI so it's in our best interest as people? Don't we have to work together and talk to each other, collaborate with each other to come up with a common definition of what is our best interest? If you ask Vladimir Putin, what is your best interest? You know, for the Russian people, he'll say, well, it's Vladimir Putin's best interest. Is that equivalent to the people of Japan or the people of America? Or vice versa in the United States? If you say, what's the best interest of AI? We say, well, preserving the American way of life. You guys are all okay with that, right? Some are. I'm an American. I don't know. That's the issue. So, governance. We have to upgrade protocols. Why? Because that's the only way we make progress. AI, we have to align the protocols. You see, there's a very common thread right there. This incredible technology, fire from the gods. And we have it in our hands, and we can use it, we can do something with it, but we need governance to be able to make decisions about how to align it so that it's fair. Because we're handing this off to our children, and we don't fully understand what that means and how powerful this is, and also its consequences to society. It's the same in synthetic biology. So I'm a serial entrepreneur, and most of you know me from Ethereum or Cardano if you know me at all. And for those of you who don't know me, allow me to introduce myself. I build companies for a living. So in addition to Cardano, I also have companies like Ghostfire, where I genetically engineer plants, and we make them glow in the dark, and we use them to sequester carbon, and we do all kinds of other cool things. I have a clinic in Gillette, Wyoming with my dad and brother who are doctors, and we do regenerative medicine and anti-aging. So we take stem cells and we slow down aging. I do agriculture. We even have an aerospace project that we work on. And in all these things, synthetic biology is the one that scares me the most because there's very little regulation, there's very little coordination or policy understanding of what this is. When you talk about changing the world, you can talk about feeding everybody. You can talk about cleaning up the environment. You can talk about geoengineering on a grand scale. You can talk about all kinds of new materials. Using synthetic biology, you could make silkworms make spider silk. And then suddenly you have something 5 times stronger than steel and half the weight. How would that change the world? You can do magic and wonders. And just like AI, where it's fire from the gods, how do you regulate that? How do you control that? How do we actually get people to talk to each other? So there's a lesson in the blockchain industry. The very same principles and concepts that allow us to govern each other, the voting systems, the incentive systems, all of these things can be applied also to synthetic biology. To have a conversation, a discussion about how do you regulate the intellectual property, the research interest, all of these types of things. In addition to this, when you look at the social systems, I've often thought about how to build social systems where we get away from where we're at. One of the biggest problems, meta problems in this next generation is that people are burnt out and fatigued and they're turning off. We're tired because there's so much conflict. There's so much anger and hate and there's just negative discourse. Social media has broken the world. It's different today. It feels different from when I was a kid. So we need new social media, and we need the ability to actually have fact-based dialogues with each other. AI exacerbates this problem. You have generative AI, you have the ability instantaneously to create voice clips and pictures. We see this in the Cardano ecosystem where people do giveaway scams, and they take a video of me and they say, hey, I'm giving away free ADA, rather innocuous but fraud. We see it in politics where people make fake pictures and fake videos, and the capability of this is growing exponentially. And that's just one of thousands of dimensions of division that exist. So when we talk about rebuilding the economic, political, and social systems, how do you build social systems where not only people get together and collaborate and they talk to each other, but how do you build social systems where people are addicted to and love objective reality and truth? They actually want to find it. That's what created the Enlightenment for mankind. The big change in the 18th, the 19th, the 20th century is we started following the scientific process. We abandoned mysticism, we abandoned superstition, and we started saying repeatability and objectivity and separating the person making the argument from the argument is the basis of truth. And by following this, we can build a great society that each generation gets to inherit and build on top of instead of tear down. And in following that, we went from an agrarian society to a society that could go to the moon, a society that could build the internet, that can cure cancers, a society that has all this wondrous technology around us. We are now regressing where humanity is starting to go back to a subjective experience. Objective reality is falling apart. People no longer care about the argument. They care about the person making the argument. Do I like that person? Do I not like that person? If I don't like that person, I don't care about the merits of the argument. It's wrong because I don't like them. So we talk about impact. And you say, this is a problem. There's ethnic cleansing happening. There's toxic waste going into the water. There is racial bias that's occurring. There's discrimination that's occurring. And you have all this evidence that you've spent years of your life aggregating together and thinking about. And then you present it. How disheartening it is, after all the time and effort that you've put in, that the person listening to you is going to base the truth of that solely on who are you to them, rather than the evidence you have. How do we make progress if that's the case? Because the problem with social media is its job is to make everybody hate each other. Because when you hate each other, you have the highest level of engagement, the highest level of clicks, the highest level of interactions with the ads and the algorithms. So yet again, the cryptocurrency industry. We have strong divisions in this industry. There's a lot of hate. Solana versus Cardano, Cardano versus Solana, Ethereum versus that, the Bitcoin maxis calling everybody evil. And they have financial incentives to hate each other beyond just, I don't like the person. My token go up, their token go down. So we as an industry are running into this issue at the moment. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to solve it. But at the core of it, what does a blockchain do? It's an immutable, time-stamped, irreversible record of truth. When something gets appended to it, you can't change it. And then everybody gets to see it. Everybody gets to talk about it. Everybody gets to think about it. That creates an anchor upon which you can start regaining objective reality. I would argue this is probably the most important part for society, because we can't make political progress, we can't make economic progress, we can't make social progress if we don't have objective reality, because we have no means of discussing what is progress as a society. We have no common reference to it. If my lived experience is positive, I don't think there's anything wrong with the world. If all my neighbors are happy and I'm happy, I'm rich, my water's clean, I feel like I have a voice, then it's impossible for me to get outside of that bubble and then say, well, there's other people somewhere else in the world who have it worse off than me, because I won't believe it. I don't see it. I don't have that. So you can't make change. You can't make impact. So I hope I can convey that technology is kind of the arc of human history, and it's what changes everything. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the top technology was figuring out flint craft. My ranch up in Wyoming, one of my favorite things to do is to walk around, and I find little pieces of flint, pick them up. You have arrowheads and axe heads. That was technology. And it was amazing because they actually could hunt with that. They could make bows with that, another piece of technology, make axes. And then they figure out fire. Then after that, figure out the wheel and agriculture and all these things. And then suddenly we have civilization. But technology moved in millennia and centuries. If you found an axe head from 100,000 BC and compared it to one on my ranch, made maybe in 10,000 or 15,000 BC, they look roughly the same. Can you imagine 85,000 years of human history, and the only innovation is maybe they get a little better at making axe heads? It's pretty crazy. We're used to, because of modern society, technology speeding up. Then you look at today, and we've gone from the year 2000 to 2024, from desktop computers and 56K and crappy graphics to literally a private space industry, to augmented reality, to artificial intelligence, to miracle innovations in nanotechnology, to a small company in Dallas making plants glow in the dark, to the ability to go to Mars at some point, fusion reactors that actually work. It's pretty remarkable and extraordinary how it's speeding up. So technology is feeding into creating more technology. The more of it we have, the more change we're forced into. You can't stay static. And that's why blockchain exists. Because somebody somewhere who we don't know came to the realization that if we're going to get out of this fast pace of technology, we need to have some form of technology to help regulate us as people. Our governments can't do it, especially if they weren't built for the technology of this time. We can't do it because human beings are implicitly subjective. We're not objective. We're biased. I like me. You like you. I think my arguments are pretty good. You think your arguments are pretty good. That's how it works, and that's okay. That's who we are. That's how humanity works. The point of rationalism and scientific method was to try to create a construct to depersonalize it so that we can actually talk to each other in a different way, accepting that we're flawed. Well, we need to do this on a society scale, a civilization scale. And so when we think about impact, I encourage you to take a step back and realize that all the tools that you need for your particular projects are there. They exist, but they're in boxes, unassembled. The job of our generation is not to be so brilliant that we come up with the solution to everything. It's to realize that the prior generations gave us a gift of innovation. They gave us so many amazing governance systems and approaches and all the knowledge you could ever want. And for the first time in human history, not only do we have access to it, because of AI, regardless of who you are or what your skill sets, you can actually learn from it. You don't have to be a physicist to understand fusion reactors anymore. You don't have to be a mathematician to read math papers anymore. You don't have to be a computer scientist to write code anymore. You get that for free because of these tools. So they're all there. They're all in boxes. And the challenge is to take them out and understand at the core of it is We have to get along and figure out how to do that, and we have to create the incentives for that. And then we have to recognize what blockchain does is it gives us a true neutral commons of humanity once you come up with a logic to hold everybody accountable. That's the magic of what this industry has done. And actually watching it for the last 12 years, and from my TED Talk to today, I'm never more hopeful. Going to real life use cases, right now in Kenya, we're servicing loans, microfinance loans. When I did my TED Talk, it was a hypothetical construction. I used Afghanistan as an example. Turned out it was Kenya. We're getting it done. At Hyperledger, we have a project called Adentis, where we've created an identity stack that has a completely new notion of how to identify people and build credit scores where people own that. With Cardano, we coordinate on a scale of millions of people, a decentralized government. Didn't exist in 2015. Exists today, right here, right now. And we're learning all the time how to write a constitution, how to elect people, how to build completely new ballot systems. There are dozens of projects talking about new social networks, veracity bonds, prediction markets for truth. When you look across our industry as a whole, all the projects of it, there's so many tools in those boxes. And all you have to do is take the time to get to learn those tools, to integrate those tools. And I have no doubt if you do so, you can take advantage of the single most powerful tool of our industry, in that it is exponential. Humanity's not used to this. The first technology to do that was nuclear weapons. When you put a little bit in, you get a lot out, much to the horror of humanity when we discovered it. Well, there's plenty of exponential technology because of the nature of this technology. 5 or 10 people working together diligently can build something that can impact the lives of billions of people. You don't need to be a billionaire. You don't need to be the head of a country. You don't need to have giant networks. You just have to get the right initial condition and launch it with the right incentive set. And just like Bitcoin's growth, which went from nothing to 450 million people with $2 trillion of an ecosystem in 15 years, you could do the same. That's how you change the world, is you have to understand that the world change needs new systems, and every person in this world, in this room, can actually now be a first-class citizen in changing those systems, upgrading those systems, updating those systems. So thank you for listening. I do appreciate it. I always love these events. I get to talk a little bit more philosophically, but I can assure you we are making amazing progress, and I can't wait to see what all of you build and what we can do to make the world a better place instead of a worse one. Cheers.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
What an exciting story. Made me think a lot about future and before when I was a child. And yeah, talking about what Charles said, time flies and new technology is coming up, and I'm very, very excited for that. Now, let me briefly introduce the Cardano Foundation. The Cardano is an innovative blockchain platform and prioritizes sustainability, scalability, and transparency. Built on scientific principles, it aims to create a more inclusive and transparent financial system. Now, the Socius is excited to announce the Cardano Summit 2024 is taking place next month in Dubai. This is a must-attend event for people who are interested in blockchain technology, from experts to newcomers. And Socius will be the sponsor. For registration or sponsorship information, please check the website displayed on the screen. And let's watch a video on it.
A warm welcome to the Cardano Summit from the Cardano Foundation of 2024. We decided one more time to come to Dubai. From the moment the Cardano Foundation took over the orchestration of the summit, what was first and foremost important for us was this is not just a celebration of a technology. This is a celebration of the people who come together and build something epic. The community is at the epicenter. So in order to scale our efforts, we've chosen to come back to Dubai to build on these deeper connections and build on what we created last year to make that even bigger, to ensure that all stakeholders are represented, from stake pool operators to developers to regulators to large companies and the small ones who dreams about making a difference. The way the summit is not just going to help developers and entrepreneurs, it's going to escalate their opportunities for growth and for innovation, is because some of the best developers in the world who actually ensured that Cardano is not just about one programming language, all of those will be on the ground in an isolated space to have interactive human conversation about what works, how can it look, and how can we build teams who execute that in the future. Now I urge you to come here and explore how this actually will bring 1 billion users on the blockchain without them even knowing it. This is going to be the value proposition of the next generation of blockchains. Join us here in Dubai.
So that was the Cardano Summit 2024 video. I hope it sparked your heart. Now we will take a 10-minute break from here. And so during the break, please feel free to network and visit different company booths. And business pass holders can access the growth area for networking and mentoring. So if you have time, please go around and talk to each other and find you more stuff. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for joining us. 皆様今日お越しいただきありがとうございます。Tech for Impact Summit、開始時刻でございますが、この後11時からの開催とさせてください。11時から次のブロックへと進んでまいります。次のテーマは11時スタートとさせてください。The time is now 10:46. Everybody, we're about to start, but we have a few more minutes. Actually, let us start from 11. We were supposed to be starting at 11. Things are rounding up faster than we were expecting. So let's have a little break more than expected. But anyway, so we'll be back with the next theme at 11 o'clock. So go to the restrooms, get your drinks, talk to each other, stretch out a little bit, move your body without sitting for a long time it's going to be a long day, everybody. So let's stand up and move around. さあ11時からの再開になりますけれども、皆さん今日長い時間ありますので、この空いてるお時間にですね立っていただいて体を動かしていただいて、ね、ふくらはぎパンパン叩くとかエコノミー症候群にならないように皆さん動いていただいたり、このお時間でお手洗いに行かれたりですね、お飲み物を取ったりとか、いろいろと皆さんしてください。この部屋はとっても涼しい状態ではありますけれども、外に出ますとねとても暑いので熱中症、熱射病気をつけていただきたいと思いますので、水分補給は必ずしてください。お願いいたします。では11時再開までもうしばらくお待ちください。We'll be back at 11. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for waiting patiently. お待ちいただきありがとうございます。To all of you behind, let's round up your talks and be back at your seats. さあ、皆様、まもなく次のセッションスタートいたしますので、会話をされていらっしゃる皆様、少しレベルを下げていただきまして、お席についていただけますようお願いいたします。まもなく再開いたしますので、どうぞ皆様お席についていただけますようお願いいたします。Thank you very much, everybody. So please be back at your seats. We are starting, so let's round up our talks. We are very loud in this area, so please round your talks and be back at your seats, please. さあ皆様、日本語から英語への、通訳、この AI のシステムをどうやって聞くかわからない方がいらっしゃいましたら、このお部屋後方、皆さん出口、入り口出口のですね、両サイドに QR コードが書かれています。本日のスケジュールが掲載されています。黒い紙ですね、貼ってありますけれども、そこに QR コードが書かれていますので、そちらを読み取っていただいて、英語から日本語、そしてまた日本語から英語と切り替えていただけるので、皆様ご活用ください。For all of you who needs translations, interpreting by AI, it will be done from Japanese to English and from English to Japanese. If you don't have your QR codes, it's on the walls behind the room on both sides, on your left and right, with the schedule for the whole day. So please check that paper and get a picture of it. さあ、それでは皆さん始めていきますが、後ろが、これ静かにならなくても大丈夫ですか？始めて。大丈夫です。こういう感じですか？はい。Okay, so we are going to be starting the new session. So everybody behind, back of the room, please lower your voices. Please lower your voices because we are doing the main thing on the stage. Please cooperate. Thank you very much. Now, the next theme will be health equity, the health equity addressing AI bias now or trusting trickle-down effects. The moderator for this area will be Sarah, the founder of Socius, and the speakers will be Kiara and Mr. Azuma. Let's invite them on the stage. Please give them a round of applause, everybody. Thank you very much. As you know, Sarah, the founder, and Kiara Lepora is an emergency medicine specialist when working with MSF and the Red Cross and teaches global health at the University of Denver. And Mr. Takashi Azuma with the background in physical and bioengineering, founded Lilly MedTech in 2016 and developed breast cancer screening and AI-assisted devices and became the CEO in 2022. Thank you very much for standing, and please sit down. And Sera-san, take it away. よろしくお願いします。
Thank you. Thank you, Christelle. Hi again. I'm Sarah. So this panel discussion, is this on? Yes? Okay. So this panel discussion is about this philosophical question that I talked about in my opening speech. So we have two different schools of thought. So on the one hand, we have the tech sector, more like utilitarian, fail fast approach, right? So we have AI predictive models that have biases because AI models data and their data tend to have the majority data. So for example, in the US, it's mostly white male patients data, and that could cause harm to people who are not from that background. For example, black women or other minority groups. And their thinking is that they will believe that the trickle-down effect will reach eventually the minorities in the future. But today, we should start somewhere, and let's just roll out these AI predictive models despite having biases. Okay, so this is one school of thought. The other school of thought is more deontological do no harm principle. So because these predictive models, they could misdiagnose certain patients if they're coming from minority backgrounds. And especially people coming from the medical and health fields, they're saying that, okay, let's address these biases now, and when these biases are addressed, we can roll it out to our patients. So these are vastly different philosophical models, and this is in our way of collaborating together, the collaboration between the tech sector and the health and the medical sector. And in this panel, we have global experts on health equity, and also we have Azuma-san using AI for breast cancer diagnosis. So we are trying to tackle this issue together so that eventually we're trying to find common ground on how to collaborate together and make an impact. Okay, so I would like to first ask Azuma-san about the affordability of medical services. So one of the most important things is that Lilly MedTech, they have advanced care, advanced medical service. And when we have very high quality medical services, sometimes one problem is that it's not affordable to many people. So we need to balance affordability and quality and impact. So if you could give us some examples of how you've ensured that your medical services, your health services are affordable, at the same time they're high quality and high impact.
Okay, thank you for this question. I have two things to answer. First, the introduction of AI into breast cancer screening system will reduce the cost of training personnel to be able to read mammograms, which is the most costly part to establish breast screening system, especially in emerging countries. This is an important value in emerging countries where the number of breast cancer is currently rapidly increasing. Next, this is something we are not currently working yet, but I thought of this when I received this topic. Our company was greatly affected by the disruption in the semiconductor supply chain several years ago. At that time, we found about the 1 to 2 digit difference in the price between authorized purchase for medical device and broker purchases. Among diagnostic imaging systems, analog components account for a high percentage of the cost of MRI and X-ray. Then any cost reduction is difficult in these devices. But ICs account for the largest percentage of the cost of ultrasound system, such as our products. If we can introduce flexibility in the planning and manufacturing schedules, in addition, based on the implementing a function that monitor its own IC performance, it may be possible to commercialize a product at significantly lower price.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very interesting. And so now I would like to ask both of you, Chiara and Azuma-san. So as I mentioned in the beginning, ensuring fairness in predictive models, addressing these biases is very important. It's a hot topic in the industry. And in your view, what are the most effective methods for validating and recalibrating these models to ensure they provide equitable outcomes across diverse populations? Chiara?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you, Azuma-san, for what you said. It's true that AI is a big promise in health and in health equity today, but the risk of not using it in the correct way are also so high that they risk hampering the development rather than supporting it. So there are a couple of aspects that are essential to keep in mind. The first one is what training data do we use? And how representative are those training data of the population that the model is supposed to work on? The algorithm is just going to be one of the parts of success, but it cannot be successful unless there has been a representative choice made in advance. And then, of course, the validating and recalibrating aspect, which you mentioned, are something where I think it would be important to have an impact as well in the way in which the medical education is provided and is supported. And this is what I mean. Historically, doctors have been trained to be very disciplined, have been trained to be extremely good in memory, good in applying what they've learned, in ensuring standard, being rigorous with their job. With the development of AI, this is not as relevant anymore, right? Any computer can be more disciplined than any human and can be more rigorous and have a better memory. So it wouldn't be very valuable. However, what we need in the recalibration of models is skepticism. We actually need medical staff, medical doctor, to be able to be skeptical about any result. And so be able to intervene with that critical aspect rather than the validating aspect that they've learned in the past.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Chiara. Azuma-san?
Okay. After the introduction of an AI device, it will be important to verify each minority group for which performance difference may occur. In the case of breast cancer screening, any difference in performance between the majority and minority groups in terms of evaluation of false positives, evaluation of false negatives using interval cancer data, and the percentage of early-stage cancer among cancer detected by screening should be monitored. If there is a difference, it is necessary to follow up in the post-marketing surveillance to see whether the performance can be improved by incorporating new obtained clinical data back into the AI learning data. The above attempts are essential as part of localization to emerging countries, especially when AI approved in developed countries is deployed in the emerging countries. In some cases, review bodies in emerging countries don't yet have regulatory power, so the efforts of sales company will be important. Or it may be more practical for a non-profit organization without conflict of interest to monitor the operation rather than for selling company to perform such as surveillance check.
Thank you. Thank you, Azuma-san. So in the beginning, we talked about addressing AI bias now or later. So there's like short-term goals or long-term gains. So should the focus be on directly addressing AI bias and inequities in the present? Or is it more effective to trust that the overall advancement of technology will eventually lead to more equitable outcomes? So what are the potential risks and benefits of both approaches? Chiara.
Should I start? So this is not a new problem in medicine and in healthcare in general. All the pharmacological advancement and development, for instance, have been done with an initial model of a 75 kilos man. And those standards have then been little by little applied and adapted to different populations, from the youngest children to pregnant women to elderly population. So by now, we know that the idea of starting up with a standard and then developing to others is not always the most effective one. tendentially the concept of trickle-down effect has a lot of risks and failed in so many ways that the development of new technology should actually allow us to avoid that and start in a much more personalized, what is called precision medicine. So much more individualized, much more specific to context and different people. So I would favor that option, and the idea that that take longer might not be real anymore, because again, the part that usually took longer is today can today be done by computer, who are much faster than we've been. Now, the one exception I would put is really for emergency situations. So in a moment when we are talking about health equity in general, and so we take a public health approach, of course, everything should be done with that precision medicine in mind. But if we are in a situation like, say, a global pandemic, a real emergency situation, in that case, time is of the essence and precision becomes less of a priority. So long term for everything, and let's accept biases to be able to be really emergency focused.
That makes sense. Thank you, Chiara. Azuma-san?
Since the introduction of AI provides significant benefits to current patients, then it's not ethically correct to postpone its introduction, I think. At first, I describe the benefits of AI implementation for breast screening in Japan. An examination of difference in accuracy between cities or screening is performed shown that there is indeed a 4 to 7-fold difference in accuracy, very big difference in accuracy in each cities. This indicates that there are not enough skilled personnel who can read cancer images. And it's important to reduce the performance gap between areas through AI. In addition, only about 30% of all cancers are detected by mammography. So it is necessary to introduce new equipment based on new principles. Since it takes time to develop screening guidelines in association, new medical equipment is a good match for AI and its early introduction. Next, I explain the advantage for emerging countries for breast screening. Breast cancer incidence is highly in developed countries because it increases with declining birth rate. However, while incidence rate in emerging countries are lower than in developed countries, mortality per population already exceeds those in developed countries. AI can shorten the time required for human resource development. Therefore, it is desirable to introduce AI as soon as possible, while building a system that can track disadvantage to minorities even after the AI system is implemented.
Thank you. Thank you, Azuma-san. So when we talked about bias or AI bias, I think it's important to address the issue of trust, transparency, and patient participation. So how can we improve transparency in AI-driven healthcare technologies to build trust and ensure that the development and deployment of these systems are fair? Is collaborative participation of patients relevant in any stage of the design? Chiara, please.
Yeah, this is a very complex question. I think from an idealistic perspective, we would say that collaborative participation is essential at absolutely every stage of the development and the implementation. And I think we've all seen examples of excellent model that failed exactly because of this lack of trust and not motivated by the fact that the models were not well done or that the data was not representative, but simply by the fact that the people who then had to use them didn't feel they could sufficiently trust the system. Now, of course, this is not only a problem in health technologies, it's a problem in AI in general, right? The ignorance we have of the reasons for certain decisions or certain algorithm makes everyone feels quite uneasy. The way then to ensure the fact that health technologies, new technologies applied to health can be successful is really by ensuring sort of health literacy or health technological literacy at different stages. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that everyone will be included at every stage in the same way, but we need to become more and more able to ensure different levels of knowledge for different groups who can represent other patients at different stages of development and implementation of new technologies. And that includes the idea of having continuous feedback loop where there is a continuous way of correcting existing models and rendering them better on the basis of feedback. So rather than investing too much on the initial phases of collaborative participation, I would definitely ensure the feedback process and the implementation of changes after that to be of the essence.
Thank you, Chiara. Azuma-san?
For example, in clinical trials in drug development, it is ethically necessary to minimize the number of participants because of the structure that does not allow for risk-benefit balance, whereby participants take risk and future patients gain benefits. On the other hand, in AI development, the disadvantage of participants is relatively small because the main process is to verify the results through retrospective analysis. It is important that as many participants as possible participate and that no minority group is left out of the validation process. And it is important to ensure transparency regarding the content of the validation process.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Azuma-san. Thank you, Chiara. So we seem to have some time for questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand so that one of our team members can give you the microphone. Anyone? Questions? No questions? Oh, yes, there is a question. Is there a microphone? Yeah.
So if you're to look at a crystal ball and say 5 years into the future, where do you think we should be focusing our energy to make the biggest impacts? I mean, you've discussed some really interesting topics, and I think in 5 years the technology is going to be massively different. So I'm curious what that is.
Yeah, so if I understood the question correctly, so what is the future of technology in 5 years' time? What do you see happening in this space, AI and health?
Would you like to? I really think is in the precision aspect of medicine more than anything. So in the past, there has been a lot of talks, for instance, about diagnosis or AI being particularly important in the diagnostic field versus the therapeutic one. I'm probably I'm old style on this, but I still believe that even at the diagnostic level, we will not be able to ensure diagnosis in the same way we do today. And so the real advantage would be to actually be much more individualized and precise when we are conducting either diagnostic, therapeutic, or follow-up from a healthcare perspective. This is where I think we need new models, right? Because if we just apply the existing standard medical and public health models and then have computers dealing with those, I'm not sure we're actually gathering the best value of those. The level of complexity that technologies can process is where the real value would be, in my view.
Thank you. Azuma-san?
Sorry, please again question.
So the question is like, where do you see this medicine, health, and like AI or technology going forward in like 5 years' time? What we'll be discussing in 5 years' time regarding this topic?
Difference between AI and other medical equipment or system? Sorry.
Yes. So there will be many technological advancements in 5 years. And what we talk about today will be very different from what we will talk about in 5 years' time. And where do you see where we are going in 5 years' time?
I think there are many expectations to development of AI, but actually AI is not implemented in current stage because many maybe FDA or Japanese regulatory affairs think AI cannot beyond the top performance of doctors. Then AI should support medical doctors. Then AI is used in second time after a doctor read all image. After that, AI can apply. In that situation, I think not enough value using AI. Then this is because doctor teach AI, then AI cannot beyond the doctor. Then we are thinking the combination to different device. In that case, maybe AI can beyond the performance of doctor. In such a development is very important to enhance or improve the performance of AI.
Thank you, Azuma-san. John, thank you for your great question. Yes. Yes, you got it.
Thank you. Some of the comments I heard, now maybe you can help me clarify the panel here. Charles also alluded to that you don't need to be a nuclear physicist now to understand to be nuclear thing, do nuclear things like this. And maybe I misunderstood it. I heard that you don't need to have advanced medical training, that AI can provide that for you. In other words, there's an expectation out there that AI will be better than doctors. I just want to see if I heard that correctly, because my own experience, that's not the case. But I just want kind of a clarification there that AI is not, at this stage, going to go beyond what the doctors. Is that what you're shaking your head, yes?
No, I think I didn't explain what I meant well, but thank you for pointing it out so that I might be able to say it better. What I meant is certain aspects of the medical profession that were essential in the past, like having a good memory, will not be necessary because computers can do that better than people. So the fundamental sentence, if you want, is the one that is mentioned every time. A radiographer, like a doctor with AI is going to be better than AI, right? And so the idea is not to have a substitution of the medical profession, but is really to have somewhat of the development of complementarity between skills, tools, processes that AI can do in a better way and faster and more effective, and skills, tools, and processes that requires human intervention. So I would imagine that medical school would actually become better in the future because they will have to focus on aspects of the medical profession that are about asking the right questions, are about the human aspect of interaction, the diagnostic aspect of noticing little things that maybe were not in the initial standard protocol. So we will all have to be better doctor, but I think we will be better doctors with the use of AI rather than imagining a substitution. Does this clarify better? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your great question. Yes, I see a hand over there and a hand over here. Yes. Galina, we'll come back to you later.
So my question is, as AI is more available to everyone, as it increases, I think it's safe to say that there is a trend of people self-diagnosing by putting their symptoms into AI. What are your thoughts on this trend, and how do you see it impacting the medical industry?
Okay. Maybe before age of AI, doctor has many training. But after age of AI, doctor without training using AI, in that time maybe doctor kind of works is limited in the AI age. Is it answer to?
Should I add? I'm a big fan of self-diagnosis. I think it's great. And first of all, I kind of think it always happened, right? This is not a new phenomena. People have always tried to identify by themselves the reasons for their pain and their suffering. They will keep on doing that. Again, I might be a bit optimistic here, but I think we are almost at the cusp of the negative aspects of self-diagnosis. Meaning, if we look at the last 10 years, people all over the world started Googling anytime they had a symptom, and they usually have cancer out of a diagnosis out of that, right? So we've all done that. It's not very effective. It's not effective to the point that now people are skeptical about that. And so my optimistic view is we are probably at the point of the curve where it is understood that, yes, getting information by oneself is an essential aspect that we can all do, but that is not going to suffice if one's pain or suffering becomes complicated. And so again, the future of medicine is not a doctor telling a patient what the patient is supposed to be doing. The future of medicine, the future of healthcare is a real partnership between patients, new technologies, and medical competence. And we all need to somewhat ensure that these three, like the triangulation between these aspects, is as effective as possible. Not by somewhat bashing self-diagnosis or the search for solutions. That is a very a natural thing. But by gathering that need and ensuring that new technologies, for instance, make it better in terms of, okay, this is an easy thing that can be said and applied by everyone, and this is where a medical specialist is really necessary.
Thank you, Chiara. I think we had another question over here. Where's the mic? Oh yes, you had a question over here. as well.
Yes, thank you very much for the discussion. My question is related to a comment that Ms. Lepora made towards the end about one of the biggest challenges in using AI in healthcare is the process of incorporating feedback to adjust the models over time, right? And I would probably posit that this is a problem for most applications of AI beyond just the LLM kind of personal encyclopedias that we have now. In healthcare specifically, I would also posit that there's a real challenge in getting the right feedback and the right data on outcomes, especially when we look at diseases of modern civilization that often take decades to develop. And we're still uncertain of what exactly doctors maybe should be looking for during that time to identify the most at-risk patients. The outcomes that we look at are really, really rudimentary at this point, is my understanding. So anyways, I was wondering if you had any further thoughts on maybe the improvements that we need to make in how we get better, more granular data on health outcomes. Because again, I agree that feels like kind of a prerequisite to really unlocking the potential of AI in healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Azuma-san or Chiara, do you want to answer that? Or?
Do you want to start, or should I? Maybe I will start just by mentioning something that, Azuma-san, your endeavor at the moment might already be a solution for, meaning some of the work that is being done today will hopefully mean that in 5 or 10 years' time, diseases we're used to will not exist anymore. It doesn't mean they will not exist, of course, but that if we diagnose them early enough, then we will implement preventive medicine, all the anticipation aspect that will somewhat avoid some of the problems. Is this fair to say, you think? Yeah. But then I would like to go back to the core of your question, which is really about the complexity of chronic, let's say, or long-term healthcare outcomes in actually correcting things. Here I will go back to what Sarah's question, meaning when we are talking about long-term and chronic diseases, for instance, we really need to ensure that the data that we are training our models on are representative, are complete, are as fair and as good as possible. Exactly because of the weakness that you point out, health outcomes are very hard to interpret, and long-term health outcomes are even more complicated. So we actually need to do a lot of work before getting there, and then surely have monitoring, but not rely too much on the fast and fail type of model. Different question when we're dealing with emergency conditions. So in emergency condition, we can actually implement very quick and dirty type of models that will correct themselves because the feedback loop is a very short one. For the type of diseases that are most common for population in high-income countries, aging population, for instance, and the type of demographies that we have in a country like Japan, no, it's really about being complete, individualized, precise from the start, because we wouldn't have the capacity to correct in time.
Thank you, Kiara. I think there was another question over here. Where's the microphone?
Sorry, it's with me. Sorry, over here at the back.
Oh, you had a microphone. Yes,
Yeah,
please first.
I have a question related to liability regulatory compliance and that area. So as you mentioned earlier, related to large data sets, what can be measured is often, what can easily be measured and what we know is what we have very, very good data sets associated with. And this is across all conditions. My question to you is, as we move to a world where the medics of the future are going to be leaning heavily onto AI models with incomplete data, fundamentally, we have to admit that. When the AI makes a diagnosis and the medic signs off on it, if it's got it wrong, how do we manage the liability of that? This also touches on self-driving cars, drones, etc. If you're a drunk driver or you're incapacitated or you make a mistake, it's very simple in the eyes of the law who's at fault. When we move that responsibility and duty into an AI, and specifically when it relates to critical health care, chronic conditions, where does the liability lie and how is the industry going to deal with this?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
It's a tough one.
Please.
I think that question, in other words, it is very difficult to set the target value using AI system. In example, in the case of automatic driving system, people know the accident rate. Then target is smaller than automatic car system is a human accident. But in the case of a medical system, we have not enough data about the misoperation of doctors. Then it is very difficult to set the adequate targets. That is one huge problem using AI.
Kiara, do you have any thoughts on this?
Not sure I'm the right person to answer to this question, because I'm actually quite skeptical about medical liability already today and even in the past. I think, aside from, of course, egregious mistake where, I don't know, the surgeon cuts the wrong leg of the patient, the vast majority of other medical mistakes are very hard, very, very hard to identify on a personal single liability point. Because healthcare is a collective, usually, very collaborative endeavor anyway. So I think your point is correct, that the use of new technologies is making this even more complicated unless we maintain sort of exactly the same attitude that we have today. Meaning, for instance, as of today, if, let's say, there is a mistake in a lab diagnosis, the liability still lies with the doctor or the lab technician who is in charge of that diagnosis. I would say with new technologies, we would need to maintain the same strictness. Liability can still only be human, and the doctor, meaning the point of contact between the patient and even the machine, is where liability should remain. Not because I think that's right, but I think it's the only way we have today. But again, ideally, it would be better to probably maintain that level of higher standard required from the start so that the cases will be very few. The cases of real discussion will be very few.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have one more question here, please.
Yeah, thank you. You touched a lot about the interaction between the medical professionals and AI and also the future of medical education. But the truth is that in some countries there just aren't enough trained medical professionals to go around. So how do you see the future or the role of the AI in medical education and training?
Great question. Any thoughts, Azuma-san?
Okay. Maybe AI has a new potential, not replacing the function of doctor. One example I found very interesting news using Apple Watch. Some person had a side effect caused by vaccine of COVID. But that is very, very rare case. Then it is very difficult to gather the evidence. But using long time monitoring, people can compare before some injection and after something. Such cases are very difficult to doctor analysis. That is very unique AI application using long-term monitoring for individual patients, I think.
Thank you. Chiara?
No, I see huge opportunities there. I really think that AI, but new technologies in general, are already playing an enormous role, not only in the basic medical education all over the world, but also in the higher medical education. I'll just give you a personal example. We now run a like a sort of master course for doctors, so higher education for doctors working in humanitarian context or in crisis context. These years are the first one where we actually have doctors who are living under war situations. So doctors from Sudan, from Afghanistan, from Ukraine last year, from these different parts of the world who are participating in trainings, and they are much more able to use all the AI support even in their daily job, even before the end of the education, just because those are available today. Something like this would never have been possible a few years ago. There is, maybe going back to the liability question, there are going to be questions about how are we going to define the medical profession? How global will it be versus how specific will it be to different countries or different contexts? But I still think that we are in a situation where the number of doctors, particularly in countries that are low, middle income, or in crisis, will keep on increasing despite this, which would be very different compared to the past.
Thank you, Chiara. So thank you so much for your engagement. Thank you for great questions. And thank you, Azuma-san, thank you, Chiara, for your great comments and interventions. So unfortunately, we are running out of time. So thank you again for coming here. And thank you. And let's give them a huge round of applause for Chiara and Azuma-san.
And also thank you, Sarah, for moderating the whole thing here. Thank you very much. Would you like to have a little photo session? Yes?
Sure.
Yes. Well, great. Thank you very much, Chiara, Azuma-san, and Sarah. Once again, let's take picture time, everybody. Oh, Chiara, can you please stand in the middle with big smiles? ね、すごくね、お勉強になりましたね。医療がどんどん進んでいることがよく分かりました。そしてこれからの世界でのこの医療がどう変わってくるかという東先生のお話のね、時計でいろいろと長く自分がこうモニタリングしているといろんなこうサイドエフェクトが分かるということも勉強になりましたし、ありがとうございました。Thank you so much. Once again, please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And everybody, thank you for participating and asking questions. That really helps. 皆さん、質問がある場合は、日本語でも構いませんので、ぜひね、また次のセクションでお話しいただくときにですね、手を挙げて、いっぱいクエスチョンしていただければと思います。さあ、we will be resuming once again at 12 o'clock. We're going to be having a short break. And the next session will be on about impact, transparency, dilemma, balancing disclosure, communication in the age of accountability. So during the break, I would like all of you to watch the video. この休憩の間に少しビデオをご覧ください。12時に再開いたします。
外国人だと、分かった瞬間に断れちゃいましたね。
年齢が65っていうことでもう弾かれました。
シングルマザー、外国籍、高齢者、LGBTQ、住宅弱者と言われる彼らにとって家を借りることは難しい。入居後のリスクが高いなどの偏見からオーナーや不動産会社に敬遠される例も少なくない。そこであらゆる人が安心して家探しができるサービスを作れないかとライフルホームズは考えた。フレンドリードア、それは住宅弱者と理解ある不動産会社をつなぐサービス。それぞれのバックグラウンドごとに検索すると親身に住まいを探してくれる不動産会社が見つかるのだ。テクノロジーだけでは拾いきれない一人一人の声に寄り添うことで社会を変えるイノベーションを生み出した。誰もが安心して暮らせる扉は開かれたばかりだ。
さあ皆様間もなくですね、次のセクションをスタートしていきます。We will soon start, everybody, so please be back at your seats. どうぞお席へとお戻りください。そしてですね、QR コードで日本語から英語、英語から日本語 AI が訳している通訳を耳から聞くことができます。QR コードですね、まだお持ちじゃない方は、どこにあるかわからないよという方はですね、この会場の後ろの方ですけれども、扉が2つございます。その横に張り出されていますので、そちらから QR を読み取っていただけますようお願いいたします。そして本日スケジュールもそちらに書いています。そして途中から来られた皆さん、改めましてこんにちは。今日司会をさせていただいておりますクリステル・チアリと言います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。And once again to all of you who has come later this morning, my name is Christelle Ciari and I'm UC for the day. And to introduce myself, I do the voices of Japan on the trains in Japan. So if you take the train, the next station is Shibuya. That's myself. So if you are going to be, 素晴らしいアクションありがとうございます。Great action there. Thank you so much. So when you fly into Haneda or to Narita, the train you take, that's my voice. Now you know my face. Now you know my voice. And let's have fun together. We're going to be having this whole event until like 6 p.m. today. So it's going to be a long day. But everybody, stretch yourselves. Move your body. So don't stiffen your body. And take, if you have water, that's great. If you have anything else to drink. If you take the escalator up, there's Lawson upstairs and there's Starbucks down on the basement floor. There's lots of cafes, so be free to be in and out and to enjoy your day. さあそれでは皆さんまもなくスタートしますが、お飲み物ございますか？大丈夫ですか？飲み物がないよという方はですね、この外9階からエスカレーター上がっていただきますと11階につながるんですけれども、そちらにローソンもありますし、下にもスタバがあったりとかいろいろカフェもありますので、自販機もありますのでね、皆さん水分は必ず持ちながらご覧いただけますようお願いいたします。では始めてまいります。 Let's go back and let's begin the next session. So this session will be about Impact Transparency Dilemma, Balancing Disclosure and Communication in the Age of Accountability. The moderator, let me introduce the 3 moderators and the speakers coming in as they come on stage. Thank you very much. The moderator will be Mr. David Freiberg. David leads impact investing and accounting at EY, helping companies implement impact strategies, and also a founding member of Harvard's Impact Weight Accounting Initiative and has developed ESG and impact services. Thank you very much. And the speaker will be Sonia Hall. Sonia heads impact assessment at Novartis and authorized the Case of Impact. She co-chairs the International Foundation for Valuing Impact, IFVI, and is active in global organizations like the World Economic Forum. And the speaker will be Ryohei Yanagi-san. And Ryohei, a visiting professor at Waseda University, researches ESG and financial strategy. He developed the Yanagi model integrating ESG and IR and has advised the Tokyo Stock Exchange and served as CFO of ASI 5 times. ありがとうございます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。さあ、それでは皆さんもう一度大きな拍手でお迎えください。Please give a round of applause. So, では、Mr. David, can I have the mic for you? Or 柳さんが回してください。The moderator ですよね。So, okay, so please take it away, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for joining today. And thank you, Yanagi-san and Sonia, for flying in all the way from Switzerland just for a day. Really appreciate you making the trip to see us, and hopefully you'll get to see a little bit of Japan in the short time you're here. Again, everyone, thank you so much for joining, and thank you for coming to this session. Impact transparency is such a it's almost becoming a buzzword at the moment, but what does that really mean? How do we think about this in the context of emerging disclosure requirements in Europe and really across the world? what is really the goal here? And how do we think about creating impact disclosures, impact strategies that are value creating, but also taking into consideration very real challenges around impact washing and very real concerns. So a lot of things for us to touch on, and so let's jump right into it. Sonia and Yanagi-san, I think one of the first questions that I think that I have when I think about this topic is, what's really the problem at the end of the day? Companies are already disclosing a lot of information and are already going to be disclosing more information under CSRD, SFDR regulations, et cetera. So what really is the problem when we think about impact transparency? And maybe Sonia, I'll pass it to you to start this.
Yeah, thank you, David. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and a great honor to be here on stage together with Ryu-san and you, David. What's the problem? Well, I guess I'd like to circle back and remind ourselves that disclosures are about three primary things. One is certainly to inform interested stakeholders. The next one is to create a positive reputation for a company, and three is to be compliant with whatever the disclosure requirements are. And now, with these regulatory requirements, certainly in the EU, predominantly, this topic of compliance is starting to take over, in that one gets the sense, many leaders have the sense, that this sort of answers everything, and we have less of a focus anymore on the topic of wanting to inform adequately about what the company is about. So let me pause here and pass it on to Rio for his comments on what the problem is.
Okay, thank you, David and Sonia. It's my great honor to be here with you. Hi, everyone. I'm Ryo Yanagi, and visiting professor at Waseda University, and also ex-CFO of the Eisai Pharmaceutical Company. In my, personal observation, what's happening right now is transition from ESG impact booming to chaotic impact and ESG disclosure type of stuff. We are in the process of confusion, desperation, a lot of things. A lot of the Japanese companies, especially sustainability department, are complaining to me that the too much requirement, CSRD, ISSB, FSA, disclosure for disclosure should be substance over form. But in reality, what's happening right now is form over substance. People are losing sight of the strategy, value creation, business model. So we need a certain, framework, guideline to streamline and alignment of, ESG impact with real strategy and corporate value. So we are facing critical juncture at this stage, especially in Japan. Unless otherwise, it's fake ESG, fake impact. Nothing gonna happen. Nothing gonna change in Japan. We got to liaise impact ESG with strategy and corporate value under certain framework, guideline, alignment. That's what I think. Thank you.
I love this idea of, or I guess I don't really like it, but it's really well put, this idea of form over substance, and whether I think we would like to admit it or not, at the end of the day, that's how we fundamentally think about disclosures at the end of the day. Whether or not they are sustainability disclosures or any of the other myriad of disclosures that that companies are required to do, or even in many cases not formally required to do, but have very real pressures from investors and other stakeholders. And I think that in itself, leads to a question around if we are going to re-envision this idea of transitioning from a compliance mindset to a value creation mindset, what information does different actors want when we think about impact? What information do markets want? What information do impact investors want? What information do we want internally as corporate managers who are trying to build a better, more resilient business? how should we think about that kind of dichotomy? And maybe, Rio, I'll pass it over to you to start.
Okay, in my particular career, I've been conducting a global investor survey since 2007 to 22, 15 years with 100 to 200 answers from global investors. Recently, I asked global investors, what do you think about Japan's ESG or impact? Almost 80% of the investors say Japan should show the value relevance between ESG impact and corporate value. And also, I asked, are you going to factor impact of ESG into the valuation? And the vast majority say they will factor 100% or more than half of the impact of ESG into their investment decision or valuation, namely PBR, price book value ratio. I see some silver lining here. If we can prove relationship between impact and the corporate value, Japanese companies' valuation will be further, enhanced with that. Then key to success, in my view, is threefold. Number one, we had to show some value relevance model or flow chart or impact path. How impact is going to lead to the strategy or corporate value based upon purpose and materiality. So we got to show the flow chart, impact path, number one. Number two, we got to show correlation between impact or ESG with corporate value. To that end, I've been advocating so-called the Yanagi model with multiple regression showing the positive correlation coefficient between impact or impact with corporate value represented by price to book value ratio. Third alternative is impact accounting. We may elaborate on further at a later stage. Impact accounting is the one tool to show the dollar amount of the social impact company is going to create. With numbers, we can have the value relevance. So with these three countermeasures, I think we should relate impact or ESG with strategy, corporate value, or business model based upon purpose and materiality. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Rio. You touched on this idea of the relationship between impact and materiality. And this is an interesting point because it's one of the, I think, the key uncertainties, questions, areas of ambiguity when we look at European regulations, particularly CSRD. How should we be thinking about this idea of impact and materiality in the context of a definition or lack thereof definition with regards to materiality and how we define materiality for regulations, which at the end of the day do define how we need to disclose. Sonia, as the European representative on the panel, maybe you could talk a little bit about how we should think about how this aligns with CSRD.
I feel like I have to stress that Switzerland's not part of the EU. But anyway, we're exposed to that in the same way as you are, as you do business with the EU countries. So on double materiality, the value to society side of things, the current way of doing things is certainly to survey the stakeholders internally and externally and get feedback on what matters to future success and what stakeholders want more of or less of, and therefore where risk hotspots might be and also sources of value. Now, if you do have an impact assessment available, you can overlay this with the results of the survey-based approach to materiality to do some certain quantified sense-making. Now, in my opinion, that can only be a stepping stone, because anything survey-based is inevitably just subjective and therefore not really reliable. I mean, you can, of course, survey even more people to have a greater coverage and a more solidity on your subjectivity, but it remains subjective. What I'd love to see in the world is an impact assessment that is the basis for materiality assessments, where one just calculates all the social, environmental, and economic impacts a company has, and there's some 20 odd indicators described by the IFVI VBA methodology. If you do this across the board, you have a fairly good understanding on where the material topics are, and then that basis of data can guide you to a notion of what's material. Now, admittedly, that's future talk, but is very much compatible with Rio's ask for a strategic view on all these data points that otherwise in and by themselves just remain a compliance task, and a rather expensive compliance task at this. So we need to find ways of leveraging those compliance elements to actually have this collected data flow into impact statements, into impact assessments, so that there's a greater value add of that exercise that anyway has to happen. Else it's just a very expensive tick boxing exercise at that.
You guys have both spoken a little bit about this idea of measurement at the heart of whether or not, of aligning with purpose, building a strategy, providing justifiable, verifiable information. You've also talked about this idea of impact accounting a couple times. Maybe we can pause and have a definition for that. And maybe, Sonia, I'll ask you to do that as the, given that you are the part of the IFVI's value, I forget the name of the panel, I can't remember acronyms, so that's given that you are working closely with them, I'll ask you to maybe give a little bit of an explanation of what is impact accounting.
Sure. I will take a personal approach to that and say that impact accounting is the sustainability equivalent to financial accounting. And with that, I spare you the definition of impact as a way of measuring well-being, changes to individuals and the environment, which very soon gets just very technical. But I guess with the ambition of impact accounting to really have a rule book for what makes a difference to all stakeholders, we have the basis to have a truly meaningful counterbalance instead of randomly selected indicators. And we need to know what does make a difference. I mean, if you look at the World Economic Forum risk report, the number of globally relevant risks that will affect all our businesses is enormously prevailing, and just the number of environmentally related and socially related themes like unrest, more migration, cyber insecurity, inflation, all of things that sort of will mutually reinforce things and don't get easier with climate change and rising sea levels. So these are things where inevitably we need to adapt our metrics, and the currently prevailing metrics of just measuring what flows in and what comes out is just not good enough. We need to be clear on what makes sense to the world, and that is measuring impact.
So we have one methodology, one approach for measuring, or I should say valuing impact that really looks at this idea of monetizing impact. Can we understand how much of an impact this issue is having on both the business but also society and the environment? And that's, I think, one way of looking at impact. Yanagi-san, you brought up a concept earlier called the Yanagi model. How does that relate to impact accounting and also this broad concept of impact measurement?
Oh, thank you for saying that. And David and Sonia already mentioned the impact accounting, perfectly well said. By the way, in my definition, impact accounting is Mr. David Friedberg himself. He's one of the founding members of the impact-related accounts initiative at the Harvard Business School. He's one of the originators of the impact accounting, and we adopted that. Then, Sonia, concretely defined the impact accounting, well said, I think. Then beyond that, I'm going to tell you the certain, let's say, difference between the Yanagi model and the impact accounting. Impact accounting per se is showing companies' social impact, environmental, employment, product impact, in addition to the financial, EBITDA. Then it's going to show the social impact in absolute dollar amount with numbers. so that the people could understand what is the value or impact of the employment. We'll see, and what is the impact of the certain product, how much we can see the, data. For example, at Eisai, we calculated Eisai Japan's employment impact is roughly 27 billion yen, or Eisai's employees' value impact is 27 billion yen in accordance with IFBA or HBS methodology. And also, Eisai is offering, neglected tropical disease for free of charge. Then what is the value or social impact of this drug donation from 2014 to 18? It's kind of counted as a 7 trillion yen for lifetime, and also 160 billion yen per annum. So people could understand what is the value or impact of employment or product per se to the society. That's great. So that decision maker make a informed decision, like corporate managers or employees or outside shareholders. That's great. On the flip side, it doesn't directly show the relationship with corporate value or share price. And to fill in the gap, Yanagi model is using multiple regression model, picking up impact KPI or ESG KPI, and having a positive or negative correlation coefficient with actual share price, price to book value ratio, so that people would understand the impact of the impact or ESG with corporate value. For example, at Eisai, if you invest 10% more in human capital, your corporate value will be enhanced more than 13% in 5 years belatedly with a delayed penetration effect. So combining both, we can tell the people value of the impact, social impact in absolute dollar amount via impact accounting, and also we can tell you the correlation with corporate value, share price with correlation efficient, so that especially global investor will make a valuation or a portfolio judgment. With that, we can convince more stakeholders with numbers. Back to the basic of the impact accounting, many opinion leaders like Eric Rice, ex-BlackRock Impact Portfolio Chief, or Ronald Cohen, father of the impact investment, say there's 3 factors. Without measurement, you cannot manage the company. But 3 preconditions is material, additional, measurable. Your impact is material, your impact is additional, unique to you besides the peers, and also your impact could be measurable. You can calculate that in actual numbers besides ambiguous, beautiful statement. So numbers has a positive power to convince people. With that, Yanagi model, impact accounting, both supplementing each other, could raise social impact or ESG with actual corporate value. David said at my class at Waseda University, it's a kind of paradigm shift of the definition of the corporate value. Corporate value used to be relying upon the just financial statement, but nowadays, incorporating the Yanagi model and impact, it has the intrinsic value, which has financial value and also non-financial social impact or value of ESG. I think we are facing a very important period of the transition, and the impact accounting and the Yanagi model is some tools to shift from traditional value to new value under such paradigm shift era. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Sonia, please.
Yeah, thank you, David. At this stage, I'd like to circle back to your introductory statement of saying, well, what's the difficulty with disclosure, and why wouldn't one disclose more? So at this point, I'd like to establish with what Rio said, that why should one care about impact? It's very simple. It sustains and supports top-line growth, it sustains and supports bottom-line growth, and it articulates value to the capital market. And I think that's the heart of the matter. And inevitably, if you do these things, these in a truthful representation of your business activities, they would also in one way or form flow into an annual report. But the annual report, the disclosure, is not the means in and by itself. What's relevant is that strategic approach to data, that strategic approach on how you want to tackle your business system as part of a future evolution in view of the changing ecosystem of businesses that we all find ourselves in.
Sonia, thank you, because I think you summarized very nicely what I was trying to come up with some words in my head around. How do we really think about the use case at the end of the day for this impact information? Yanagi-san very nicely explained these two different concepts of impact. On one side, what the Yanagi model is trying to accomplish, which is trying to understand this connection between the impacts that a organization is having and how society and the environment then affects the business, positively or negatively, in this case looking at market prices. That's one direction, while impact accounting kind of looks at that other direction. How, in quantitative terms, is the business's operations affecting society and the environment? And so when we think about this idea of impact transparency, at least kind of I almost like to put these two ideas together almost as two sides of the same coin. If we want to have a transparent understanding of our impacts, we want to understand in verifiable, quantifiable, what means, how is the organization impacting the environment. But also at the end of the day, this is a business. We want to understand what the use case is and how and what those pathways, what mechanisms exist for society and the environment to impact the business, both now but also in the future. And we've heard a little bit about what those pathways could look like. Rio, you and I have spent quite a bit of time doing impact accounting work, measuring, and then you have taken this and used it. You talked a little bit about some of the cases, but can you delve into why was it valuable for you? What did impact information allow you to accomplish that previously was a challenge?
Yeah, thank you, David. Actually, impact accounting and the Yanagi model made a huge difference in my life and also at the ESI. With that numbers to calculate social impact or ESG, we can use that for the high-level decision-making process. How are you going to allocate the capital into the human resources or R&D, diversity and inclusion? Whatever. You need evidence to guide it. Then with the Yanagi model, I proved at the ESI positive correlation coefficient between human capital and PBR, R&D and PBR, female promotion and PBR, and the child care leave with PBR, and the recruiting handicapped people and PBR. Then with numbers and correlation, we can allocate capital. Top management, can utilize that with the number. And also female promotion ratio, we set the target 30% at the 2030 with the scientific numbers with multiple regression model and the impact acting. So decision-making power is huge if it's based upon actual numbers, scientific evidence, rather than ambiguous, discussions at the boardroom. That's one thing. Another thing is, of course, stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement, mainly targeted at the outside shareholders. Shareholders are really, if we seek long-term investors. They are very intelligent people with a lot of PhD guys. We got to convince them with numbers, thesis, evidence. Then Yanagi model and impact accounting made a huge difference. For example, as I was included in the very limited selective portfolio of the impact investing by the global investors, including BlackRock, based upon the Yanagi model and impact accounting. At that time, when I was a CFO, head of the impact investing at the BlackRock was Eric Rice, who resigned already, but he said, BlackRock is not a charity organization, although we invest in the impact portfolio. We need evidence for value creation. We need the numbers. Then Eric, touted the merit of impact accounting. Then I showed the Yanagi model, positive correlation between impact or ESG and PBR. And also, like I said, I showed the impact accounting on the Eisai drug donation. We wrote a thesis together with David Fleabag in line with Harvard Business School methodologies. And Eric highly appreciated the impact accounting of drug donation. 7 trillion yen of the impact for lifetime, 160 billion yen per annum impact on our impact, accounting-wise. Then he cited one of the main reasons, to pick up Eisai into his impact portfolio was impact accounting and the Yanagi model. So this is just an example. And besides BlackRock, I have the confidential information with a lot of global impact fund or ESG fund. They overweighted us because of the numbers, impact accounting, and Yanagi model. So powerful the tools are, amazing. It's going to make a huge difference. And according to my global investor survey, vast majority of global investors say ESG or impact for ESG or impact, or disclosure for disclosure is nothing. We need a disclosure for value creation. We need evidence and numbers. So in order to convince outside stakeholders, especially shareholders, we need the numbers. On top of it, more importantly, in my view, employment engagement. That's going to make a huge, huge difference. I was engaged with labor union quarterly. At the quarter financial disclosure meeting with labor union, as a CFO at that time, I got to explain P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, of course, all the financial statement. Normal company finished it, period. But I extended the time, 1 more hours, then explained Yanagi model and impact accounting. Then I showed as a Japan people, your employment impact is 27 billion yen per year. And your investment in you, employees, will enhance PBR more than 13% in 5 years belatedly with 95% of the probability of success academically with multiple regression model. Head of the labor union, Sayaka Kobayashi, female leader, said she was very impressed with numbers, evidence. CFO himself proved value creation of Eisai employees. She said she's going to deliver the message to all the labor union people. And they say they are even more motivated to create the value. So win-lose management labor union relationship becomes win-win relationship between management and labor union. So numbers, evidence is so powerful the tool to convincing the people and made a huge difference. So impact accounting and the Yanagi model or whatever the quantifiable methodology is going to make a huge contribution with transparency and also comparing evidence. I think that's important for, especially for Japanese companies. Most often the case, ambiguous, beautiful statement above our heads, and that, they are talking everything but talking about nothing. That kind of the, boardroom discussion is, always seen in Japan. But we need a clear-cut evidence, science, numbers. That is a transparency, one step forward based upon purpose and materiality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryo. I love hearing stories about the use case. How do we actually use impact data? Because when we okay, again, going back to this idea of what is impact transparency. We have data transparency around data collection, transparency around analysis. How do we actually get the however many trillion yen of positive impact that Eisai is producing? But then there's transparency around how is that information being used within the business to make decisions. And one of the things that I see in my work is that there's so much focus on data collection, and it's very, very important. But how we want to use the data informs how we collect the data and how we analyze it. And so it's really important to think about this whole picture. And Sonia, I want to hear kind of your thoughts on this, because you've written a whole book on the case for impact, which is a great book. Would highly recommend it to everyone. Just a little plug there. But same question for you, Sonia. Really, what is really the use case of impact, and how have you seen this be successful in changing how organizations operate?
Thank you, David. I guess the key element in the case for impact is the topic of theme alignment that is underlying much of what Rio said in terms of what are internal or external stakeholders expecting, and how can we create a common language of understanding and start to see the world based on the same facts. And this is at play when it comes to labor unions, where it's more an external decision, but also for topics like innovation. Some innovations are so advanced that you may lack initially the customers to appreciate the innovation or any supporting environment in helping you get that innovation off the ground. So that notion of theme alignment, introducing an innovation, really goes a long way. And while my full-time employment is with Novartis, another pharmaceutical company, there are examples where to actually have a layperson's explanation of what a medicine does really helped establish on why that's needed, why it's needed now, in which geography, and how to actually go about it. But this is the same thing as well for other types of innovations that may not and that goes a long way. I was actually surprised in my research for the book, I was surprised to stumble across that example of the city of Stockholm making the case for impact for introducing electric vehicles in their public transportation, which I would have thought is self-evident, but it's not. It's taxpayers' money, and they needed to justify that that's well spent, and they did that by providing the same impact transparency that Rio talked about. So theme alignment as the basis for market preparation, and then differentiation in the market as well, which is pretty much what SK Group in South Korea are specifying, that they say that their impact transparency helps them being recognized in the market. Then of course the notion of employee retention in being seen as an impactful company and really making a difference instead of just talking anecdotally about it, but having a consistent evidence over years and driving things and learning from where things are not yet perfect, because who can claim to be perfect ever, right? And then, of course, moving from there also in the topics of value protection. So value creation is one thing that is often underexplored. Value protection, the macroeconomic externalities are much better understood. And with an impact assessment, these externalities are very well described and very well quantified, so that one knows what roundabout a P&L impact would be for a company should those come to bear. And often at that point in time, it's classical enterprise risk management that can take over, but to screen the horizon, having a monitoring system to understand where exposures could emerge from, which geographies, which sectors that you do directly business with or indirectly, is a type of knowledge that just helps one being one step closer. And all of that, to just say that again, translates to theme alignment on helping stakeholders to sort of buy in or have a basis to dispute if they don't agree with what the leadership of the company does. So these foundations for the case for impact are truly substantial. It can only repeat relevant for top line, the bottom line, and for the valuation of the company.
Thank you, Sonia. I want to open this up to the audience now and spend a few minutes taking questions if there are any out there. It's no fun just hearing us. I see, yes, orange shirt.
Is it on? Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. I've been in the food industry here in Japan for over 20 years, and one of the things that I found with the companies is they don't want to disclose how much they're doing with SDGs, perhaps in reducing food waste in that area. And the reason they'll say that is because they don't want their competitors to know how much they're wasting. But I think also a bigger one is they don't want the general public to know. So I want you to comment about that, because you're promoting transparency here, and I don't see that. I do see that there is definitely a form over substance here in Japan, but I want to have you comment on that aspect itself, because I could see it also related to employee turnover. The churn rate of a company, companies wouldn't want to release that information out to the public. So how do you square that between what you're saying here is that companies are trying to be transparent, and yet the reality is that companies don't see that in their interest to publish that information?
In a direct, quick response, and Rio, do chime in later. Disclosure is not a means in and by itself, so I would like the audience to understand that this is about the value of measuring and valuing impacts as an assessment tool and insights internally first. Whether or not one discloses things and creates transparency very much hinges on which stakeholders one wants to engage with. And Rio had these examples of the union, of the shareholders, employees that needed to hear that story. But by no means would I be advocating for a blind transparency on just about anything. I mean, of course, you don't want to give away your crown jewels in the disclosures, and clearly things are partially competitively relevant. So let me. So that is the point. So if there was a more comprehensive need for transparency, as is for financial statements, that's then a different story. But in terms of voluntary disclosures, one is well advised to really go with how and what do I want the audience of my reports to know? How do I make sure I comply, and what does fit into the overall brand story? But all of these things should be backed up by strategic thinking about how do I translate my strategy into adequate metrics? How do I translate my purpose into adequate metrics? And how do I future-proof my company with the help of adequate metrics? And my conviction is that you need for that metrics of impact that are different to metrics to input and output. Please, Rio.
Thank you. Yeah, I think most of the Japanese companies are doing great, but you know, without the numbers or sufficient disclosure or engagement, it's still overlooked and undervalued in most cases. Then rather than once again, equivocal discussions, we need a concrete evidence and case study. In that sense, Sonia's Case for Impact is a great textbook for Japanese companies to learn the best practices. And for your reference, just this morning in the New York Times, IFBI disclosed Eisai's case study of the employment impact accounting and also drug donations accounting, and in a detailed description and the numbers, so that you can take a look at that for your reference. Then you are in a food industry on a long term, right? And the food industry in Japan is doing the right things in most cases, I believe, like waste management, losses management, and also, providing, high quality, environmentally friendly goods, or offering sometimes, good food to the starving nations in Africa or developing nations. And these endeavors yes, it should be appreciated, but couldn't be factored into the valuation enough without the numbers. Then to cope with that situation in the food industry, for example, Nissin Foods Holdings, under the leadership of the Chief Strategic Officer, Mr. Yokoyama, adopted the Yanagi model and impact accounting with a relatively good disclosure, well received by the capital market and also the stakeholders. And I think Japanese food industry deserve more doing the right things with conscious mind, and the case for impact is going to make a difference. So probably you can refer to the Nissin Foods case for the Yanagi model and the impact accounting disclosures and the engagement examples. That's my comment to supplement Sonia's statement. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. I saw right in the middle there. Perfect. You already have a mic, so you win.
Yeah, sorry, I already got the mic here. 10 years ago, I was getting my MBA at University of Washington. I did a study abroad at Waseda University. And I recall at the time my finance professor giving us a spirited defense of, at the time there was the debate between stakeholder capitalism versus shareholder, and I recall the finance professor giving a very spirited defense of share price-based management, right? Like all the information is going to be encapsulated in the share price. And I was very partial to that argument at the time, and I feel like the Yanagi model, for example, is kind of a reflection of this development of thought where in the end, capital markets only work when fiduciaries work in the interest of their shareholders. And, Henry Ford 100 years ago didn't need consultants and MBAs to tell him that he had to pay his workers enough to afford their cars, right? So I feel like it's kind of full circle, right? Where, scientific management revolution of the 70s and 80s focused on financial statements because that's all they had. And they strip-mined companies for value, and they forgot about all the things that business leaders used to know intuitively. And ESG is trying to bring that back in, and maybe in a quantitative manner now. But the old adage, right? As soon as you make a metric a target, it ceases to provide information. So really, in that I worry about, do either of you have any thoughts or maybe your own concerns about the danger of continuing to try and measure real impact with metrics, and maybe businesses lose sight of the reality of the impact they have on the world by just kind of living in this bubble of, oh, my metrics say I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, so I can make my investors and stakeholders happy. Substance over form, right? The more we add metrics to the equation, the more I think people tend to lose track of the substance of their impact. And I wonder if either of you have any concerns or worries about whether your work might be contributing to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very quickly, my entrepreneur friends say, well, that impact stuff you're doing, it just makes good business sense. So what is special to it? And I think this echoes very much your sentiment on, Henry Ford, and that was sort of all clear and understood that without paying fair enough wages, without catering for your suppliers, you just don't have a business. With nanosecond trading and certain financial instruments, that reality got a few levers, a few areas removed from businesses, and not always are these feedback cycles so clear, which is why you can't have random ESG selection of metrics, but you need to have clarity on where you make a difference to your stakeholders. And it's my conviction that if you translate a statement of purpose or a strategy statement into impact metrics that express what makes a difference to those stakeholders, then you have that simplicity again, you have that clarity again that helps you steer in whatever the turbulences are.
We are out of time, so I'm gonna steal 30 seconds because I want to hear remarks from both Yanagi-san and Sonia really quickly, and just kind of last comments that the audience should take away.
Last comment.
Last
Okay.
comment.
All right. Partially to answer that question, I think here Yanagi model impact accounting, long-termism is the key. You know, avoid the short-termism so that we can have win-win situation to incorporate shareholder capitalism and stakeholder capitalism. But Japan is undervalued, given the latent potential of the impact or ESG value. I think we can double the market cap. We can double the corporate value in the long run. But the key to success is, measurement, impact accounting or the Yanagi model. With ESG and impact, we can change Japan. Let's change the world together. Thank you. Thank you very much today.
Sonia, last comments?
Well, I would clearly love to see Japan leading the way to impact measurement and impact accounting. So looking forward to seeing that coming to bear. For everyone and the audience, the part of the audience coming from elsewhere, clearly impact measurement and accounting does make good business sense. So even if you're not in Japan, go for it. It's worth it.
Thank you both so much for your time and your comments. Really interesting discussion, and thank you all so much for attending. I know there's probably many, many more questions. Ryo and Sonia will be around to answer them later. But again, thank you all so much. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Everybody, please give a round of applause.
Thank you.
And before they leave, we would like to have a photo session. では帰る前にね、お写真タイムをさせていただきたいと思います。If you have cameras, medias. 真ん中を見ていただきまして、the center. ね、本当に企業の透明化といいますか、難しい問題だなと思って話を伺っていました。でもね、こうやっていろんなことがどんどん良くなっていい未来を作るためにいろんなテクノロジーが使われてるんだなと思いました。ね、いいお勉強になりました。素敵なお話ありがとうございます。Thank you very much for a great session. I learned a lot. Being here today is a great study day for one day. It seems like I'm back in school. ね、ありがとうございました。もう一度皆さん大きなお拍手をお送りください。ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. さあ、素敵なお話が続いておりますけれども、ここでですね、2時までネットワーキングタイムということで休憩をいただきたいと思います。And from here on to 2 p.m. we have a networking time. So please enjoy interacting with each other. And if you're the ones to be able to participate in the growth area, we have prepared a light meal. So please be free and enjoy the food. And otherwise, everybody, this whole Hikariya building, they have lots of cafes, fast food, whatever's there. So please catch the food and be back at 1:55, everybody. 5分前に皆さん戻っていただけますようお願いいたします。And talk to you guys later. Thank you very much.
入ってますか？音がします。あ、え、い、う、え、お、あ、お。
Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining the wonderful day. I hope your networking time and lunch was wonderful. We'll be starting at 2 in about 5 minutes, so please, everybody, be back in your seats. If you're out of the lobby, we'll be starting in 5 minutes, so if you'd like to come back and sit down and relax, please do so. Sa, 間もなく公演開始となります。この後2時から始まります。約5分ですね。5分後には公演がスタートいたしますので、どうぞ皆様ご着席ください。For those of you who would like to participate in the growth area, we have prepared, we have the seats outside if you want to keep on doing the networking. And while the speaking is done on the stage, when there's live on stage, everybody please keep your voices low inside the hall so people can hear what's going on the stage. そして皆様にご案内というかお願いなんですけれども、ステージ上で講演が行われているときはですね、後ろのネットワーキングとか皆様いろんな会社とねお話しされていると思いますが、なるべく小さな声で会話していただけますようお願いいたします。外に出てロビーにですねお席を移しました。先ほどテーブルが出ていたんですけれども、ロビーの方に席がございます。そちらでお話していただく分にはませんが、ぜひですね素敵な講演がこのステージの上で素晴らしいお話がたくさん聞けますので、ぜひね最後まで、ステージはステージに集中して聞いていただいて、その他の時間で後ろに行ってみんなとねいろいろお話をしていただければなと思います。さあ、間もなくスタートいたしますので、どうぞ皆様お席にお戻りください。We'll be starting soon, so please be back in your seats. Well, thank you all for coming back. 皆様、ぞろぞろとお部屋に戻ってきていただいております。ありがとうございます。さあ、ロビーにいらっしゃるお客様、公演が間もなく開始となります。後半戦ですね、スタートとなりますので、お席に着かれますようお願い申し上げます。また、日本語から英語への通訳、そして英語から日本語への通訳、これ本日は AI がですね、本当に速いスピードでやってくれています。お部屋の両サイド、扉のですね、後ろの扉の近くにですね、QR コードが貼ってあります。今日の流れ、今日のメニュー、タイムスケジュールと合わせてですね、QR コードがございますので、そちらを読み取っていただけますと、AI がさささささっと読み上げてといいますか、書き換えてくれる素晴らしい QR コードがありますので、日本語、英語両方ね、聞いてみてください。So for all of you, we have time schedule set on both sides behind the room, behind the hall, right close to the doors. And if you'd like to check the schedule, and also we have QR codes for the translation, AI translations, Japanese to English and English to Japanese. And I've just tried before this, and I found out it's really quick. It really helps. Although you speak both English and Japanese, it really helps. It's funny how quick it is. Because like myself, by the way, for all of you who just came, my name is Christelle Ciari, and I'm the MC for the day. 今来たばっかりの皆さん、はじめまして。自己紹介することを忘れておりました。クリステル・チアリと言います。本日の MC を務めさせていただいております。Yeah, because myself, I'm bilingual, except I always double check what the meaning is, and like the fields I'm not aware of when I do MCs, I have to really check understand what the meanings are. But with this AI system, they're not going to need me anymore. ね、本当にこの QR コードの読み取ってくれるAI のシステムなんですけど、めちゃくちゃ速い勢いでちゃんとですね、素晴らしい通訳をしてくれるんですね。なのでふと思ったのが、私バイリンガルでいろんなところでこうやって喋ったりしてるんですけど、そろそろいらんくなるんじゃないかと、私の出番がなくなるんじゃないかなとドキドキするぐらい素晴らしいね AI システムなので、皆さんぜひご活用いただけますようお願いいたします。さあ、それでは始まる前にスポンサー様をですねご紹介させていただきたいと思います。And let me introduce you the sponsors that we have. We have Shibuya City as our official partner, Monzuter on our co-host, and Input Output Global as our title sponsor. Thank you very much for cooperating. Thank you all for your efforts. And to all these staffs today, thank you very much for supporting all of us to make this day a great day. 素晴らしいね、ボランティアの皆様にも今日助けられております。この日を開催できることをね、感謝します。ありがとうございます。では、Are you guys ready to move on? Yes? 元気ないな、皆さん。元気ありますか？ Did you have lunch or not? Did you have lunch? Yes? All right, all right. Seems like you had lunch and you seem sleepy. Is that it? All right, everybody, let's buckle up. The second half of our day is going to be even more action-packed, all right? So are we ready to move on? The theme is Bridging the Digital Divide, Ensuring Equitable Access to Technology. All right, so let's introduce the moderator and the speakers. The moderator, Mayumi Wakebe, with over 10 years in the startup industry and 5 years in VC, preparing now for an Africa-focused fund to support growth in Japan and Africa. Mayumi Wakebe. And the speaker, Shunsuke Murasaki, Chief of Staff at Emergo, has over 11 years of experience in blockchain and B2B sales across Asia. Shunsuke! And Glenn Jordan, CEO of Empower, focuses on using technology to transform Africa's affordable housing market. Glenn! And one more speaker today, John O'Connor, a FinTech expert, founded RealFi and Nairobi, supporting unbanked businesses. John! Thank you very much. So, Mayumi-san, ここからはマイクでお願いしても大丈夫ですか？はい。では、よろしくお願いいたします。
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, so at first, I want to share about digital divide situation. Yeah, according to the World Economic Forum article published in this January, during the last few years, the world has reduced the digital divide quite a lot, but we still have 2.6 billion people around the world without internet access. Yeah, world population is nearly 8.2 billion as of today, so nearly 1/3 don't have internet access. So, and the geographic location of the 2.6 billion unconnected bodies by region, internet penetration is 89% in Europe, over 80% in the Americas, and 70% in Middle East, compared to 61% in Asia and 40% in Africa. As of 2022, with women, 7% less likely to own a mobile phone and 60% less likely to use mobile internet access than men. On the other hand, we have been witnessing the power of digital solutions. New technologies are enabling leapfrog innovations in the emerging markets. Mobile phone-based payments are spreading further in Africa. According to a survey, Africa now accounts for 70% of the world's mobile payment volume. M-Pesa, one of the largest mobile money services in Africa, has seen a steady increase, eventually reached 66 million customers in March 2024. And now blockchain technologies is creating new money flows and solutions in emerging markets. So let's deepen this topic, learning from these three great speakers. So I want to start with this question. So to everyone, could you provide examples of solutions that address financial inclusion in emerging markets, particularly in Africa and Asia you're working in? And also please share your current work in this area and describe its impact. So, Shunsuke-san, go first.
Thank you, Mayumi-san. So speaking of my experience in blockchain industry and also particularly in Southeast Asia, I think maybe the audience expects a topic about Africa, but my experiences are largely in Southeast Asia, specifically Indonesia. So the specific implementation that we did for sort of financial inclusion was we run our coffee traceability proof of concept with our coffee manufacturer. So the idea was the supply chain is quite complex and very, very long, especially coffee and commodity. So upstream actors typically not well pronounced in the supply chain. So we leveraged the characteristic of blockchain technology to see the transition of goods starting from coffee beans to processor, roaster, and at the end of the day, the entire traceability information is going to be displayed in the mobile application at the coffee cafe or consumers in foreign markets. So that's how we believe back then to increase the appreciation of the actual value of produced by upstream actors. And also we thought about on top of that leveraging cryptocurrency aspect. If farmer has a wallet, then maybe you can do tipping. If you appreciate the taste of the coffee as a consumer, you have a direct communication and a method to transfer value to the actual value creator. So I think that's something we explored in Southeast Asia and Indonesia. And through the POC, one of the off-taker in Euro paid interest in using the application so that we facilitate to get the commercial deal of that coffee producer to new customers through the application.
Thank you so much. Are you thinking this project, this is very meaningful even in Africa as well? I've witnessed so many farmers in northern Kenya produce tomatoes, but they producing, but they don't know how it's treated, how it's purchased in the market. So great opportunity in Africa as well. So do you have plan to introduce that project to Africa as well?
So if there's company interested in taking that our POC to commercial level, I think we're going to look into it. But I think I could do it because I was actually in Indonesia and speaking with all the stakeholders in person. I think implementation actually really take time because we need to educate people that start with what is blockchain, and also the farm region that was doing POC didn't really have right internet access. So we need to come up with a very creative solution, how transaction need to be validated to really have the chain of transaction. Yeah. So I think as much as we want to do a lot of things, but you really need to understand the local environment and speaking with stakeholders. Yeah. So typically it takes really a long time to do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So Greg, could you go ahead?
Thank you. So I know it doesn't look like it, but I was actually born in Zimbabwe. And if you want to understand a non-functioning environment, Zimbabwe is the prime use case that you could study. And when you see this kind of dysfunctional society and a government that many people, particularly in the developed world, don't understand how dysfunctional the government is and the systems are, really is an understanding of how important it is that what Charles was referring to earlier today is that we build systems from the bottom up, hence the name Empower. And that it's particularly relevant in the housing sector. In Africa, more than 85% of income is informal. Now that means it doesn't come through a salary, it comes about through what in Kenya they call the hustle economy. People who hustle for a living. It's starting to become more like that also in the West as we get into the gig economy. But it's a process whereby people still earn money. So the perception when you look at housing in most of the major cities across Africa is that it's poverty that creates this housing shortage. That's not true. Where I was living in Cape Town in South Africa, I lived 300 meters away from an informal settlement. And to my own horror, because I hadn't realized this, people in the informal settlement were paying between 7 and 11 times more per square meter for their housing, which was actually a tin shack, than I was paying in the formal sector. And the reason for that is the informality. So the systems that are adopted from the West, the financial systems, the legal systems, everything that has been adopted from the West, from the colonial systems, do not function in emerging markets. That means we have to create new systems. We have to develop new systems. And that's what we're doing, particularly in the affordable housing space. Because the income is there, but it's not visible. How do we make the payments for this housing, how do we make it visible? So then we can make the payments for the housing visible, then we can attract investment into the space. We enable people to live in decent living conditions, which we should all be able to do, because it's not a question of poverty, it's a function of systems. So the question is, how do we solve those systems?
Thank you, Greg. Actually, I read an article about Mozambique and housing problem. This is an article from 2021. But yeah, it said, according to the statistics, only 600 households in Mozambique out of a population of 30 million people. Is that true? Or if you know anything more about it, could you share about it?
That is true. That's a statistic. 600 mortgages out of 30 million people. Mm-hmm. Now, so when I use that, when we share that stat, people wait for the next number, 600, they wait for the 1,000, or they think I've mispronounced it. It's 600 mortgages in 30 million people. Now, in no society are there only 600 people who can afford that. So why is that the case? Exactly that. It's a function of the systems. It doesn't mean it's a function of poverty. So it's how do we support that? How can we create systems that do that? How can we create opportunities around that? There's a backlog of 50 million homes across Africa. So it is a massive opportunity to address this, particularly if people are paying significantly more for their housing than they should be. So in other words, it's an opportunity, it's a business opportunity, it's not just a mechanism of social good, which obviously that it is too, massive social good, but it's a function of addressing that and being able to enable people to business in a business way, not in a charitable way.
Yeah, that's more sustainable. Thank you. Yeah, John, please.
Well, the first question, I suppose, is actually back to you, Glenn. So, these 600 people with mortgages, how did they get them? I mean, I'm very interested in the profile of the 600 and how they were so deserving.
Government employees.
I think I knew the answer. Did I really need to ask? Okay, so let's start with, I think, what's positive about what we see in emerging markets with regards to technology. I think the first thing to note is that great technology does not need to be shoved down people's throats. Great technology, it's sown on fertile soil, and the adoption comes from the utility which it's driving. So the oft-quoted example is M-Pesa, which started in Kenya. It's a huge success story. In Kenya now, where I live, cash is not something you see. People don't use cash because there is a better solution, which is mobile money. After I go to a restaurant, you'll ask for the number of your server, and 10 seconds later, you've been able to send them value. That's pretty cool, that everyone has a unique number through which they can receive and send value. And to sort of give you an idea of how this has dramatically changed the economy, being a policeman in Kenya is a business endeavor. It enables you to hassle people, to create fictitious infractions, and to be able to generate income in the form of bribes. A percentage of these bribes will go up to your line manager, to your local head of police, and then it will trickle up and it will trickle up. So you would think for this illicit usage of your position that people would want to hide the trail of money. But M-Pesa is so convenient that after you're being stopped by the policeman, they'll go and they'll say, take my mobile number, and then you can transfer me, my income here. And that really is what great technology does, is that it takes over a market in a way that no one can imagine living without using this system. The question is, I suppose, what's next? Mobile money was the beginning of something, but frankly, anyone who's been going to these conferences, maybe as long as I have or longer, we've been talking about M-Pesa and mobile money for far too long. It's an enabling factor, but it's not the product in and of itself. What do we build with these tools, and where are we going? From my perspective, the SME story, the hustler economy that Glenn was talking about, is the story. You have 75% of all jobs are created from small and medium-sized enterprises in emerging markets. It's not working for Deloitte. It's not working for Goldman Sachs. It's that small little local business. So how do we support these businesses, for me, becomes the key question over the complements for technology and for impact. Mobile money enables us to work with each other. If I want to buy something from the tomato farms up north in Kenya, do they want to go and ship that stuff down to me where I live in Nairobi and hope that I'm there and that I'm going to pay with cash? No, this is a huge friction. So mobile money helps that, but where are we going to go as the next step, I think, is the real question for solving digital divides and being able to make an impact. So for me, this question's all around providing finance. These businesses are normal businesses. What do you need in a business to grow? Well, you need to have your business model right, probably a business plan somewhere, but the local banks aren't going to be the ones lending to you. So who is going to be the person lending to you? And how do you prove in a digital world that you are credit worthy? These are some of the core questions which I've spent a number of years working on, as have many other people, and I think that this is probably where there's going to be fertile products and fertile soil.
Yeah.
Can I add something to that? Just, John, one of the things around that, the mobile money, one of the interesting things in Africa as well is that it's such a young economy. So talking about your mobile money and the ability to transact, they are early adopters of technology. So that ability, more than half the population is under 16. Okay, and if you want to get something done on a technology basis, you give it to a kid. So the adoption of technology is that much quicker in Africa, ironically, than it is in the rest of the world, because there's a lack of systems and a need and a desire for the technology and systems that work.
Thank you for adding that. John, I checked your LinkedIn post, and you said in this May, and 40 million has been deployed into SME working capital finance, and through your data-driven model. And could you share more about the background of how your company did this, working with local institutions or?
Yeah. So, hello. Our model at RealFi is relatively simple. We work with fintech lenders across the continent. So these are local, regulated, non-bank lenders. They get very good at underwriting particular kinds of businesses. So one of our partners in Kenya specializes in lending to market traders. So these are, mums, dads who go to the market. They've got a tiny little stall, and they're buying and selling grain, FMCG goods, and this kind of stuff. And it's big business. These markets are not toy markets. It's where the majority of the population is going to be able to grow up, buy their foodstuffs. So all of these businesses are looking for finance, and the banks will not provide it to them. The banks do much better lending to government at 18% than they do doing all of this really hard work, figuring out the dynamics of lending to a small market trader. So they basically, we shouldn't even consider them as part of the financial solution for these SMEs. These fintechs have stepped into the gap, but they face the same challenges as the businesses that they're trying to lend to. They don't take retail deposits because they're not banks, so they need to figure out a way to be able to finance their activities. And that's where we step in. We ingest huge quantities of data from these fintechs. From this one particular one in Kenya, 30 million different transaction lines. And we use that information along with tracking cash movements and management accounts to really build a very sophisticated data-driven picture of the risk of lending into these portfolios. You do that across many different fintechs. You clean, you standardize, and structure that data in the same fashion. And you can start to build credibility from an investor perspective that they can understand the risk of participating in this lending, not only at the moment that they give you the money, but also on an ongoing basis, which is often a challenge. So that's really what we do. We try to take a data-driven approach to being able to make Africa feel a little bit less, oh, I don't understand the risk, it's Africa, it feels very scary, towards a much more data-driven conversation. So that's what we've done. We essentially create tranches, risk profiles, and structured finance products on top of this. And that enables investors to generate, in our view, incredibly attractive risk-adjusted returns, whilst also driving large amounts of impact. And as we do more and more fintechs, eventually we'll get towards a sort of choose your own adventure, but choose your own impact, where an investor can come to us, say, my required rate of return is going to be 16% in US dollar terms, maybe senior secured or something like this, and I'm particularly interested in financial inclusion or particularly interested in climate. And we'll be able to generate a portfolio for them which actually meets their objectives. So currently, yeah, we've done $5 million of lending so far on this model. Maybe by the end of the year, that's going to be 25. But we see this as really important work. There are great fintechs, there are great businesses out there, but knowing the good from the bad, and more importantly, proving the good from the bad towards maybe an international audience is really where we operate as RealFi.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so let's move on to next question. What inspired you to pursue your current work in emerging market, in particular in Africa or Asia? And could you share your personal journey in this field? And in terms of Shunsuke-san and Green, aspect of blockchain technology excited you and decided to use it?
So the answer is, I sort of covered the answer in the first question, but I think I was very attracted to the idea of making hardworking people in the supply chain visible in the coffee traceability project. And on top of that, I think that the benefit of blockchain technology, if you kind of break it down, the first one is the ledger, the immutable. If you put the data in, you cannot change it. So that really go well with the idea of traceability, and also the ability to send transaction. So I think there's a lot of hardworking people contributing to the sort of like cup of coffee that we are consuming on a daily basis, like coming from all the coffee production countries, but we don't get to see farmers and the actual value creation in detail. So I think that was the very idea that I was very attracted, and that's why we embark on the POC with the coffee manufacturer. So I think that's very attractive thinking. And also, if you had a chance to escalate, I think once you have, let's say you get tipping as a farmer, then you have cryptocurrency. Maybe those farmers are not access to financial product, just like we do on a daily basis. But once you are sort of onboarded with cryptocurrency, you can use that cryptocurrency and access to all sorts of application in the blockchain space. Stuff like decentralized application, finance, borrowing and lending, as a farmer, you don't get to understand, like, how do you deal with your asset for the future plan and so on. But, you have more access. Once you have cryptocurrency, you don't need to KYC, like when it comes to decentralized application. So you have a lot more ways to think about your future finance. So I think really connecting the actual business and then get them on board to cryptocurrency world is, I think, something as a blockchain company, I think Imago can contribute, and I'm most attracted to.
Thank you. Yeah. One more question about this. What differentiates Cardano blockchain or Imago from other blockchains?
So I think the Cardano's, the characteristic of Cardano is very, very secure, because I think IO, headed by Charles Hoskinson, really thought about, I think, what is the ledger, and really invented or inherited the benefit of Bitcoin, and then escalated that so that Cardano has a smart contract platform. So by nature, Cardano is very, very secure. And also, I think Cardano can add a lot of metadata in a transaction. So metadata is a history of transaction, just like you can put a memo on your bank transfer, but Cardano can add more metadata. So when it comes to financial transaction, you have more ability to describe and will put more data about a specific transaction. So I think that's really sets Cardano apart from other blockchain, like being secure and sort of like add more attribute to transaction, more capacity to add that compared to other blockchain.
Thank you so much. Graham?
Yeah, thanks. So as you heard, I'm Zimbabwean, so it was an easy step to make to try and make a fundamental difference, and also why blockchain was so important, because it is about systems change and building it from the bottom up. As John has highlighted, it's very difficult to understand how dysfunctional the banks are. It's really, really difficult for people in the West or in Asia to understand that, because the banks only lend to the government. That's it. They're not interested. And the DFIs consistently try and push funds through to allocate for any projects that they try, for any development projects that they try and do. They consistently, the only route to market of disbursement of funds is through the banks, and the banks have no idea how to deal with that, and they have no idea how to deal with informality. So for us, the blockchain was a key building block in taking what's invisible, the informal, and making it visible. That's the key part around what it does, so that investors can see the data and make that, and that's what makes it investable. So that's a key part around it. So otherwise, it's this black hole of informality. There's no credit histories, there's no credit records, there's nothing on which to base a decision, which is why the banks are so dysfunctional. So on that basis, the reason we chose Cardano was a number of reasons. One was John and team, because of the understanding of the innate nature in Africa of the lack of systems is actually a massive opportunity. Because where there is such dysfunctional systems or lack of systems, there is opportunity for systems to be developed. And that's particularly true in the affordable housing space, because it's a political hot potato across the world, but particularly in Africa, as we've just seen recently in terms of some of the riots happening in Kenya, some of the civil unrest. A lot of that is also due to housing and a tax that was implemented to try and raise money for affordable housing, but once again, it's how's that distributed. So that was a key part. So that was one of the factors. The other was the academic rigor. We really enjoyed the academic rigor that was applied to Cardano, because in our space, that's a key part around it, is the academic rigor to ensure that data is immutable, and to put that together. And the third aspect was the ecosystem. So the Project Catalyst and others enabled us to get going. And in fact, the first houses that we managed to secure funding for, because when we went to the traditional capital markets, there was nobody who was prepared to support the kind of initiative. So we went to the community. We went to the Cardano community, who funded the first 2 homes, then following up on that, the next 30 homes, which gave us the proof of concept to prove that what we were talking about was not pie in the sky, but was actually a genuine need and met that genuine need.
Thank you so much, so informative. Yeah, so John, please go ahead.
I've slightly forgotten the question. Why emerging markets? Why am I working in that? Why Cardano? Is that the question?
No.
It wasn't.
Yeah, question is what inspired you to pursue your current work in emerging market?
There we go. You see, no Cardano in that, Glenn.
In Africa.
Okay, fine. Well, one of us isn't paying attention. I'm not sure which one. Look, I think that if we look across the next 20, 30 years, there are obviously a couple of very big open problems. The first is absolutely going to be the environment, and I think that, you know, on a policy level, the world's now spending a lot of time on that. Whether that will translate through towards, you know, impacts, I'm not sure. But I also think that, you know, Africa is both a problem and a ginormous opportunity. We have this incredibly young population. We have a number of countries in the continent who have actually, I would say, done very well. You know, the post-colonial period for Africa was not a pretty one. We've had so much regime change, so many challenges across so many different countries. In fact, last year was actually a very bad year for coups in Africa. We were ticking up again. But with all of this, there are huge opportunities. We have the opportunity for this incredibly young population to become economically productive, for the systems and institutions which are working well in certain countries in the continent, let's say the judiciary in Kenya. You know, these institutions, they're only going to be as good as the economies that support them. And I think what Glenn talked about earlier, you know, people rioting. Well, what we know from the Arab Spring is having lots of young men who are unemployed is not good for the stability of your political system, regardless of whether or not you like that system. So really, I think the question across the African continent is, can we generate enough economic value that these huge numbers of young people are going to be channeling their efforts into a productive space that creates wellness and wealth within these countries? Or are we also, in 20 years, going to be talking about ginormous refugee crises from countries which have fallen away from that model and haven't generated the economic opportunity? So I'm being incredibly reductive here about an entire continent's worth of complex politics, but I think on a summarized level, I find it an incredibly inspiring both potential risk and opportunity to work on. Aside from that, I also have a family connection. You know, my mother's Ethiopian, so I've always found this very interesting. And maybe as a final point, you know, the weather in London and the UK was really getting to me. So, you know, Kenya's got much better weather.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, so many opportunities and risks. This could be opportunity, but what challenges have you encountered while working in these countries, particularly when collaborating, if you need, with government institutions? And how did you overcome those challenges? Or instead, if you got just support from government, that's also fine. Could you share about these challenges with local government or regulations?
Challenges? Can we expand the session to 4 hours? I'm not sure. Why don't you guys start?
Yeah. Yeah, so Greg, you can start.
I think, just again to highlight what I said earlier, being Zimbabwean, I have a fundamental mistrust of government. So the joy, and to John's point, one of the really exciting things about Africa is the people. The people are absolutely amazing. And just if you look at the music that's coming out of Africa, the art, the culture that's starting to emerge in a way that's becoming global, and I say that obviously with a particular music focus, but the opportunities, what that presents is a massive opportunity for building from the bottom up. And that's where particularly, again, the blockchain is really useful. So it really is for us, our focus is on how do we support the people and the small contractors and try and avoid government policies, government things, because as I said, and I use it from personal experience, is the governments tend to be handbrakes rather than assistance. And obviously, again, that's a massive generalization, and apologies to any government ministers in the audience, but that is generally the case. So it's around supporting the people and supporting the bottom up. As Charles alluded to earlier, Bitcoin emerged from people and decentralization. And decentralization is the key for me to the building of Africa. Decentralization, building it from the bottom up, enabling people to create their own livelihoods, their own mechanisms, their own ways of creating, storing, and remitting wealth, money and wealth, is the key to Africa. And so that's been our approach. Having said that, we are actually working with the Nairobi Stock Exchange as a mechanism to do that with support of government. Because again, once we start to prove it, and in Mozambique we had the same, once we had proof of success done from the bottom up, then the government wants in, okay? So that's the way we're doing it. Rather than go to the government and ask for permission, we prove it from the bottom up, and then the governments come to us. And so, for example, we've been allocated land in Mozambique to support the building of affordable housing, because they've seen that these mechanisms can work on that basis, and therefore housing can be built, and then you get government support that way.
I think the first question when we talk about the role of government and all of this is, what do you want from government? Obviously, this depends on your project and your product, but I think the best we can hope for from government is to not stand in the way, to provide at least either like an open regulatory environment or licenses for whatever your project is. And I think if that's the case, then I think, sure, it sort of makes sense. I think the expectation of having government do too much more is often where a lot of problems come and where a lot of projects fail. The simple reality is, and this is a generalization I can probably stand by, there's almost nowhere in the continent where government has the resources to be able to work on innovation. There are simply too many other pressing places that need time, resources, and attention that you coming with a very innovative idea, you're likely not going to be able to corral these limited resources away from high urgency areas into whatever exceptionally exciting thing you want to do. So, me personally, we spent a number of years working with the Ethiopian government rolling out a digital identity system, and the product was great, the pilot we did was great, but we were also doing this essentially during a period of a civil war in the country. And you can imagine from a government attention perspective, what do you think is going to get priority here? So, there are so many challenges with working with government, and not all of them are even their fault, Well, actually, I'm going to retract that statement, because otherwise I'm going to get into a very, very painful Twitter war about civil war in Ethiopia. But I think the point can still be made. If you're going to be trying to compete for that top 5 agenda item list, it's likely not going to. Echoing what Glenn said, though, I do firmly believe that bottom-up approaches working within the private sector can be scaled and can provide win opportunities to then galvanize the attention from government where required. But I do believe that starting sort of from that bottom up is likely to achieve better results.
Shunsuke-san, any comment about?
Sure. I agree with Glenn. I think bottom-up approach, at least with my experience when we did a coffee, I think one of the things we could like change if we had the time was we involve like a ministry in the beginning because it was about agriculture, but they tend to be like to go for like full-on plan, like it's not only like small POC, but let's leverage transactional data so that farmers can access to loan by leveraging the transactional data. But you need to prove something first and then build something on top of it. I think government tend to be like, build a grand scheme plan, but they really don't know what is the technology all about. So if you have like tangible experience, even a small thing, like here's this things work and we can build things on top of it, then you can have more meaningful conversation. But like I think you need to really understand like when like the right time to get like government or those people involved. Otherwise, like your projects will tend to be bloated and you kind of chase for the ultimate plan. So.
Actually, sorry, if I could just add one small thing onto this. There is also one other ginormous risk of working with government, and this is not about Africa, it's just a global thing, which is for you to associate your particular endeavor with a particular set of politicians is potentially dangerous because, you know, the shelf life of a politician is not always that long. And I think particularly if we are talking about the emerging market context side, you know, when there is change, that change is often quite dramatic, and policies of the old are likely to not be seen favorably by the new. And that probably is the same in the UK or the US. But, you know, you often have to ask yourself, you know, are you in the business of delivering your particular product? Or are you in the business of reading tea leaves about the political fortunes of, you know, one East African government? So from that perspective, I do think, you know, trying to keep yourself out of the business of politics is sensible and smart practice.
Okay. Thank you. We only have 5 minutes left. So maybe this is going to be the last question. And so what's your vision for your company in 5 years to see the change you want to see? Also, please give some message to audience. Some people may want to enter blockchain industry or may want to get involved with digital divide in emerging market. Or so your vision in 5 years and a message to audience. Yeah. So Shunsuke-san, could you please start?
So at Imago, we are really focusing on financial use case, and it's getting more and more obvious for the industry and obviously for Imago. The finance use case is really prominent use case for blockchain. I think a couple years back, the surrounding infrastructure was not up for supporting all sorts of financial applications, but you know, for the last 3 years, like a lot of technology and infrastructure has been built to support, especially tokenization in the narrative of real-world asset, like tokenizing real assets, like digitizing asset, and then bringing into tokenization space, and even use that tokenized asset and collateralize to borrow or do all sorts of financial transaction. So at Imago, we developed tokenization platform. So you can tokenize stable tokens of fiat into a stable token. You can do commodity, and we are exploring all sorts of the assets right now. So we are like primarily focused on financial application in conjunction with wallet that we develop. Like I said, once you have token or assets and store into a wallet, you can do all sorts of transaction, connecting to DeFi. So I think that's really a vision, leveraging our wallet. That's been downloaded a million times already in Cardano ecosystem. So the message to the audience is we really want to see a lot of assets tokenized on the Cardano blockchain. So if you have assets or you have an interest in like tokenizing your asset, we really would like to speak with you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Graham?
So yeah, I think in Mozambique, Mozambique is very susceptible to cyclones. So Cyclone Idai in 2019 wiped out about 80% of the housing stock in a city called Beira. And 80% of the housing stock, which meant that 80% of the families lost not just their houses, but their entire livelihood and possessions. So our mission is to assist 1 million families get access to sustainable housing. That's our mission, that's our objective, that's what we're seeking to achieve. If I was to encourage somebody in terms of looking at this is the exciting part around the world and the state of the world today. There is such need, there is such opportunity in meeting that need in a way that works for everybody. Again, back to Charles's speech today, he made a number of points, it's around aligning interests. And if we can align interests where everybody benefits, then that's where you will meet success.
Do you have a message to the audience? Yeah. John, please.
Yeah. So where would I like RealFi to be in 5 years? So it's hard to describe how large the credit gap is. I don't think numbers really cover it, right? But the formal numbers you get back are something like, $360 billion for Africa. I think the real numbers are much bigger, but this is really for your SME, credit gap. I don't believe in 5 years that we can be covering all of that, but I do believe we can make a serious dent in it. I absolutely believe that we could get to over $1 billion of lending, and I think that there's a path to that. But forgetting about the sort of boring answer, which is yes, more assets under management, more lending. For me, I've been in crypto for a number of years now, and that sort of one key message of just democratizing access to finance was really what resonated to me. But it's not just the democratizing access for these SMEs to be able to borrow. I think it's also about enabling that lending opportunity on the investor side. I think what we've learned across the last 10 years of crypto, though, is just because you can securitize something or offer a product doesn't mean you should. And if I was to look at some of the largest blow-ups across the last 5, 6, 7 years of crypto, Celsius, FTX, the reason why they've blown up is because actually there was no transparency, right? Which is so ironic for an industry built on trustless value transfers. But to give you an example, Maple Finance, a real-world asset protocol enabling people to buy into these real-world lending opportunities, was letting all of these retail customers go and lend to Alameda Research, a hedge fund who they had no idea what the exposure of their balance sheet was. And actually, it was all buying more FTX tokens. So as we look at RealFi and what we want to do differently, I really believe there's something about, in a very transparent, sensible and moderated fashion, looking how can we bundle up these assets of emerging market debt and do it in a responsible way where the investor not only is being presented with the right information, but also checking whether it's appropriate for that investor. All of the boring stuff that traditional finance has that we dropped completely when we were developing stuff in crypto. I think it's time to bring back some part of that in order for us to actually build sustainable products that should be around in 5 or 10 or 15 years. So that's what I hope, that we can make inroads, make the life of an SME easier, but also start to bring these products in an appropriate, sensible, and measured fashion towards hopefully eventually a retail audience.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we had great discussion. So hope you, audience enjoyed this discussion. So could you please give a round of applause to all the speakers? Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. まゆみさん、ありがとうございました。All right, would you please rise for some photo session? お写真をじゃあ撮りましょう。The camera is in the center.
I can't move, sorry.
Big smile. One more time. Enough? Oh, changing. いいですね。Wonderful smiles. Thank you very much. Once again, please give a round of applause to ありがとうございました。まゆみさん、Glenn、俊介、John。さあ皆さんありがとうございました。いかがでしたでしょうか。まあ難しい話もありましたけれども、ね、一つ一つが本当にお勉強だなと思います。ね、all the stories we've been hearing from this morning, very difficult for me, but it's really understanding and very, very important. So yeah, back to school today. さあ、それでは続いてまいりましょう。次のセッションはこの後3時からです。We're going to start the next session at 3, and the theme will be sustainable innovation, mitigating united environmental and social consequences of the technological advancements. 難しいね。So we'll be back in 10 minutes, so please be ready like 5 minutes early before we start. So everybody please stand up and go to the restrooms and take some water. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. So everybody who are outside, please come back and get seated. まもなく開始いたします。まもなく開始いたします。あと5分でスタートとなりますので、ロビーにおいでのお客様はどうぞご着席ください。さあこの後はですね、長い休憩はなく、この10分休憩でどんどん進んでまいりますので、お話が弾んで伸びる場合もありますので、皆さんね、休憩になったらちょっと飲み物だったりとか、お手洗いだったりとか早めにお済ましいただけますようお願いいたします。さあ間もなくスタートします。We'll be starting soon, so please be back to your seats. Okay, now the time is 3 o'clock. Are we ready to begin? 皆様どうぞご着席ください。People standing behind and talking, please be seated and focus on the stage, please. Let us move on to the next theme. The theme is sustainable innovation, mitigating unintended environmental and social consequences of technological advancements. Now let us introduce the moderator and the speakers. The moderator will be Katsuji Imata, with over 25 years of experience in NPOs and NGOs, focuses on impact management, serving as chair of the Impact Consortium's working group and certified UNDP trainer. よろしくお願いいたします。And Heather Prosser, with 15 years in financial services and sustainability, founded the CCASS team at EY Japan and now supports ESG risk mitigation at Moro Sodali Japan. Heather, please, thank you very much for coming. And Yoshiaki Ishii is a PhD holder from Waseda University, promotes startup policies at the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, including J Startup, and continues supporting startups in his current role. Yoshiaki 先生、お願いいたします。Ishii 先生、よろしくお願いします。And Donald Eubank advises on ESG and sustainability, lecturing at Temple University and Waseda Business School with the focus on impact investing and sustainable business strategies. Thank you for coming. ありがとうございます。People behind, can you please be quiet? Everybody standing behind. すみません。後ろの方々をちょっと静かにさせていただけますでしょうか。おしゃべりされる方はお外に出ていただけますとありがたいです。People talk. If you would like to talk, please be out in the lobby, please. Thank you very much. Alright, それでは今田先生お願いいたします。
Thank you very much for your kind introduction and welcome to our panel titled Sustainable Innovation. So we've been talking about technological advancement, innovation, and what it can do for sustainable and just societies. True, indeed, that is very a valid argument. But at the same time, we always have to think about what is the potential or positive, possible negative consequences, both environmentally and socially, because of, and also in spite of, new technological innovation. So for this theme, the organizers have put together a very impressive panel of speakers. And I'll have them introduce themselves. But first of all, I would like to ask you, people in the audience, so that we can take a pulse of who we are speaking to, right? So first of all, among the people here, who runs a startup? Who runs a startup company? Please raise your hand. Not so many, yeah? Okay, who are the investors or potential investors who work on finance? Okay, not so many. Who are you? Okay, so who works for like large companies? Yeah, okay, so we have some hands. Academia? People in the academia, researchers, okay, thank you. Government officials, and then national, local, and others. Okay, so some. So we get some sense. Have we? Yeah? Okay. So with that, I will ask each of the panelists to just briefly introduce themselves first. So let's go from the Donald and come back this way.
Hi, I'm Donald Eubank. I'm the co-founder and principal of Read the Air, which is a sustainable business advisory firm. I'm also co-author with Trista Bridges of Leading Sustainably, The Path to Sustainable Business and How the SDGs Changed Everything. The book and the business were created out of a desire to stop talking about what the problems were around climate and the environment, what the principles were, and start to talk about what were actual practical steps that businesses and investors could take to get ready for a new business environment and transform into more sustainable business models. Looking forward to the panel today.
Okay. Hello. I'm Yoshi Shi, Director General of SME Support Japan. It's a great honor to be here today. And I have been working for many years in Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. Mainly, I'm focusing on startup policy. Nowadays, Japanese government is thinking startups are driving force of our economy and society. Startup can bring economic vitality as well as they can bring solution to the social problems. So we created many startup programs. Year 2022, we created a startup development plan for 5-year plan, and we are implementing that. And innovation and that consequences is very important theme as well, startup policy as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to address you today. Thank you to my panelists and to our wonderful moderator. We did forget to ask how many consultants were in the room. Out of curiosity, there's one, two, not very many, not very many. Well, I come from a consulting background. My name is Heather Prosser. A little correction in my bio, it says I'm at Morrow Sodali, but recently we've actually rebranded, so we're Sodali & Co. It's over a 50-year-old business focusing on shareholder value, which as shareholders really started to extend their interest to sustainability, sustainability became a natural arm for the business to expand upon. So I focus on all sorts of ESG risks, opportunities, anything that our company is going to need to help them navigate this complex world. So I've been living in Japan a long time. Sustainability for me has been not only a passion, but also a vocation and a job. So I started off my sustainability journey at EY Japan. I know at least one or two of my colleagues are here. Had a fantastic, fantastic opportunity to work with both very large companies and very small companies. And I've also have a background in startups. So this is a multifaceted issue. I'm delighted to discuss how technology is both going to help and hinder us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now let's get into this topic, the theme of this panel. So I would like to ask each of you speakers, and that we go a different order, Heather and Donald and then Yoshiaki-san. Please tell us how your work has been handling this theme of this panel, which is really the technological advancement on the one hand, and unintended social or environmental, usually negative consequences. So how to avoid that, how to mitigate that. There are different ways of handling that issue. So in what ways have you or have your clients been dealing with it, I think is a question. So first, I'll come to you, Heather. So you have been mainly supporting large listed companies to work on sustainability. How is this balancing act evolving for your clients?
It's such a great question, and honestly, it is a super difficult one to respond to because even companies within the same industry are not going to respond to challenges the exact same way. It's going to be as unique as the company DNA itself. So one of the things that we've really noticed is when sustainability became an important topic for companies, people focused mainly on risk. So they would think sustainability is going to cost us more money, we're going to have a lot of reporting, we have to look at risk. But when they look at technology, they exclusively look at opportunity. Both sides of the coin are actually incorrect because you're missing that holistic view on what are the positive or potential negative impacts. So one of the things we're really challenging companies is to look at sustainability from also a positive side, but then look at what the potential negative impacts could be from a technological innovation. Are you going to actually put a lot of people out of work? That could be okay as long as you have a transition plan as to how to repurpose their jobs, give them extra training, move them forward. But we often talk about oil and gas, and many of my friends and colleagues have said, just get rid of oil and gas. We've got the technology to do that. Well, perhaps we don't actually have the technology to immediately erase it. But what if we did? Well, what would that do? That would put whole communities out of jobs. It would decimate populations and families. So it's not as simple as looking at what's the positive and negative side. We have to look at the whole picture and think about it in a time frame as to what can be an acceptable transformation. So as I said, a very complex issue for us, but I'm encouraged because Japanese companies in particular want to take that on and really have a long-term view and define success from a longer-term perspective. So there is hope there.
Okay, a great point. It's not just about negative risks, and it's not just about the positive opportunities. You need to really take a look at everything in holistically, the whole picture. So let's keep that in mind. And I'll come to you, Donald. So from your experience, what kind of challenges are unique to startups? Let's talk about startups here.
Yeah, so we had a little internal discussion about the name of this panel, which is mitigating unintended consequences. But if you're talking about impact startups, really the idea should be that from the outset, you're designed not to create unintended consequences. You're trying to create positive social or environmental value. So there is a way to talk about this, but I think that the question of mitigation is more appropriate for larger companies. So I just want to address that quickly. If you are doing business as usual in producing a product or providing a service, then you should be looking at your materials, your sourcing, your manufacturing, and you'll probably want to be taking a circular economy perspective on that shows you ways to reduce your waste and gives you a life cycle view over the end of life of your product and where it's coming from. Or if it's services, what you can do to, if you're delivering them through a digital technology, reduce your energy use, such as who you're partnering with. Are you using a sustainable data center provider? So if you're a legacy business and you need to mitigate a problem, those are the kinds of things you do. If you're a startup and you are impact aligned, so you're already trying to create a product that's better than what's out there or trying to solve a problem, it might be that the mitigation is not around the solution that you're offering, it's around the rest of your business. So it's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. We had a client that had a alternative food product, so a non-meat product. So they said, here's something that shows that we're sustainable because we're actually reducing the amount of livestock that's been used, which means reducing emissions, which means changing land use. And our question to them was, well, that's great. I think that will actually have a positive impact, but how are you producing that? Or how are you operating your business in terms of how your employees are working? So even if you're setting out to do something that solves a social problem or an environmental problem, you need to be thinking about the rest of your business as well.
Okay, we might come back to that, but let's go to Yoshiaki-san now. That from your introduction, people understand that you are working for the Japanese government. And when you think about government and negative environmental social consequences, you are likely to think about regulation. And that may be the perspective you might want to come in. So from a point of view, how do you deal with this issue of balancing positive technological advancement and negative possible negative consequences?
Okay, thank you. Innovation brings our society prosper, but it brings also negative impact too sometimes. And actually, Japan experienced a serious problem concerning that point. In 1950s to 1970s, rapid industrialization made Japan's kind of rising sun in the world economy. Lot of factory develops lot of products and a lot of innovation happens. So people admires kind of miracle of Japan's economic development. But in the backside, a lot of pollution happens, water pollutions and air pollutions, and a disease of pollution disease happens a lot of places. A lot of people suffers pollution diseases. So the government make regulation, a lot of regulation to control the consequences of that innovation and rapid industrialization. And also government has supported mitigation technology. We provide a lot of investment to mitigating technology. That kind of stuff controls the unintended consequences of the innovation. But time goes on and new technologies emerged, disrupting technologies. In that time, we do not need regulation. We have to update our regulation. So the regulation is now other team of this problem. And I think it's a kind of circle, innovation, problem, regulation, new technology, and deregulation. That kind of circle is going on right now. And now, carbon neutralization is a top issue. And green GX, green transformation is also very important. So we are investing in that kind of stuff to bring sustainable innovation. And also, we are facing big wave of AI and Web3. And that kind of new technology changes our society. So we are thinking about regulation at the same time, thinking about deregulation, that kind of stuff. We are struggling, but we have to going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's great that we have Ishii-san here in this panel speaking about the government point of view to kind of broaden up our horizon a little bit. I think when we talk about technological innovation and sustainability, of course we are thinking about private sector leading the efforts. But sometimes, or maybe oftentimes, of course, the government needs to come in for different reasons. 2 years ago, I believe that when the UK was the president of the G7, they have published this report of a just transition. So I would like to ask each of the speakers, the point that Heather raised, which is really, like as she talked about the oil and gas industry, but not only that, there are a set of sectors that may need to transform rapidly in order to really make this world more sustainable. And then in this coinage of just transition, I think people need to dissect this a little bit more and then think about who needs to do what. And maybe there's a role for government, there's a role for private sector. I'm sure there's a role for private sector and startups maybe in particular. And so just kind of like to open up this question of who, in this just transition, to transform this world. I think who needs to do what, and if you have any comments about that. Yeah. Anybody? Yeah, Heather, go ahead.
So I'd just like to jump in there. As delighted as I am, Ishii-san, that the government is helping to support us, I'd really prefer if we are leading this transformation. I think everyone has a role to play. I think one of the big challenges with transformation, and similar to what Ishii-san said about AI is not the problem. It's who's controlling the AI. So if you want a more sustainable world, you want your voice to be heard, make it heard in whatever capacity you can. So if you're a large company, you're a small company, you have a variety of different opportunities. So I think the point being that we all have a role to play. Now, whether that role is a very large role that is leading a company or leading a community, I think every voice that counts that moves towards just transformation to make sure all of the voices are heard. It is very, very easy to hear the loud voices. Trust me, I'm American, I have a very loud voice. I'm always heard. Is that the right voice to hear? Am I representing everybody? No. But we're not going to be able to hear the other voices unless everybody takes an active part. So leaving it up to poor Ishii-san, who's doing a great job, but if we expect the government to do everything in this account, they're going to miss out because they simply cannot cover the full scope of the problem. So I would say everyone has a role, maybe not an equal role in the terms, but everyone should have a role to play.
Thank you, Heather. Donald?
I would concur with Heather. Basically, everyone has to do everything. and I say that because when we wrote the book, we identified 8 different forces that were going to make companies change. And they included investors, policymakers, consumers, it included new leadership on the inside, employees, different things that would make a company have to do things differently. Governments are great, but they don't move that quickly. Investors are great. They have themes that they want to follow, but there's many different types of investors out there. So I think we all have to do something. If we talk about startups in particular, I think that they need to think about what is required for them to be operating in a different environment, different business environment within 5 to 10 years. And they will find, if they look at the science behind climate change, the conditions that they physically operate in will be different, that the business environment will adjust because of it, because policymakers will step in and decide that things have to happen. So businesses for themselves can start to prepare for this, but everyone has to be thinking about what they can do to actually make sure that things are stable, both socially and in terms of dealing with whatever the results of climate change are.
I think dialogue is very important between innovators and rule makers. Concerning regulation, dialogue between private sector and public sector is very important. So we established some system to talk about innovators and rule makers. And we have some consulting office to discussion of that kind of issue. Also, regulatory sandbox is a kind of, we can make some test to the new innovation, and we can search the consequences of the new innovation. That kind of system we introduced. And with that kind of tools, we open our dialogue and keep talk about the innovation and consequence. That kind of stuff we are trying right now.
Great. Maybe I would like to ask Ishii-san to speak up a little bit more about the initiative the Japanese government has been taking in the startup arena. You mentioned the 5-year startup plan, but at the same time, with your leadership as well, METI has initiated this new project called the J Startup Impact. So it is really a startup encouraging startups focusing on impact or impact-aligned startups. Maybe not all of the people in the audience might know this. So could you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, thank you very much. Concerning regulation is very important, but the other side, promotion side, is also important. And J Startup Impact is one of the main flagship programs. We would like to promote impact startup because it can bring social solution sustainably. It can realize economic development, economic vitality, and social impact. That kind of player we need. But a lot of investors and even government people cannot recognize which startup is impact startup, important impact startup. So we select that kind of important impact startup as a J Startup Impact. As you know, government people cannot select the startup, but we have special persons in private sector. So we gathered some specialists from private sector and made a discussion, and we selected 30 important Japanese impact startup. And one of the committee member is Imada-san. And we would like to select that startup and make branding. And we would like to bring more investors to that kind of cutting-edge startups. And also government can provide more support, more focus to that kind of startup. That is one thing. Usually, government policy is equal to everyone. But in this important part, we have to focus and target and promote. That kind of steps we are doing right now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ishii-san, for that. So now we've been talking about this balancing act of positive technological advancement and possible negative environmental and social consequences. What do you see as an overarching principles, maybe, aside from your work, consulting work or otherwise, that you see forming as principles for balancing these two? Maybe we can start with you, Donald.
I think for startups, the main thing is sustainability should be included on day one. So I'm not from the technology background or the innovation background, I'm from a sustainability background, but what I can say is that if you put sustainability on a checklist of things to do and it's the last one, like, okay, we've created a new product, we've created a new idea, a new service, we've piloted it, we've prototyped it, we're ready to take it to market, is it sustainable? If the answer is no, how far back are you going to go to correct your problem? You're probably just going to go ahead with it. So the thinking should be from the beginning, we're innovating, but we're innovating in a sustainable manner. And I think that the type of thinking that you do when you come up with new products, innovative products or new technologies, is really the same as what people do when they come up with sustainable solutions. You have to think out of the box. You have to think a little bit differently. You have to think about what are the compromises I need to make to get something that's ideal for the market. So sustainability on day one, and use your innovation ability to think when you try to create sustainable solutions.
All right. I might come back to you, your number two later a bit, but Heather, same question.
I couldn't agree with Donald more on this. Absolutely nailed it. If it is something you're going to do later on, you can do that, but that's the work I have to do now. It's really, really hard to turn a ship around. So absolutely couldn't say it better. What I would caution particularly startups to consider, if sustainability is a core value for your business, that you choose the right financial partner. Make sure your investors share your values. And I think a lot of startups actually choose the money that comes to them. And there's a lot of very practical reasons why you would do that. However, 6 months, a year, 2 years down the road, you realize that your investors are only asking for profit. They really don't care about the sustainability portion of your work. Now, whose fault is that? Likely, their values and your values were misaligned from the beginning. Now, this is still a growing and changing field, so you often do have to prove to your investors that your sustainability program has a return on investment. And that can be sometimes exceedingly challenging. But if you get I was in venture capital, if you get in bed with an investor who is only going to be looking at quarterly profits, you can't always deliver that and have a sustainable company that is going to match your values. So I've seen a lot of founders fail, not because their technology is bad, but because their people lost hope in the vision of what they were doing. because they ended up going just for the technological product. So that can be really, really difficult conversation for a startup to have. You want to be successful, but I really caution you to try and find the right partner. And same if you're looking for jobs, this is a great place. You know, certainly our organizers would say the same. You really have to consider, do your values align? And if they don't, 100%, maybe that's okay, that's very difficult. Is it 75%? Okay. Is it only 10%? Does that work? Is that enough? And I think that's a very important consideration, but it's not always the most practical one, to be fair. So keeping that in mind as well.
Okay. Same question, Ishii-san.
Okay. In 5-year plan for startup development, finance is very important. So we would like to bring investors from all over the world to Japan's cutting-edge impact startups. And also human resources key point of 5-year plan. And we would like to develop some human resources, and we would like to support human resources that can realize value from the basic technologies, research and development of the universities, that kind of stuff. And also, open innovation is very important to create a strong startup ecosystem in Japan. Big corporation is a key player. So we would like to make kind of win-win collaboration between startup and big corporation. That kind of activity I would like to continue, and as well as dialogue concerning regulation and promotion of cutting-edge startups.
Great, okay. I have two questions. Maybe we have time for Q&A, so in the last 10 minutes, so please be ready to raise your hand if you have questions. But before that, the overarching principles, I think that they sound very good. Sustainability from day one, good alignment of values and finding right partner, and also human resource talent. I think Socials does that, a good job on that already, and collaboration between the startups and big firms. So those they all sound good and nice, but maybe you might hear a question from the startups, but who's going to pay for that? Well, of course, startups are busy. Of course, we are really making products and then trying to market and then really testing and then piloting and the prototyping. They may say, well, we don't really have time to think about the sustainability issues that because we are already impact aligned company. Donald said that you want to really think about what else is happening in your value chain, but that's going to be cannot be our priority. Who's going to bear the cost? Anybody?
I mean, I think the easy answer is that your future investors will pay for it and your future customers will pay for it. And if you don't do it, then they won't pay for it. So turn it around. But, I mean, that said, it is understood that startups, of course, have a lot of things that they're trying to do at once, so you need to have some balance here. And I think that the way to do that is you do a scaled down version of sort of sustainability assessment than what a corporate would do. So you shouldn't be expected to use some of the more robust frameworks that corporates would use, such as SASB, which looks at the most material issues in your business, or GRI, which does a full full ESG metric analysis. That you look for something that's a bit simpler and more appropriate for where you are at the stage that you can manage. There's a consortium-led group out there called ESG VC that tries to simplify the ESG process for startups. Something like that is very useful. Or you can talk to someone like me that can actually say, this is useful to you, this is useful to you, this you don't need to know about. And maybe the easy way to start is look at what is material to your industry and just focus on that in terms of trying to figure out how to improve what you're doing today.
I just want to jump in really quickly on that. Couldn't agree with Donald again, but one of the things that I think you have to keep in mind is no one expects you to be a perfect company. I have never met a perfect company in sustainability. Sustainability is not a journey, it's not a destination, it is a journey, which means if you're perfect today, next year you might not be. Even in 6 months you might not be. So I think even with my very, very large companies that I've consulted with, we usually put ambition and purpose at the forefront, knowing that we're not going to be able to solve all of the issues in year one. It's not possible. So what we try and do is look at maybe a 3-year journey of where you would like to be, but be open and honest about that. You might not be there today, but it is your goal to get here. And just acknowledge, though not perfect today, we are aware of these issues. We're trying to solve them. And also, as Donald mentioned, unlike when I started in sustainability, and maybe some of you, there's a much, much larger community of knowledgeable people out there that are really willing to kind of help out startups and are willing to donate some of their time to give you advice. So I'd recommend definitely reaching out to that. Donald put his hand up. I'm far too busy, but we can go over there.
Okay, great. Anybody has a question?
May I?
Okay, Ishii-san, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Your question about who pays the sustainability is very important. Of course, government can pay a part, but very important part is a private sector. Government can provide subsidy, and also we provide tax incentive for the sustainability. But a big part of that payment should go should come from the private sector because government budget is limited. So we need some kind of consortium to talk about more investment for that sustainability from private sector and also from government. That kind of activity and move is very important, I think.
Thank you, thank you. So do I see any hands? Questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for the panel. I'm Niklas Karonen from Nordic Innovation House. We support Nordic startups with their Japan entry. My question is particularly for you, Ishii-san. You mentioned about the G Startup Impact Program, which sounds very interesting and promising. But could you elaborate a little bit further about the evaluation process? You mentioned you have this group of experts, but what are maybe some of the metrics that you are looking into, or what are your overall goals for this program? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wait. I think we can take one more question if you have a hand. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I own a startup here for the affordable online therapy platform to break a stigma around therapy. And Heather, when you mentioned the downside of the development, the technology, the one thing I face is the privacy. One is because people just afraid of like the privacy, what's going on inside, and also like Japanese, I think unique too is like they have limited private space to do online therapies, and also I have a business plan too, and then that is so they want to know what their problem is, which kind of contradicts the benefit of therapy. And I think that's really unique to Japan, and I really appreciate your insider thoughts that would be, challenges to having this online therapy business in Japan.
Okay, great. So first question to Ishii-san, second question, Heather. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. J Startup Impact is very important policy programs for now. And actually, as a beginning, we are thinking about the big corporation of Japan, big corporation Japan, that kind of stuff. But a lot of metrics we have to create to make big corporation Japan. And also, it is not fit to the Japanese startups. So we create more simple measurement. And we think these parts are very important parts from benefit corporation metrics. We introduced that one. And at the same time, we consult with many key players among that policy area. And we made some selection committee. And benefit corporation's basic part and selection committee's discussion selected 30 startups. It's a kind of some starting point of our trial. So we would like to make more discussion to make the J-Startup Impact more effective. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's a super tough question and a really, really interesting business that you have. It's a really difficult one because in my old life at EY, we did a lot of work, Ryan did a lot of work with the insurance companies. And I see a lot of people in the audience very similar to me having a smartwatch that's tracking my data. How much of that do I want to share? How much of that could be beneficial to share? How much about my body should be known because it would be useful to society or actually useful to me? I think these are big questions that we need, maybe not Ishii-san's department, but we definitely need the government involved in as well. Europe is a little bit leading in this in the sense of the right to be forgotten, to have your digital footprint forgotten for companies. So I think what you're going to get down to is two things. One, you've got to change the hearts and minds of people around what ultimately will be done with their data and could be done with their data, having strict guardrails around that. But then also, to be perfectly honest, being able to have the opportunity for people to opt out. I think that's hugely important. When the power is back with the people, I think most people, as long as they know that the power is theirs to take away, will probably be more open to sharing their information. So when we have those opportunities to be building a business where you rely on a huge amount of private data, securing the privacy and allowing control and being ultimately very, very transparent about it. I think we're still not quite there yet. You're struggling in a difficult place, but we'll get there.
Thank you. Thank you for the question and for the response, Heather. I think that's a very important aspect of the consequences, possible consequences of technological innovation we all need to bear in mind. So we only have 45 seconds. So Ishii-san and Heather responded to a question. So I'd like to give you, Donald, the last word for this panel, please.
I mean, I think I just go back to sustainable from day one. Align yourself with a goal, but also make sure that everything around it and behind it is just as good as whatever that goal is. And if you're having difficult starting, just try something, talk to someone, and there's lots of people with solutions out there that can help you along your sustainability journey.
Okay, so thank you very much for joining this session. Very important topic that we discussed today. So again, thank you for your participation, and please give a round of good applause for these things. Very, very good presenters, speakers today. Thank you.
ありがとうございました. Thank you very much. Now we would like to move on to the photo session, so if you can rise. In the center. 皆さん集まっていただいて、キュッといいお顔で Big smile. Great pictures, great smiles. Thank you so much. ありがとうございました. Everybody, please give a round of applause to Iwata-san, Ishii-san, Donald, and Heather. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました. All right, so now before we move on to the next section, we would like to, oh, you see the big crowd coming up on stage with loud noise here. すごいですね。いっぺんにドドドってくると怖い怖い怖い怖い。はい。How quick they are. They already moved everything out. ちょっとね、時間がかかるかな思ったんですけど、あっという間に過ぎました。さあ、というわけで、では続きましていきましょう。We're supposed to be, we were not expecting it to have the staff that quick. But anyways, we are ready to move on. Okay, so the next section is from a speech from Ken Kodama. Ken Kodama is a CEO of Emergo and a co-founder of Cardano Blockchain. The Emergo has created 11 billion yen fund to promote Cardano technology worldwide, including Africa. And the Cardano will be adopting global adoption by 2024 and with a focus of socially impactful solutions. それでは児玉さんお願いいたします。Thank you very much for coming. Please big a round of applause. Let's welcome Ken Kodama.
私はですね、この Web3、スライドをお願いできますか。私はこう Web3 スペースの中でですね、カルダノというブロックチェーンを共同創業いたしました。このブロックチェーンがメインのネットからリリースされて、今7年足らずでですね、このトークンの経済規模というのは約2兆円のマーケットキャップまで成長いたしました。実はこのカルダノなんですけども、実はですね、日本の大阪から始まりました。日本人の方々にですね、約1万名の方々にカルダノのトークンセールに参加していただき、ADA の保有者いっぱいいると思います。そのカルダノですけども、私は日本人としてですね、このカルダノという技術を日本にそして世界に広げるためにエマーゴという会社を創業し、ブロックチェーンの商業化に向けて本格的に活動してきました。そしてこのカルダノブロックチェーンを経営していく中でですね、実は私のビジョンであった日本から世界へということができなくなったんです。その要因というのは2018年にですね、金融庁からクリプト暗号資産を保有する法人は年度末に含み益を認識しなさいということが言われました。いわゆるですね、我々のようなトークンを発行する企業というのは、キャピタルゲインが未実現の場合であったとしても、期末に納税をしなければならないというような法律だったんです。これをするとですね、私たちのようなベンチャー企業は当然のごとくうまく経営することはできません。またですね、コインチェックによってもですね、の取引所でもさまざまなトークンの流出事件というものがあって、非常にですね、消費者保護の観点でかなり厳しい規制というのが整備されました。そしてですね、この厳しい環境の中で私を含むですね、多くの Web3 起業家が海外に拠点を移したんです。そして私は経営方針を海外から日本へいずれ持ってこようという経営方針に転換したわけです。ありがとうございます。そうですね。そうです。移動したんです。そんな私ですけども、今はですね、日本人起業家として完全にグローバル企業に転身しました。 今100名近くのスタッフがいるんですけども、日本人はもう本当に片手に収まる程度しかいません。そんな私ですけども、アジアの方、あるいはアメリカ、ヨーロッパ、そしてアフリカの方、世界中の方々と共に働く中で、日本とグローバルのギャップ、というものを理解していると思います。その経験をもっとですね、日本が再び明るい経済大国になるためには、どのようなマインドセットで、どのようなアプローチをしていけば、日本が再び活気ある国になっていくのか、こういったことを私の考えを共有させていただければと思っております。皆さんよくですね、失われた30年というキーワード、よく聞くことがあると思いますけども、これはですね、過去日本のバブル期に世界の時価総額ランキングの中でですね、多くの日系企業っていうのがこの業界の牽引しておりました。ですが30年経った今、この世界の時価総額ランキングトップ50に入っているのはトヨタだけというような状況でございます。また賃金の推移を見てもですね、30年ほぼ横ばい、日経平均もほぼ横ばいということで、データを見ればですね、もう明らかにこれは停滞しているというようなことが言えるのかなというふうに思っております。ですが、この業界が変わるパラダイムシフトが起こるときというのは、日本にとってもこれから大きなチャンスがあるんではないでしょうか。過去に遡ってみますと、日本は多くの企業が時価総額のランキングを牽引しておりましたけども、ここで大きなポイントとなるのが、自動車であったり家電であったり、世界の標準化を進めたことだと思っています。ですが今、このインターネット産業が来てですね、マイクロソフトであったりアップルであったりグーグルであったり、こういったテック企業がこのテクノロジーのスペースで世界的な標準化を推し進めているということで、パラダイムシフトが起こればこのマップも変わるということだと思います。そしてこの AI とかブロックチェーンもそれに匹敵するような革新的な技術であると信じておりまして、この技術をもってですね、産業が大きく変わるんじゃないか、日本のように人口が減少していくとしてもですね、このテクノロジーを使って一人一人の労働生産性を高めることができるんじゃないか、そういうふうに私は思っているので、これを機会として捉えております。ではこのブロックチェーンとか AI を使ったら今後世の中どうなっていくんでしょうか。私はこのブロックチェーンに入ってきた中でですね、主にその金融業界でイノベーションを起こしたいという思いがあって、このブロックチェーンのスペースに入ってきました。なので金融業界を一つ例にとって挙げると、このブロックチェーンとか AI っていうのはどこで使われるのか、というと大きく4つの分野で使われるんじゃないかでしょうか。一つはやはりそのトークンというブロックチェーンを使ったトークン化ですね。最近マッキンゼーのレポートではですね、2030年までに320兆円の金融資産がトークン化されるという分析レポートを発表いたしました。これはですね、株や社債、こういったそのパブリックな資産だけではなくて、さまざまなアセットクラスというものがトークン化することによって国際流通が起きてくると思います。そしてこのブロックチェーンという技術は改ざんできないデータというのを記録するという性質がありますけども、すべての経済取引には金融の概念がついてきます。A さんから B さんに取引されたというのが過去に遡ってですね、参照することにできることによって企業の信頼度っていうのは比較的上がっていくというふうに思います。そしてセトルメントのレイヤーでも大きく変わってきます。例えばトヨタのような日本企業はグローバルにさまざまな拠点を持っているわけですけども、グループ間の決済の中でもですね、多額なお金が動いています。これを銀行インフラを使ってですね、送金をするとですね、やはり3営業日から5営業日の日数がかかり、送金手数料もそれなりにかかります。ですがこれステーブルコインに置き換えればどうでしょうか。 グループ間だけでも、莫大なコストの削減、あるいはスピードの、向上というのが、できるようになります。そしてこの、ブロックチェーン上に記録されたオンチェーンのデータをですね、AI によって解析することによって、将来の予測モデリングであったり、リスク分析、そしてクレジットの、予診とかですね、そういったものにも、活用できるのではないでしょうか。このような技術を活用することで、要するに取引であったり、業務の効率化っていうのが劇的に進みます。皆さん、よくね、ご心配されると思いますけども、今までのその単純労働みたいなものっていうのはこのテクノロジーに置き換わっていくわけですね。これは多分間違いないと思います。ただ心配しないでください。他方で、働き方の概念自体が変わってくると私は思っています。まさに遊びながらお金を稼げるような、そんな時代がやってくるかもしれません。ゲームをして、ゲームでお金を稼いだり、あるいは最近 TikTok ライブみたいなものが流行ってますけども、TikTok ライブの中で、雑談をする中で、投げ銭がもらえるというようなことが起こったりとかですね、今ももうすでに進みつつあるんですけども、今後より一層ですね、こういったお金を稼ぐという概念自体が変わってくるんではないでしょうか。そして、そんな世の中に変わっていく中で、私たち起業家、あるいは、事業家の方、政府の方々、私たちはどんなアプローチ、マインドセットを持って、生きていければよいのでしょうか。私は大きく3つの変化が特に日本には必要なんじゃないかなというふうに考えております。まずは大きな志を起業家として持つことです。やはりですね、日本人の方と、よく接していく中で、やはり日本人ってすごく細かくてですね、小さな負を見つける能力、そしてその負を解決する能力っていうのは素晴らしいです。ですが、私チャールズと、パートナーとしてですね、働いてますけども、彼が素晴らしいことは何かと一つ挙げろと言えば志の高さ、だと思います。彼は出会った当初、アフリカの難民を救いたい、そして社会のスタンダードを作りたい、ブロックチェーンの業界のスタンダードを形成していきたい、こういった主語がめちゃくちゃ大きかったんです。やはりですね、この大きな問題、大きな志を持って野心的な問題を解決をすることによって業界のスタンダードを形成することができるんじゃないでしょうか。そして次にマーケットですね。今日本では、もはやドメスティック市場だけで、ビジネス活動をしているとやっぱりグロースができないというところだと思います。でも日本には素晴らしいアセットであったり素晴らしいサービス、そういったものがたくさんあります。これをもっとグローバルに売っていかなければならない。あるいは起業をするデイワンからもうグローバルを見据えて展開していかなければ、これから10年20年続く会社は作れないと思います。そのようなマインドを持ってですね、起業家を、育成していくこと、これは非常に重要なんではないかでしょうか。そして2つ目、イノベーションのエコシステムを、構築することです。最近柳井さんがですね、上級管理者あるいは中間管理職の方、海外から日本に呼び寄せないといけないということをおっしゃられておりました。ですが私はまずすべきことは日本の優秀な起業家を日本でとどまらせることが大事だと思っています。私のように海外に行った起業家、また日本にやっぱ戻ってきてもう一度勝負したいと、そう思えるような環境を作ることが大事だと思っています。やはりイノベーションを起こしていくのって起業家なんですよね。なのでこの一握りの優秀な起業家が日本に貢献したいと、そう心から思っているような人をですね、日本にやっぱり持ってくるということが、非常に重要だと、私は思っています。またですね、ごめんなさいね。それを支えるためには投資の流入もしていかなければなりません。 昨年日本では VC からの資金調達額っていうのは約7500億円が入ったと言われています。それに対してアメリカでは約24兆円の VC からのスタートアップへの投資っていうのが実行されています。これだけを見てもかなり大きな差ですけども、やはりインフラであったりプラットフォームであったりこういったものを作るには莫大な初期コスト初期投資っていうのが必要になってきます。これを支えるために大企業であったりですね、海外のVC の方あるいは日本の VC の方から大きなその投資が入るような施策っていうのをどんどん実行していかなければならないというふうに思います。そしてオープンイノベーションマインドであれということですね。日本は本当に豊かな国で、いわゆるその不便に思うことっていうのが非常に少ないと思います。でもこれでいいんでしょうか。やっぱり新しいテクノロジー新しいサービスというのがどんどん生まれていく中で、やっぱり企業もどんどん変わっていかなければなりません。大学企業さまざまな人たちがオープンな姿勢でイノベーションに取り組んでいかなければなりません。そして政府に対しても提言したいと思います。やはりその起業家にとって、あるいは成長分野にとって、これは規制を緩和していくということも必要かと思います。日本ではですね、サンドボックスであったり経済特区みたいなところの支援っていうのが比較的薄いような感じがしています。ですが、やはりですね、こうイノベーションを起こすっていう時はやっぱりリスクがついてくるわけなので、このリスクテイクをするカルチャー自体をですね、政府が牽引して作っていただきたいというふうに私は思っております。またですね、経営資源の循環というところもすごく大事なんではないでしょうか。これはどういうことかと言いますとですね、皆さん、よく目に、見がちなのがですね、スタートアップの企業の数あるいは質、ここにやっぱり目がいくと思うんですけども、一定数ですね、会社の廃業、あるいは人の解雇、こういったものも必要なんです。やっぱり日本の文化では長い年月経営をすることが良しとされていて、一つの会社で長く働くことが良しとされている文化がまだ根付いていると思うんですよね。ですけども、この変化の激しい世の中を生き抜いていくためには知識の幅というものが必要で、変化を作っていかないといけないんですね。そのためにはやっぱり古い体質の企業は一定数廃業も必要で、その廃業した矢先に新しいテクノロジーのそのスタートアップ、というものをやっぱり生み出していくというようなことが必要なんではないでしょうか。そしてですね、最後にハングリー精神を創出していかなければならないと思っています。私は政治家ではないので、これを言うと叩かれると思います。叩かれることを覚悟で言いたいと思いますけども、日本は本当に低所得者層に対して甘いと言いますか、支援をしすぎていると思います。やっぱり財政っていうのは限りがあるわけなので、この財政をどこに使うかっていうのはやっぱり戦略的に考える必要があるんではないでしょうか。私が聞いた話によるとですね、コロナ禍の時、無職の人、1ヶ月に40万ぐらいの補助金をもらっていた方もいらっしゃいました。40万もらえたらですね、働くインセンティブっていうのはありますかということだと思うんですよね。やっぱりそのこう見捨てるわけではないです。もちろん、一人一人の国民に寄り添う、ところはもちろん重要なんですけども、やっぱり本質的にはですね、国民一人一人が自分の力で稼げるスキルや能力を作っていくというようなことが、本当の優しさなんではないでしょうか。私はそういうふうに思っているので、この削減された財源を成長分野への投資にもっと使っていただきたいというふうに私は提言していきたいというふうに思っております。まとめですけども、日本国家というのはここ30年間、経済が停滞してきました。これは皆さん本当にみんな努力をしてやってきた結果、これがそうなんですけども、やはりもっとですね、これで変わらなかったのであれば、もっと 積極的な変化が必要です。これはもう政府に頼る話ではなくて、自分事としてそれぞれの持ち場で、大学の方、あるいは民間企業の方も、日本国家良くなるように、それぞれの持ち場で尽力するというようなことが必要なんではないでしょうか。そして、産学官が、連携して、再び強い経済力を持った、日本を、再び、作れると、私は信じておりますし、今後も、私は日本の経済の発展に、貢献していきたいというふうに思っております。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. And now, we will move on to the next section. And I think we are going to have the seats coming out again. Now, while we wait for the stage to be cleared, I would like to thank you, our partners and sponsors. We are very delighted to have Shibuya City as our official partner, Von Zutter as our co-host, and Input Output Global as our title sponsor. Thank you very much. 渋谷市がオフィシャルパートナーとして今回私たちをサポートしてくださっていること、ボンズッターがコーホスト、そしてインプットアウトプットグローバルが私たちのタイトルスポンサーであることをソーシャスとして感謝申し上げます。ありがとうございます。さあ、バッチリこれで準備ができたようですね。 OK かな、もうちょっと。はい。さあ、先ほどもお願いしましたけれども、後ろの皆さん、people who立ってらっしゃる方、おしゃべりをされる方はですね、申し訳ありませんが、ここの中は扉が閉まっておりまして、外で大きい声で喋っていただけるように設置しておりますのでですね、お話をされたい方はですね、すいません、企業的なこともあるかと思いますが、このステージ上で、皆さん喋っておられるときはですね、聞いてる人がいるということを忘れずに後ろで小さい声で会話する、もしくは外に出ていただいて会話するようにしていただけますと、私たちも大変ありがたいので、どうぞ皆様ご協力お願いいたします。We ask for cooperation. If you're behind the scene, if you're not sitting down, or if you're behind the hall, while the stage is going on, I would kindly like to ask you to lower your voices. If you need to talk, please go outside because the doors are closed in this hall. So we have seats available outside in the lobby. So please cooperate, and all the volunteers helping out us today, please watch out for the people talking because we have voices out up front listening saying it's a little bit noisy behind, so please do cooperate. よろしくお願いいたします。ではOkay, so let's move on. The next theme we have is leveraging technology for humanitarian action, balancing innovation with ethical responsibility. Now let's call in the moderator and the speakers. So the moderator for this time is going to be Chiara Lepora. And Kiara, she arrived, she had a very nice speech in the morning. Thank you very much for coming out again. Kiara is an emergency medicine specialist who has worked in the MSF and the Red Cross, and she teaches global health at the University of Denver. Thank you very much for joining us. And the speaker we have today, we have two speakers. First, Sébastien Guillemot. Sébastien is the co-founder and CTO of DC Spark, specializing in blockchain innovations, and co-founder of Paima Studios. And he has lived in Japan for 6 years, working in the Web3 space. Thank you very much for joining. And lastly, we have Shoko Hanzawa. Shoko, the Japan representative of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, since 2023, has over 10 years of humanitarian aid experience. She holds a master's degree from Columbia University and will discuss the role of technology in humanitarian aid. Thank you very much. よろしくお願いいたします. Okay, Kiara, would you like to take over?
Thank you very much, Christelle, and thank you to both of you for being here. I would really like to keep this as an open conversation because often people who are very knowledgeable of new technologies and decentralized system, for instance, are not that used to talking about humanitarian and vice versa. So we are going to start by, on the contrary, pointing out how many overlaps and how many converging aspects there are between these two fields. And maybe let's just start by having both of you introducing the company you work with and the work that you do, and then we will go into a conversation on specific aspects. Sébastien?
Yeah, I'm the founder of two separate companies. One of them is called DC Spark, which is a company building core R&D for blockchain protocols, primarily focusing on layer 2 networks and ZK. As well, I'm the founder of Paima Studios, which is focusing more on the application side, to try to create real applications for end users using this cutting-edge technology that we help build.
All right, so I work with the International Committee of the Red Cross. It's called ICRC. And basically, we are a humanitarian organization providing assistance and protection to the people affected by armed conflict.
Thanks a lot. And just to make sure we're all situated in the same understanding, I think we heard by the previous panel, for instance, a lot of good news about the way in which different parts of the world are improving and how new technologies can actually help and make the difference in decreasing inequities, for instance. On the aspect of conflict, however, the world is not doing much better. The number of conflict has been increasing lately, and the number of people affected by conflict, either death or displacement, is unfortunately still increasing today. So we are talking about a type of situation that is not yet being resolved, and unfortunately, I think the ICRC is in the front line of many of these situations. Can we maybe then start, Shoko-san, by telling us how do you or does the ICRC see the role of emerging and decentralized technologies in the humanitarian work that you do?
I think it's really indicative of what I'm having right now. I have a paper, which is a cheat sheet, and then the pen, and then Sébastien here, I mean, he doesn't have anything, and I mean, this is really indicative. I mean, I'm a humanitarian worker, and maybe from technological point of view, you might think that we are living in a different kind of world, or even the age, so that's how I want to start. But it doesn't mean that we do not embrace technologies, emerging technologies, but we take a very cautious approach. And just please let me explain that. Because, so we have a mandate entrusted to us by the state, and we basically really strive to assist and provide protection for the most vulnerable people, prisoners of war, children, separated families, etc., etc., etc. And we have to do it under do no harm principle. So we basically try to minimize harm in all of our actions and activities. And also, as you can probably imagine, I said that ICRC works in an armed conflict situation. So basically, we often work in a very, very complex environment. And with very limited services. So oftentimes we don't have electricity, we don't have connectivity, no internet. I mean, that's where we work. And in order to work, we basically rely on our principles of humanity, impartiality, independence, and neutrality. And also we rely on our working modality of having confidential dialogue, bilateral confidential dialogue. So taking all these things into consideration, we must be very cautious. So before adapting new technology, we try to really understand it first, do research, test, and then contextualize it. So meaning that maybe it works in Ukraine, it doesn't work in Sudan, for example. And so this is not very move fast and break things. I mean, this is probably the opposite of that. So, but we see some potential for these technologies, especially AI. And I just want to give you an example. So for example, we try to test the use of AI to improve our supply chain. And so basically what it is that researchers analyze historical data from our health program to identify consumption patterns, and AI is used to create predictive models for more accurate forecasts, which will be extremely useful to us. I mean, it's not easy to predict because, I mean, conflict takes place in a very unexpected time, but at the same time, we are trying to use the new technology to improve our service. And another example is our Luxembourg delegation. So we have a delegation in Tokyo, we have a Tokyo delegation. In Luxembourg, we have a delegation, and it solely focused on the cyberspace. So what they all do is all about cyberspace, how to use cyber technologies and all that. So these are the examples that I can give to you. Maybe from tech people, it might not be anything, but at the same time, it's something for us.
No, thank you, Shoka-san. Very interesting. And Sebastian, you come from the different background, let's say. How did you get involved in applying new technologies to the humanitarian world? And how do you see the role of these new technologies in the future of humanitarian intervention?
Yeah, I think for humanitarian causes, one of the most important things is efficiency. We want the best efficiency possible, not just to get the best help to the people as quickly as we can, but also it helps a lot from a donation perspective, right? People want to donate to a cause where they feel like their money is getting put to good use, and so people want this kind of efficiency. And one of the problems is, of course, how do you measure the efficiency when it's projects on such a large scope, especially in regions where tracking some of these things is pretty difficult. And one of the problems that people have, one of the solutions people have often brought up as a possibility is blockchain. So blockchain gives you a public ledger, you can track public information, so it gives you a way to easily have the auditability that a project might want to make sure that they're operating correctly and that the donors know they're operating correctly. Now the problem is that these systems are too public, right? Especially when you're working in these kinds of scenarios, you might have some cases where the donor does not necessarily want their information publicly known. They might not want people to know they're donating to a specific cause, right? Similarly, as a recipient, you might not necessarily want people to know you are a recipient. You may be part of an ethnic minority where you is maybe not a visible minority. You don't want people to know you're part of this group or affected by a specific issue, right? And so the blockchain solutions have been kind of too public for a lot of these use cases to onboard. However, there's been a lot of recent innovations in these kinds of private computations that are publicly verifiable. You might have heard this under the term ZK, which stands for Zero Knowledge Cryptography, and it's been a very fast-growing field inside not just the blockchain space, but in computer science in general. And so from our perspective, we at DC Spark and Pyman Studios are super interested in technology and trying to bring this technology to better the world. And so we've been focusing on this in a lot of commercial settings to try and build the infrastructure, and not just build infrastructure and leave it at that, but build this infrastructure and find real commercial applications or real world use cases for this infrastructure, and work with different companies to bring this to end users.
Excellent. That's very, very interesting. Now, of course, you mentioned it at the start. Maybe we can explore very, from both different perspectives, the aspects of ethical considerations in this type of application in the humanitarian context. There are even words that would be equally used and equally important in the technology world and in the humanitarian world, but mean fundamentally different things, or we use them in different ways. Security is a perfect word for that, for instance. The way in which ICRC works on security comes from a very different perspective. But we can say the same for aspects like consent, for instance, or privacy in general. Can you maybe share with us, both of you, where do you think the main attention should be put on ethical consideration in the use and the development of new technologies in humanitarian context? You start.
So I think we have to be really clear about our considerations and find the right balance between different trade-offs. So do we prioritize accessibility over maybe security, or do we prioritize privacy over price considerations, for example? So there are different things that you have to really consider. And then again, I said it in the previous interaction, but we really explore and then engage and we test. And then we make decisions. And if it does not match, and so what we try to use, it does not really match with what we really need or what we really want, then we give up, basically. And so the good example of that is our use of biometric data at the ICRC. So basically what happened is that we tested the biometric data, we researched, and we tried to work with our interlocutors to find the optimum solution using the biometric data. However, so in the course of that, we found out that the risks actually outweighed the benefits of using the biometric data. Because, I mean, if you think about it, I just said that we are working for the most vulnerable population. And then if the data of that person falls into the hands of the wrong people, then we are really in a serious situation. So we consider it actually a security issue for the people we try to serve. And it's totally do harm rather than, do benefit. So now we, as an institution, we have a very strong policy about the use of biometric data at the ICRCs. And this kind of translates into who we prefer to work. I mean, I think it naturally does. And we tend to work more with academic institutions because we feel that they have a little more transparency. They are independent from various factors. And so we feel that by working with academic institutions, it ensures sort of ethical decision making.
Yeah, I mean, for us, like for concrete use cases, we're looking a lot into stuff like traceability, right? So if you're thinking about traceability from a humanitarian perspective, you want that the companies providing the goods, that's making the donations, can have some kind of guarantee that the things they put in are really making it into the system and getting to the end users. From an end user perspective, you want to be able to receive the donations, but do it in a way that preserves your privacy, while also avoiding the ability to double dip and apply for the same kind of grants multiple times. And so I think these kinds of technological solutions that we're working on, that people in the zero-knowledge cryptography space in general are working on, can help tackle a lot of these problems that we've had, where people want to, for example, try and introduce technology to solve some of these common problems, but where these technologies introduces too much data. And in a lot of these cases, as was mentioned, data is actually a liability. And you want to try and minimize the data that you own, and zero knowledge is very well positioned as a technology to help solve exactly this problem.
Yeah, that's very interesting and important. Maybe there is also one of the aspects for which, of course, dealing with such ethical conundrum in such complicated situation sometimes pushes us to look for meaningful collaboration, right? And the participation, so the use of decentralization, not only from the technological point of view, but also as a solution to some of the difficult questions that we are confronted with. And so the whole aspect of collaboration, either with the communities that the ICRC serve, or with the policymakers, or with academic institution, or private startup, for instance, all these aspects of collaboration and can really somewhat ensure the fact that the process of innovation is meaningful and ethical as much as possible. Can you maybe share examples in your experience of how collaboration and collaborative innovation can have best practices, if you have any example in mind?
So, I mean, I said that as the ICRC, we work more closely with the academic institutions, but I'm not saying that we don't work with the private sector. That we don't work with startups. I think us being here in Japan, of course, we do a lot of fundraising and the conversations with the authorities. But one of the benefits of us being in Japan is exactly that. The technological aspect of it, and we are acutely aware of it. And for example, it's not a startup, but we are exploring how we can actually work, for example, with NEC in Japan. And it's in the area of landmine detection, actually. So how together with the private sector we can try to find solutions to the humanitarian challenges that we face on our daily lives. So that's how we see the collaboration aspect of it too. I will give you some examples. For example, we have an app called Red Safe app. And it is an app and you can download it, but it's a platform with some functions. For example, it has a digital vault where people can save their important identification documents, for example. It has a way to tell people where one can find humanitarian assistance, for example. So it has different functions. So how we created it, of course, as I said many times, we did a lot of consultations, we did a lot of testing. This consultation actually involved the local community. So we initially did it in the southern part of Africa, so Mozambique and in the South Africa, to be very specific. And then we saw that it was a success, and then we brought it to other contexts as well to see this cultural compatibility aspect too. And at the same time, we try to work with the Red Cross and Red Crescent. We have Red Cross or a Red Crescent in every single country that we provide assistance. So we try to work with our local partners as well to develop this particular app. Another example is this weapon contamination project that I just touched on, the work with the NEC. Actually, we work with Waseda University in Japan. So what we are trying to do is to use the drone and then take the photos from the sky, and then we gather the data, and then we send the data to Waseda University. They analyze it, and by AI, machine learning, and then it is supposed to improve the predictability of landmines that are on the ground or in the ground. And so that's kind of like the collaboration that we are trying to seek. I mean, landmines is a very difficult area to collaborate, but we are really exploring how the technologies can help us solve the humanitarian huge challenges.
Yeah, I think one of the difficulties in any human endeavor is the coordination overhead. It's impossible to know what is going on in every place and every time, and therefore trying to scale any project beyond a few people, it just becomes really difficult. You can see this in practice in your daily life. Whenever you have an issue with computer software, or even just hardware for that matter, and you reach out to get help, one of the first things they'll ask you is like, did you modify this anyway? What were you doing? Did you using this in a proper way? Because in almost all cases, there's some kind of human error as opposed to a software error. Somebody received code from a vendor, and then they weren't really sure how it worked, but they said, oh, like actually there's this issue, and we'll just patch around it, and we don't need to report this up. And you can imagine as this scales to tens of thousands of people, that by the end of the day, when this actually gets shipped to the field and people are actually using this in real life, this may have become something that's far removed from the initial intended design when it was built in a country like Japan. And so trying to have better auditability of what is actually being run in the field, the actual state of the system in the field, is super important for not just the usability of the system, but also for stakeholders to come into agreement about the state of the project, right? If you have multiple companies together and they see data that maybe does not match their hypothesis, one of the first things they'll probably go to is not, oh, maybe I was wrong about my hypothesis. The first thing they'll probably go to is like, well, did you guys change something? Did you change the code? Did you change the deployment? What did you guys do? Because in such a large pipeline, it's probably something shifted somewhere, and that's why the data is wrong. And so having this kind of verifiable computation where you can have this kind of traceability that the system that's being run at the end of the day is mathematically provably accurate and matches what was designed initially, can solve a lot of these issues, because then you can have a common ground with all your partners, not just from a development perspective, but also your partners on the ground, and make sure that we have some common understanding that the final states at the end of the day and the code that's being run, the results of these computation really do match what everybody signed off before the deployment, and there hasn't been anything that's changed in between. And so I think this kind of new ways to have guarantees on what is happening through computation can solve a lot of these coordination overheads and allow us to build systems that scale to the levels that are required for these kinds of large humanitarian efforts.
Great, that's excellent. If it's okay, I'm going to ask you maybe a last question, and then we are going to open to questions from the floor, as I see a very attentive public, so I'm sure people will have questions for you. Maybe let me add one more piece to this puzzle that we are somewhat putting together today. One of the most complicated aspect, of course, of thinking about new technologies in humanitarian context is the aspect of digital inequalities. And of course, it's problematic on two levels. So let me give the example, for instance, of large language models or machine learning in general. Digital inequalities means that there are entire population or groups of people that do not input these models and that do not access the result of this. And the problem, therefore, is double, right? The models, the algorithm are not trained on data coming from certain groups, and then those groups also don't have access to the outcome, or maybe they will at some point, but the outcome will not be so adapted because it didn't include them from the start. So you can take it from any side of the problem. Maybe we can start with you now, Sebastian. Tell us, how do you think through the problem of digital inequalities in your work?
Yeah, I think one of the problems that a lot of these systems have had when you're trying to actually deploy them to the field is the access to the technology to actually either run the software or verify the software, right? If you're deploying technology to an area that might not have easy access to the global internet, trying to give them a system that's is internet dependent is not really going to scale, right? And so there's a lot of really interesting technology that we're working on to try and solve these kinds of problems, which is basically having proofs of the computation that can be generated locally. Because with these things, you can have a proof of a computation generated locally on the device, and then we use this technology called recursive snarks, which is like a kind of zero-knowledge cryptography that allows you to combine proofs of computation together. So you can have people on the field generating local proofs of their computation, combining their proofs together with other people that are also on the ground, and once they get to an internet-connected area, they can combine the entire computation, the entire state that's been accumulated, and upload that to the internet once they have that connectivity, yet still have the verifiability of all the computation. So you have some cryptographic mathematical proof that the result of accumulating all the states was not tampered with at any step. And so I think this kind of technology to enable local first development, so development that's not a cloud-based solution, but local first, that's optimized for local devices, is something that this kind of zero-knowledge cryptography is bringing to the table, and it's a new way to enable these solutions to run in a way that the kind of cloud-first development kind of philosophy that's dominated the past few years has not enabled. And so that's kind of what we're really pushing for as a company, key area that we're investing our R&D effort into.
No, thank you very much for that question, Chiara. I mean, oftentimes I feel like these digital inequalities are really related to the availability of infrastructure as well. And I mean, as you know very well, that in the situation of armed conflict, I mean, infrastructure is the first thing to go. And so this digital inequality is really an important issue for an institution like ours, and also for MSF, I'm pretty sure. And so, but at the same time, we are not an institution that really thinks about digital inequality and try to provide solution to digital inequality either. And so what we can do the best is to really, when we plan and we try to take action, we always have somewhere in our mind this issue about digital inequality. And then when we plan, we try to incorporate that aspect to our planning. And that's probably the best what we can do. So for example, we are right now trying to create a responsible use of technology framework as an institution. So this will cover the entire institution, and I haven't read it yet, so I can't tell you how strict it is going to be, and I'm a little bit afraid. But in there, this notion of digital inequality or inequality of the use of technologies per se, I think is put into a lot of thinking process and the planning process. So that's what I can probably say about digital inequality.
Did you want to add anything, Sebastian? Okay. Is there anyone wanting to ask anything, any question? I guess there are microphones available. Should we? I've learned that we should always leave a moment, because some people have very good questions, but are rarely the people who want to put their hand up first.
Yeah, I have a question about what is the, for the Red Cross representative, please, what is the role of the bottom-up grassroots initiatives in the Red Cross, and how do you assess what's worth looking into investing for the resources in?
Right, the bottom-up process. I think when I mentioned it in one of the questions, when we talk about humanitarian assistance these days, we talk about localization of aid. And that's probably exactly that. I mean, the bottom-up approach, and it's not the top-down from Geneva, somebody coming and then trying to provide assistance to people. I think it's a very important discussion that we all have to have in the humanitarian sector. And so the strengths of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement is that we do localization already. I mean, we have, as I said, we have these local chapters, I mean, Red Cross and Red Crescent societies everywhere in the world. And so they do, I mean, for example, in Japan, we have the Japanese Red Cross Society. We work very, very closely with the JRCS. And they understand the context. I mean, the local Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, national societies, they understand the local context probably the best. And so we consult with them very closely when we try to do something in that particular context. So that's how we try to ensure sort of like what you call bottom-up approach of the humanitarian assistance.
There was a second brave hand in the same. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the knowledge and the insight you've been sharing. So my name is An. I'm working at a company called Aman. So what we do is we provide solutions for SME companies with lack of access to insurance. Now, I encounter a very dilemma when actually rolling out the business. So when we first started out, our mission very lofty. We want to enable everyone to access to healthcare and insurance. Now, along the way, in the process of doing so, we're able to amass a lot of data. So we practically know everyone's health conditions. What is the pre-existing condition that they have? How much they spent last year, right? So with that data, we are able to underwrite even better than insurance company. Now, one of the challenge actually come. Insurance companies start approaching us, offering a fee in exchange for the better underwriting data so they can price the insurance policy next year better. So now it becomes an ethical question for us. Yeah. Should we give or not to give? If we give, of course, the underwriting model will be a lot better, but it will jack up the premium so high that some of these SME can never afford it. And some of them have the high premium because they have a vulnerable employee population. So in that particular situation, what each of you actually think? What should we as a technology business do? We honor the spirit of innovation by providing the insight to business, in this case, insurance company, to make a better decisions, or we chose social missions where we actually holding back the data and continue to actually use the consensus on the population, a bit inaccurate. Interested to actually learn your view on this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's a very complex question to answer to, but is any of you wanting to give your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think one of the difficult situations you're also in is that some company might approach you and say, hey, I want to know about your information to be able to get a better understanding of this specific potential customer. But you might not be able to provide the information about that customer. You want to be able to provide a statement about their information. For example, they have a pre-existing condition, those kind of information, without necessarily revealing the rest of the information, the rest of their medical history. And so this is hard because, one, you don't want to reveal information, but two, the person who is your potential customer also wants some guarantee that you're not lying, right? That you do really have this data and that you're not just making up data. So these are two separate problems that can be solved to a certain extent with technology, with some of the technology we're building. So there's kind of two parts to your question. One is if from an ethical point of view, is this something that we want to do? And then there's a second part to the question, which is that if we do it, can we do it in a way that minimizes any potential harm, both to us, to our customers, as well as to our potential business partners? And so, although I can't provide you an answer on the first part, we can definitely like do our best to help solve the second part, which is trying to be able to have a way to do computation on top of this data that you can prove that the data came from some kind of database, and that the customers of your service can prove that their health records really are stored as part of this information bank. So this kind of verifiable computation, the fact being able to prove that the data is computed correctly and comes from the true source information. These are kind of the stuff that technology can help with. For the first part, which is more that should we do this in the first place, that's a bit harder of a question.
That is a very difficult question. I mean, should we do it in the first place is a difficult question, because in the course of working with the private sector, I mean, although it's quite limited, I personally found that, you know, I mean, the way we think as a humanitarian is maybe sometimes it's different from how the private sector or the startup companies think. I mean, of course, the monetary issue always comes out. I mean, it's a priority, and I completely understand. I mean, the financial benefit is important for the private sector and also maybe the startup companies. And then for us as a humanitarian, that's probably not the most important, important factor. If it is, then we are facing problems. But we understand it, but at the same time, I think what I can say is that we really encourage everyone to put human at the center of everything. When you consider these new technologies, the ethical questions, you just try to put human beings at the center. And I mean, this is kind of going away from this health question that you raised. But one of the things we are very much concerned about these days as the ICRC is the growing use of AI in weapons. I mean, if you look at Gaza, I mean, if you look at Ukraine, I think it's pretty obvious the use of AI is happening right now. And then it's really the speed of development of these new weapons is just really, really amazing. And so in that kind of situation, we totally face these ethical questions. I mean, these weapons are used in a battlefield, and we witness that every single day at the front line. And so there is always, with new technologies, the use of new technologies, there's always ethical questions and there's always ethical considerations. But I really encourage everybody, including the ministries, including the private sector, to put the humans at the center.
Yeah, I think related to that, oftentimes the trick people use in these kinds of dilemmas is to put the choice back to the user and have the end user at the end of the day decide what they opt into for how their data is used, and having it be clear to them what are the potential benefits and disadvantages of opting into this. And the kind of key thing that we're trying to enable is having the user being able to have this kind of self-sovereignty over their data. Not only by being able to know what's happening with their data, but also having the option to share that data with other companies if they think that there's a financial reason or other benefits for them to do so. So of course, putting this control back into the hands of the users is of course, from a technology perspective, a very difficult challenge. But I think this is what a lot of the technology is aiming to try and solve at the end of the day, because unless we kind of put this back into the hands of the users, there will always be another company like yours that will make a different decision, right? Even if at the end of the day you decide today, for ethical reasons, I will pick option A, there are other companies in similar position as you across the world who may choose B, right? And the best way we can try and avoid these dilemmas is to try and get rid of the dilemma in the first place by providing a separate option where instead of the companies making this decision in the first place, it's rather the end users that are able to make that decision themselves.
I think we have time for one last very short question. There's raise the hand there.
Thank you. I just have one quick question for the ICRC. Do you use technology in any way to try and predict or more quickly communicate when conflict or there's going to become a humanitarian issue in a region of the world?
Predict and communicate. Did I get that right?
Predict and speed up the communication so the rest of the world understands there's a difficulty in an
Right.
area.
No, thank you very much for that question. As an ICRC, I don't think we are using technologies to predict the conflicts, and I think that's one of the areas. This is my personal opinion, so it's not the ICRC. But I mean, through my works in different conflict areas, I find it that it's awfully difficult to predict. I mean, there are signs of conflicts, and you have to really pick that up and then try to really prepare yourselves for what is coming. But at the same time, I mean, Ukraine, Gaza, I mean, these are the two good examples of how unpredictable the situation can be. So I don't think we are using any technologies for predictions, but communication, yes. I shouldn't probably even call it new technologies anymore, but I mean, of course, the SNS and, of course, I mean, these things we do utilize, but at the same time, we have to be extremely careful because misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, it hits us all, including us, I mean, the humanitarian organizations, and we are extremely careful about the usage of, the new ways of communication.
Yeah, if I can maybe add to that as well. This is a common theme in relation to data privacy as well. So for example, there are often cases, even countries like Japan, where the Japanese government says, okay, well, we know there's like something going on. Wouldn't it be nice if we could take all that data, just run it through an AI, and then try and get some predictions of the state of what's happening? The problem is that this often runs into privacy issues, right? In Japan, there's different ministries in charge of different things. And oftentimes, by design, these ministries cannot easily or readily share information between each other. Things are siloed. You need to go through an approval process to get access to the data. And so being able to just run everything through a system to get predictions is oftentimes hard to do by design. And so there's a question of, okay, well, if we can't do this easily, is there a way we can at least try and figure out if the different agency has information that could help us make this prediction? So you're trying to figure out who in the country like Japan, which is like, a massive country, which other ministry has information on this topic that might be relevant for me even making a prediction, which just knowing that by itself can help a lot with efficiency and accuracy. And so in this kind of case, you're looking at different ministries running their own kind of AIs or their own predictions, and having these kinds of networks of different agents being able to query each other and find whether or not they have information related to separate queries. And so this is something that we're looking into as well at our company. And there's a lot of other projects kind of getting into this space. But I think this is historically, although partially a technology issue, it's primarily a privacy issue, which is why we don't have these kinds of predictions as commonplace as you might think.
Just to add, I'm really glad that you really raised that issue because, these days, armed conflict, if it happens, then it lasts such a long, long time. I mean, the conflicts that are still taking place, they're all protracted, almost all protracted conflicts. And then if you look at the economy of things, it's so much better if we can actually predict the conflict and then prevent the conflicts from happening. I'm sorry for saying economically, but also, of course, in terms of human lives and human suffering, if we can predict, that's probably for the best. It's really hard to do, at the moment, but if the technology develops and it's possible, then I'm really all for it.
Cool, we have call for help then for anyone who wants to work on that. I'm afraid we don't have time left for more questions, but I would really like to thank you both very much for participating and engaging in this dialogue, which I think is just at the beginning. So I'm sure it will keep on growing. And thank you very much for the excellent questions as well.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, so let's move on to the photo session. 翔子さんすいません、お写真お願いいたします。In the center with a big smile. さあ、テックフォーインパクトサミット。長い一日ですけれどもお付き合いいただきありがとうございます。でも全てのね、お話が本当にもう頭にこうスーッと入ってくると言いますか、お勉強になります。It's been a long day. Thank you for participating. Some of you have been here from the very start. Thank you so much. But all the thank you very much. Once again, please make a round of applause to Kiara, Sebastian, and Shoko. Thank you so much. ありがとうございました。Okay, so the last program, we'll be starting the last program today, but before that, we would like to move things around on the stage. And as we change the scene, we would like you to watch the movie. どうぞ。
皆さんこんにちは。自由民主党のデジタル社会推進本部本部長の平井拓也です。今日は Tech for Impact Summit 2024の開催、おめでとうございます。ビデオでメッセージをということなので、インパクトスタートアップとあと Web3、DAO について少し皆様方に現状をご報告させていただきたいと思います。日本でもこのインパクトスタートアップというのは今多くの方々が関心を持ち、まだ新しい企業も生まれています。インパクトスタートアップ協会も熱心な活動をされています。社会課題を解決してサステナブルな社会を作っていくためにどうしたらいいか、そこに新しいテクノロジーを使うことによって今までできなかったことができる。これがインパクトスタートアップが地域に根ざしてスタートし始めた理由だと思います。そしてその中で日本ではその1700を超える地方自治体がありますけれども、そういう自治体のそれぞれ、テーマ、少子化であったり高齢化であったり、人口減少であったり、温暖化であったり、いろんなテーマがあるんですけれども、そういうものを民間の力を活用して解決しようという動きもあります。そのあたりが今ローカルで活躍するゼブラ企業、ローカルゼブラ企業がいろんな形で生まれている理由だと思います。そしてそこにその Web3、今までの株式会社ではない、新しい形のネットワークといいますか、運営主体になるような、DAO というようなものが、これも今たくさん生まれようとしています。そういうものが相まってですね、社会課題を解決して QOL を上げていくというようなこと、これが誰もが認める価値で、その価値に対して、多くの皆さんが注目をしてそこをビジネス化していこうということだと思います。すでに世界ではいろいろなインパクトのビジネスというものが大きくなっていますが、日本の特徴はそれぞれの自治体がその地域に根ざした問題に関してスケールを求めるよりも地域においてのサステナビリティをメインに考えるというようなものが、大変多く生まれてきているというのは日本の特有であって、そういうユースケースをこれから皆さんと共有しながら さらにそれを広げられるものを広げたらいいし、地域に根ざすものはそういう形で多くのステークホルダーの皆さんと一緒に地域の発展のために貢献していただいてもいいし、いろいろな選択肢があると思っています。そこで今日少し触れてほしいということなのでお話しいたしますと、日本の Web3 っていうのは、実は世界で最先端を走っているわけではありません。しかしながら、アメリカやヨーロッパその他でその Web3 が投機的な目的で特にクリプトの世界は進んできたんですが、日本は着実に法整備をしながら社会に実装していこうという考え方で進んでいるので、周回遅れですけれども、周回遅れの中ではおそらく、DAO に関してもステーブルコインに関しても法律的な整備が一番できていると思います。そして今多くの皆さんからその税制の話の要望も受けています。例えばアメリカのように ETF の中にビットコインとかイーサリアムを入れてはどうか、というような議論があります。で、ここで私はいろんなことを思い出すんですが、ちょうどビットコインがその世の中に出てきた頃、10年以上前ですね、私の地元でビットコインで決済できる個人タクシーが1台だけありました。しかし聞いてみるとお客さんは誰も使わなかったということですけれども、おそらくその方は今とても大きな資産を持っていると思います。明らかにビットコインであるとかイーサリアムはプラチナとかその金と同じ今投資対象になっているというふうに思いますし、誰もがそういうデジタルアセットの価値を認めていくということになればですね、資産形成のポートフォリオの中にも入ってくると思います。そうなるともう間違いなく税制の問題も分離課税ということになるんだと思いますが、仮想通貨っていうのはもう2万とか3万とかあると思いますが、その中でも資産形成のポートフォリオに入るものとそうじゃないものが分けられるんではないかというふうに考えています。まずそういう段階ですので、まずそういう先行している誰もが価値を認めるような通貨に関しては分離課税の方向というのが十分にあるというふうに考えています。話が前後していろいろ変わりましたけれども、日本では世界に先駆けてといいますかね、合同会社系の法律をベースに DAO が作れるようになって、契約の投資者であったり資産が持てるようになりました。こういうものはツールとして多くの皆さんに使っていただいて、その上で問題点があればまた我々が解決していこうというふうに思います。人間は何のために働くのか、企業は何のために存在するのか、地方自治体は、国民に何を提供するのか、それぞれがミッションとバリューを考えながら進んでいく社会に変わっていくんだと思います。その意味でインパクトスタートアップというのはおそらくこれから世界でも経済をリードする立場になると私は信じています。サミットの成功を心からお祈り申し上げて私の挨拶にします。ありがとうございました。
平井議員ありがとうございました。That was Mr. Hirai, the First Minister of Digital Affairs. Now, Mr. Hirai is a key figure in Japan's digital transformation, having led the creation of the digital agency and contributed cybersecurity and IT policy. His leadership is advancing Japan as a global leader of the technology. Well, yeah, he had great news, and well, I wish he had smiled a little bit more. But anyways. さあ、それではですね、最後のプログラムへと移りましょう。Now, the last program for the day, the theme of today's pitch contest is Pitch for Change. Three entrepreneurs will have 3 minutes to present their ideas. Then the judges from all over the world will ask them questions, and they need to answer. So this will be the 3 processes we will have. And when everything is done, the judges will leave the room, this hall, to go behind to vote who is the best. All right, so let us introduce the judges first. それではジャッジの皆さんに最後のねピッチコンテストで、ジャッジをしていただく皆さんをご紹介させて入っていっていただきたいと思います。Now, Mayumi Wakebe, thank you very much for coming out again. Mayumi holds a master's degree in international development from the University of Birmingham and has over 10 years of experience in the startup industry with 5 years in the venture capital. She's currently preparing for the Africa-focused fund aimed as fostering growth between Japan and Africa. よろしくお願いいたします。And next, we have Amar Singh, a leader in fintech and blockchain, serving as the head of global business development at Emergo, contributing the growth of Cardano, who has experience at Microsoft and the World Bank and strength in strategy, development, and ecosystem building. Thank you very much for coming. And Ian Huan, a founding partner of Good People Ventures and Good People DAO, and the CFO at Gogolook. With over 10 years of venture capital experience, he held the startup incubation program at AWS Taiwan. Thank you for coming. And one more judge we have today is John Kojiro Moriwaka. Now, John is an advisor to rapidly growing startups and venture capital firms, known for his expertise in pitch contests and public speaking. He is active in various VCs and accelerators and studied leadership and innovation at Harvard Business School. さあ、ジョンさんはいらっしゃいますか？ありがとうございます。後ろからありがとうございます。Thank you for coming behind. お忙しい中ありがとうございます。
My name shows Mori Wakame. Wakame is a seaweed. My name is Mori Waka, means young forest.
どうも大変申し
It's
訳
okay,
ご
you
ざい
can
ま
just
せ
call
ん。
me Crazy John. How's it going, everyone? Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 大変失礼いたしました。修正お願いいたします。さあ、それではですね、now we will ask the first presenter to come in. The first presenter is Chiemi Kamakura. After working at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, Chiemi Kamakura joined Hitachi Ltd. In 2001, where she led new business development. In 2015, she founded Agatha Inc. and became its CEO. Now she holds an MBA for the Rice University and serves as a part-time lecturer at Nagoya Institute of Technology. よろしくお願いします。Have a wonderful pitch.
Hi everyone, I'm Chiemi Kamakura, CEO of Agatha. 70% of new drugs marketed around the world cannot be used in Japan. This is called drug loss, which is a big problem for the Japanese people. Due to the high cost and slow speed of clinical trials in Japan, pharmaceutical companies are conducting clinical trials in countries where they can do it faster and cheaper. As a result, clinical trials are not conducted in Japan and drugs are not approved in Japan. The most expensive part of drug development is the quality management cost of clinical trial, because medicines involve human. So high quality is definitely required. The cost is 760 billion Japanese yen per year. Huge amount of money and time have been spent for paper-based communication between pharmaceutical company and medical institutions. By providing Agatha a SaaS product, our business is to promote digital transformation of clinical trial operations. This can reduce cost and speed up clinical trials, leading to solution of drug loss. Clinical trials are joint project between medical institutions and pharmas. However, until now, there was no system that could be used together. Agatha is providing a service which can be used together. Therefore, Agatha has become Japan's top service, used by 39% of medical institutions and 79% of pharmas. To address the drug loss issues, we are developing two new areas. One is AI. We are developing a new AI feature that can guarantee quality with less labor, and automation of drug creation as well. The second is to accelerate global expansions. Agatha is used in 16 countries. We would like to increase our overseas sales from 20% to 50% by 2030. The health of yourself, your family, and your important people is a wish of everyone in the world. Agatha and I would like to contribute to healthier life of people all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, GME. What a wonderful pitch. And now we will have the 5-minute Q&A session with the judge, Ian and Mayumi.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. You did a great job there. So my question is, how do you grow your business? I mean that, so obviously, pharmaceutical company is your client, right? And the number of this company is limited. So I think that once you get this client, you want to upsell and cross-sell more solution to your customers. So my question is, how do you grow your business moving forward?
Yes, so our client is both pharmaceutical company and medical institutions. So first we want to have market share with relatively low price, and then want to increase the price to those clients. That's how we want to grow our business.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm impressed with this. You already entered 16 different countries. And my question is about that. As your overseas expansion progresses, I think information on clinical trials in various countries will be accumulated in your database. And I think I guess you must be considering data business that utilize the information. If you have any idea or thought you can share today, could you share about the idea?
Yes, thank you for your question. So actually, we in Japan, we have the largest market share. Therefore, we have largest amount of clinical trial data we have in the world. So therefore, we can sell those information to the pharmaceutical company outside of Japan. That way, we can bring more and more clinical trials to Japan market. That would be solve the drug loss problems that we are trying to do.
Just a comment from my side, you're solving a real world problem. I also imagine this problem in different countries will have different regulation. What is the biggest challenge that you have come across? And second part of the question is, you mentioned AI. How are you using AI? Are you using linear regression for data efficiencies? So I would just like to know these two parts. The biggest challenge, where, how are you tackling it? And the AI that you're using, how are you using it?
Okay, first one is, so basically, so pharmaceutical company in the pharma industries, it's kind of globally harmonized. However, medical institution size, it's different country by country. So we need to localize for medical institution sites. That's the most difficult part. And regarding AI, so largest part is document creation. So there are many documents are created manually. So that area we can use AI.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Fine. Okay.
Yeah, congratulations on expanding your business to 16 different countries. How did you make it? Like, how did you find your local partners?
From day one, so I founded the company with two French colleagues and one Swedish colleagues. So therefore, we can develop the product for global services. Also, we had colleagues in France, so we were able to expand basically naturally.
That's great. And what do you have one more minute?
Oh, sure.
Okay. What's your exit strategy?
We are aiming to go public in a few years.
In Japan?
In Japan first, and then probably outside of Japan.
Great. Best luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
さあ、それでは続いての方です。Next, we will have Mr. Noritake Okabe. Noritake Okabe founded Real Unreal Inc. in 2001 and co-founded Real World Games Inc. in 2017. In 2019, he established JPYC Inc., where he currently serves as CEO. Okabe-san, take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Noritaka Okabe, founder and CEO of JPYC. Our mission is breakthrough social dilemma, and we issue Japanese yen stablecoin. Stop. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So we are the first startup that Circle USDC issuers invested in the world. And we have great 5 board members. One of them, Mina-san, is former Bitflyer CEO. We have 99% share of Japanese yen stablecoin. And we have JFSA's license called Prepaid Payment Instrument for third-party business. And we will get Funds Transfer Service Provider license to issue full stablecoin. And we will get electronic payment instrument for service provider license. With those 2 licenses, for example, if Caldon Foundation issue USDA, we can sell USDA to Japanese people. So it's very great, very important license. And we will become the first licensor of those 2. And stablecoin is very different from crypto asset. Electronic payment instruments are a kind of fiat and a kind of demand deposit. So in cash flow statement, electronic payment instrument is cash. It's very great regulation in Japan. So there are a lot of stablecoin use cases. For example, stablecoin have programmability, so it is a key factor of DX. And Japanese regulation is quite smart. So we can on-ramp and off-ramp, and we can exchange USDC and JPY, and vice versa. We can get the exchange fee by that kind of exchange. So we have 3.5 years history of stablecoin issuer. So we have a lot of partnership with. We have partnership with MUTB and other banks or financial institutions or settlement companies. And JPY stablecoin have about 40 trillion yen in 5 years. It's a very big market. You can use JPYC without a contract with JPYC. It is very free, convenient, and very effective money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we will have a five minute of a Q&A session with Judge John and Amar.
Yeah, thank you so much for your great pitch, Okabe-san. So what is the difference from normal just Japanese yen? What things we can do?
Okay, Japanese yen have physics. So using JPYC, you can send your money to overseas friend at ease, only less than 1 minute. It's very easy and very low cost.
And it takes 5 more years for the adaptation?
Yeah, I think so. It will take 5 years. And Japan has great regulation, and big companies or banks will have stable coins.
And compared with US or Europe, is it slow or Japan is doing okay?
Okay. Regulation is faster, but there is no licensor in Japan right now. So we will become the first one.
So only you guys are winning, or any other big guys gonna jump into doing the same business?
Yeah, many banks want to issue stable coin, but we can work together.
Oh, you can work together.
Yeah,
okay.
We have partnership with MUTB Bank.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for a very good presentation. I can see the use case of stable coins. I have a laundry list of questions, so I'll go very fast. You can just give one-word answers, that's fine, right? Firstly, which chain are you launching the stable coin? Is it on Ethereum or Cardano or Solana? Which chain are you on? Which blockchain?
Which blockchain? So right now we issue only 6 chains, all EVM chains like Polygon or Avalanche or Mainnet. But if we launch to Cardano, it will be very useful because there are a lot of ADA holders in Japan. So we are now planning to issue stablecoin on Cardano too.
Sure. And if in case regulators, for whatever reason, don't give the license, what's the plan B? How do we go about it? Do we go outside of Japan, apply to other regulators?
If other countries make stablecoin regulation, JPYC will list on global exchanges. So that's a plan B.
Got it. And also, I see Circle is one of your investors. Circle has its own stablecoin, USDC. Would you be open to partner with other stablecoins if they have a good revenue generating model for you? Or will you be bounded by just pairing up JPYC with USDC?
Sorry.
So I see Circle is one of your investors, right?
Yeah, Circle is our investor.
So you will create a pair with USDC and JPYC?
Yeah, so we think USDC JPYC pair is the most important, but our goal is a global stablecoin should have same protocol. So you will see JPYC is important too, or other USDA, USDC, we can make that kind of pair.
Got it. So you're open for it, right? In case of revenue generation, what is the prime source of revenue? Is it just exchange swap fees?
Yeah, exchange swap fee about 0.2% is the main source. And the other is interest of Japanese government bond.
Sure. Thanks for answering my questions. I have a few more, but I'll have a sidebar chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's give Mr. Okabe a big applause. And now the final presenter, Mr. Taj Campbell. Taj is the co-founder and CEO for the global startup Tonari and was responsible for key features of Google Maps during his time at Google. In 2016, he founded the creative group Stray Light, where he focuses on the fusion of technology and art. Taj, it's all yours.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Taj Campbell. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Tonari. We're a deep tech startup here in Tokyo. We build portals that allow people to be together in person, instantly, anywhere. Humans are built to be together, but distance remains a barrier to genuine connection and emotional closeness. Travel has gotten faster, cheaper, and safer, but not everyone has the freedom or mobility. Circumstances of old age, parenthood, and childhood can be greater barriers than cost. Also, even though only 5% of people fly, air travel already makes up 2% of global emissions. Meanwhile, communications technology is stalling in its mission. Video calls are still small, laggy, low-res, and tiring. Phones, designed to connect us, have left many people addicted and lonely. When these tools don't serve us, it's like a diet of emotional junk food. Convenient, but shallow and unfulfilling. Still, we dislike commuting so much that for a moment we believed we might do away with it forever. Who wants to spend hours running around for work when we could use that time for family, hobbies, or health? Unfortunately, struggles with remote work and relationships led many businesses back to where they started. The truth, technology has not kept up. Economically, humans still value digital a lot less than physical. Business travel is $1 trillion a year of spend. Video calls are only 12 billion. That's a 100 times gap. We need communications technology that's 100 times better for our emotional needs, our business needs, and to be kinder to our planet. This is why we build portals. Portals are natural, effortless, immersive experiences for genuine human connection. They provide true eye contact, life-sized and room-sized, extremely fast with no lag, and they're always connected. We build this ultra-high performance technology that has 10 times better fidelity than all other video communications, 3K resolution, less than 100 milliseconds of latency, smooth 60 frames per second, and a unique in-screen camera. All of this technology is wrapped into a design that's high craft, seamless, and invisible, because when you use our product, you should feel like there's nothing between you and the person across from you. Portals help to bridge language and cultural barriers and foster unity. They're used between companies in Japan and Southeast Asia. They're used domestically in Japan to make teams feel closer. We can help build a global business while reducing travel. This climate tech startup in Hawaii uses portals to connect to investors, partners, and customers in California, where there's a much bigger market, and their development partners in Japan. We can advance empathy in remote healthcare and elder care, connecting distant families or connecting specialists to remote places. We can form new global communities and institutions, connecting incubators and co-working spaces to develop new ideas, or connecting universities and researchers. Our purpose is to build communications that feels like teleportation, scaled to create low-cost solutions for every business, home, and community. We want to create a more empathetic global society where our elderly have greater mobility and emotional support, and younger generations can access more diverse opportunities anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will have the Q&A session with Mayumi and Ian.
Thank you so much, Taji. Could you explain your business model? And let's say if I have a team of 4 people, and how much it costs for us, initial cost and subscription fee, or that kind of thing. Could you explain?
So our business model is we sell high margin hardware and very high margin software. So we get about 20 to 40% margin on the hardware portals, the devices that we build and manufacture in Japan and send to clients around the world. And then we have very high margin on the recurring software business. So we have a SaaS type business model. And our customers have never churned. So we have about 40 different locations that already have portals. So we have very low churn because it turns out that when you connect people in such a physical, emotional way, they don't really want to be disconnected. It feels like awkward to turn it off. So we actually have a pretty good business. Our portals today cost about half of what a typical Cisco meeting room would cost. So they're very price competitive to existing like enterprise meeting tools.
So you know what? When I hear your pitch, I kind of associate this to the Anywhere door in the Doraemon cartoon. Is that the concept
Totally.
where it's from? Yeah. Okay. So I kind of played this in this like demand discovery category. So my question is, how do you educate your customer that they know that this is kind of solution actually is what they need? So that's one thing, right? The other thing is, what is your competitive mode, or what kind of mode you want to build moving forward? Because this is a delegate software hardware solution, but I think there are some others can do this as well, but they don't see this demand right now, right? And the third is, I think there's some technical difficulty because once there's a long distance, how do you make sure there's the quality is still the same, the latency, or the spatial distortion, all those things? So that's my 3 questions.
Yeah, everything about hardware is so hard. So we're kind of learning a lot of these things as we go. You asked 3 different questions, so I have to kind of rewind a little bit.
How do you educate the market?
So how do we educate the market? I think one of our challenges is that we're trying to build a new category of product. So a lot of this pitch today is to try to remind you that we've kind of accepted this status quo, but things like Zoom actually don't feel that different from the way Skype felt when you used it 15 years ago. So we need to sort of invest as a society in a next generation of technology, like the same way JR invested in building Shinkansen. So how do we convince people that this can actually be so much better, that it actually allows for a different level of emotional connection than what would ever be possible on a tiny, laggy screen? So educating the market of that and doing that online also turns out to be very difficult. So a lot of our strategy now has been trying to actually get more physical showrooms. So our customers sometimes also become our partners in that journey. So the startup in Hawaii actually also helped us get our first showroom of sorts in California. And we said, hey, we'll give you half off our product if you can let us run 2 demos a week or something in your space. So we're at this stage now where getting physical showrooms is actually very important. And we're now starting to partner with much bigger partners. So telecoms, furniture makers are the types of partners that we'll be working with to actually start getting into their spaces and showrooms this year. So we have some interesting projects I can't talk about yet, but those are sort of a key part of our marketing activity to sort of help people see and feel for themselves that this is really a next generation technology.
What kind of competitive mode do you want to build?
Competitive moat, I think there's really 2, right? There's the network effect of what's the value of being a first mover and making sure that many of these things exist in the market. So being able to switch to any of these portals in this huge network is actually something that you'll be able to do relatively soon. And we'll be able to help different organizations coordinate how to do that. The other place where we just compete is on that deep level of integration between hardware and software, which is not something that many people do in this space. So that's kind of how we have this very outsized performance lever where we're about 5 times faster on almost every technical metric because we develop at that level.
Thank you very much. Is all the judges okay? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Taj. Give him a big
Thank you.
round of applause. ありがとうございました。さあ、ここからはですね、ジャッジの皆さんにvote選んでもらうところに入ります。So now we will begin to vote. So Ian, Amar, and Mayumi, thank you very much. Please step off the stage. And John, ありがとうございました。And thank you for staying here. So as we prepare for the stage for the award, I would like to have you watch the video about. すいません、一旦退場でした。ごめんなさい。ありがとうございます。We'll get ready for you as soon as the seats are gone. So we're going to be moving all the seats again very quickly. And during this hectic stage at the moment, we'd like you to watch the movie about Gulfin Prize, which is the award will be given out. お願いします。 All right. And now we would like to ask John to come up on stage again to talk about a keynote speech for the theme about the 8 ecosystems of Japan. John, onegaishimasu.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me again. And that was a great speech. Yeah, so hope everyone enjoyed. So now we have 10 minutes about my keynote. Usually I talk like 90 minutes, but make it to 10 minutes to wait for the judges' decisions. So who are here today from Japan? So most of you are here. But people from overseas, thank you so much for coming. And have you traveled whole Japan? So most of the people here, actually, you guys come to Tokyo. But today I'm talking about 8 different startup ecosystems. So hi again, my name is John Kojiro Moriwaka. You can call me Crazy John. So I'm an advisor of many startups, including Sales Marker. We are the fastest growing startup in the history of Japan. And golfing, I'm an advisor of them. And Luca Japan, 7Switch, Posh Wellness, so all different industries I'm helping. And today we are here to actually support your Japan, US, European market entry. I represent Silicon Valley Ventures. And we are actually supporting all actually regions in Japan, 8 different startup ecosystems. And today I also represent 4 different venture capitals, CVVC in Switzerland and Africa. We are Web3 focused VC. And Arca Venture Labs, India, Silicon Valley, and we have many exits. And Mendoza Ventures, we are Boston-based and San Francisco. And lastly, B Health Ventures from Taiwan, focus on medtech. So I help those small funds. And great news, our startup ecosystem is booming. So 10 times within 10 years. So it's time to come to Japan. So also our government aims to increase startup investment to 72.4 billion by March 2028 with 734 million government budget. So we have lots of money here to invest in deep tech startups and supporting drug discovery related startups. However, many people think Tokyo is big, but startup ranking globally, Tokyo is 14th. Osaka is a big city, but 143rd. Oh my God. We need to catch up. And Kyoto, 169th. Fukuoka is famous for startup, but still 242nd. So this is like a little bit sad news. So we need more crazy people from around the world to come to Japan to build a global startup ecosystem. Also, our great friend and great mentor, Mr. Ishii from the government, he had a great talk here today. So each time I talk about startup ecosystem in the overseas or in English, I also use his, he let me use his slides. And we both agreed and expanding, like making 8 startup ecosystem in Japan very strong together. So firstly, let's talk about Sapporo. Who's been to Sapporo for skiing, for business? So now it's good for the business. And so Sapporo is not only for skiing. So Sapporo has a 2 million population and a great human resource, high level of education, and also affordable rent space. And very surprisingly, even Japanese large corporations and also international corporations, AXA Life Insurance moved from Tokyo to headquarters to Sapporo. Or also Aflac Life Insurance. This is a surprise for Japanese people as well. Because Tokyo has lots of earthquake as well. So they moved to Hokkaido. And Hokkaido also have a startup visa. And not too many people are applying, I guess, compared with Shibuya. So easier to, I think, maybe easier for people to get startup visa in Hokkaido. And also successful startup. Maybe many people know the space tech startup, industrial technologies. So their valuation is now huge. And also they have a also IPO company, Living Platform as well. And there, because of the huge land, so agri-tech, space tech, climate tech is strong. Second, let's talk about Sendai area, Tohoku region. It's a Sendai population, 1.1 million people, and also they have a great universities and many students, 80,000 students, and existing foreign companies, Amazon Japan, Ericsson, Philips Japan. Also Sendai has a startup visa as well. And special zones for reconstruction, because Sendai had, unfortunately, the sad history in the tsunami happened. So also J-Startup, Tohoku have many disaster prevention startups as well. And biotech and medtech, Tohoku University is very strong. Third, Tokyo. Welcome to Tokyo. So Tokyo to Yokohama, we have 38 million people. And we have many incubation centers, including, I cannot name everything, but FinoLab is a fintech startup. Okabe-san startup is inside, and also our startup, Luca Japan, is inside. Plug and Play Japan in Shibuya. And also deep tech, life science, medtech is LinkJ and CIC and many others. And also Tokyo government is pushing the startup ecosystems globally, so TIB was opened. Who went to Sushi Tech? Great, excellent. So we had an amazing Sushi Tech event. And where's my slide again? Okay. So over 40,000 participants. Next year, May 8th to 9th, please come back. And Central Japan, so Nagoya area, 2.3 million people, because the Toyota is there. So automobiles, aerospace, fan ceramics, machine tools, manufacturing, many big companies there. So that's why many startups is related to the similar industry. So, not concluding this subject, but because we have a huge Japanese companies, because of their working with startups or open innovation projects, so many startups are born in the similar industry. And Osaka, Kyoto, Hyogo is actually Kobe. So 3 cities getting together, and Osaka 2.8 million people, Kyoto 1.4 million, Kobe 1.5 million. So each universities is a little bit different in the strongness. And Kobe is of course strong with pharmaceutical and medical device. And Kyoto is actually similar too. And Osaka has many variety of industries. And who is going to Expo in Osaka? Great, everyone! We need everyone to participation. Okay? So April 13th to October 13th. And we have many startup booths as well. So let's enjoy Expo. And Hiroshima, because of our history, so Hiroshima is now also governor, had an IPO himself, and then also after Stanford MBA. So Hiroshima is actually also, aiming for the peace, recognized as a peace city. That's why they are aiming to SDGs startups related projects, agri-tech, food tech, biotech, tourism and ecotech, renewable energy, and also space tech as well. And Kitakyushu in Fukuoka. Fukuoka has 2 ecosystems. One is Kitakyushu. Monozukuri is like a manufacturing. They are less than 1 million population, but strong with actually monozukuri, manufacturing, and material science. And also create a tech ecosystem centered on digital transformation and their strengthness for the environment city and SDGs. And then lastly, Fukuoka Startup Consortium. So Fukuoka is famous for startup. They are very famous for POC, collaborate with, organized by Fukuoka City government. And FGN is a famous incubation center. Used to be the elementary school, and also reused. And Startup GoGo is coming very soon. J Startup Kyushu, energy, environment, social, leisure, hardware, fintech, software, edtech, health tech. So this is 8 startup ecosystems. And also I represent, who knows Startup Grind from Silicon Valley? So we have 600 chapters, 125 countries, over 5 million members. And I represent Tokyo, Nagoya, Fukuoka chapter. And today we are community partner with this great event, Tech for Impact Summit. And we are having a free event on
31st of October. So please join us at the Grind Tokyo at the FinoLabo. And also, if you have interesting stories of your entrepreneurship or investment or building startup ecosystem in different countries, even in Japan, or your marketing entry, I'm a columnist of Forbes Japan for 7 years. I have published 57 articles about the inside of innovation ecosystems globally. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to meet all of you. And let's party after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a wonderful speech. And now we will have the awards ceremony happening. We have 2 awards today. The first award will be given by John, the Golfin Award. So John, would you like to come up again? And announce who is the winner.
Thank you. So everyone's winners. So 拍手お願いします. But today I'm represent Golfin as an advisor. Golfin is a Web3 startup game. So Golfin is a digital and a virtual Web3 game. So today I'd love to give drum sounds. Web3. He's It's your pharmaceutical. But you, congratulations, Tony!
Congratulations!
Thank you. Thank you. Because, as I said, Golfin is a Web3 crazy startup game. We are going to launch very soon. But maybe we can have a crazy project together with Tonari, you know. So I was really impressed by your pitch, and I'd love to discuss our further collaboration. So thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. I would also love to collaborate. I heard that you're talking to San Francisco at 2 a.m. Maybe someday you'll be able to portal there.
Congratulations! 皆様大きな拍手をお願いいたします。さあ、タージさんがこのゴルフィン賞をゲットしました。ジョンさんありがとうございました。And now on to the Socius Award. さあ、それではイアンさんに出てきていただいて、今度はイアンさんが発表します。Ian, would you like to come out, please? Thank you very much for coming back. And who is the winner? お願いします。
So still, I mean, well, let me just say something.
Sure.
So, I mean, as judges, I mean, this really gives us a tough job because they are really doing a great job presenting, and they all bring this to the table that, you know, the real innovation and the real impact. And so we decide to pick the boldest idea among the 3, and on the behalf of all judges, so I'm present the Socius Award to Tonali.
Congratulations! Double win here. So Ian, would you like to give the... Oh, this is going to be heavy for you. There you go. And congratulations, 皆さん。大きな拍手をお願いいたします。すごいですね。So Tosh, would you like to step one forward? And yeah, how do you feel?
I feel great, and these are heavy. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity today to share what we're doing with everyone. I really admire the other founders that are on this stage, also going through their own challenging journeys, and I hope we can all collaborate in different ways. So thank you very much.
Whoa, it seems very heavy, and you got everything with you. So what's your next step?
Oh man, there's just so many things. I think being a founder, we're always running around, but I will take a short break, and then I actually want to be out just chit-chatting with everyone. People can see our product. So if you are sticking around in Tokyo or some other places in the world and you want a demo, just let us know. We have 2 other members here today from my team as well. So if you see Zuka or Megu who are waving their hands over there, talk to any of us, come check it out.
Congratulations! タイさんにもう一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。そして、2人にも大きな拍手をお願いいたします。とてもジャッジするというのはとても難しいところですけれども、今日はタージさん、隣がゲットしました。さあ、タイさんたちもですね、皆さんメンバーこちらにいますので、プロダクト気になる方は後ほど声かけてねということでした。さあ、それではすべてのジャッジの皆さんに出てきていただいて、写真タイムいたしましょう。So let's have all the judges come up on stage and everybody up. さあ皆さん。皆さん一歩ずつ前に出ましょうかね。Let's step up, step forward, like 2 steps forward. So we will be under the beautiful light. 前へ一歩ずつ来ませんか ?Okay. like here, next to me. So congratulations once again. 皆さんもう一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。To Chiemi, Nonitaka, and Taj. Congratulations. And especially Taj for Double Win Award. Congratulations. ありがとうございました。さあ、これで全ての本日のイベントが終了となります。All the events are done for the day. It was a long day, but listening to all the stories, that was really fast for me. And now to finish off the day, I would like to call Yoon Sarah to come back on stage for the closing speech. セラさん、どちらにいますか？来るでしょ。Here he is. Thank you very much. Sarah!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Esteemed guests, innovators, change makers, as we conclude the Tech for Impact Summit 2024, I'm energized by the innovative ideas and connections that have emerged, truly embodying our Beyond Boundaries theme. Especially, we had a lot of young people and diverse crowd at the summit, and it was really inspiring for me. Personally, a decade ago, a TED Talk by Charles Hoskinson led me to this industry. And it was an incredible honor for me to introduce Charles Hoskinson on this very stage as we celebrate the dawn of a more inclusive society through the power of blockchain and other technologies. Now, it's time to act. The connections and the insights that have gained here are catalysts for change. So let's take these ideas back to your organizations, back to your communities, and let's take action. So as the renowned anthropologist Margaret Mead once said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, that's the only thing that ever has. You are change makers. You are those citizens. Thank you again for coming here today. Thank you for your participation and dedication. And I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our amazing organizing staff. Their tireless efforts behind the scenes have made this summit possible and successful. And a special shout out to our amazing MC, Christelle. Thank you again. Let's create a future where technology can serve all of humanity and our planet. Together we can, and together we will. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Once again, please give a round of a big applause to Sarah, because if he wasn't here, nothing had started. Thank you very much. And everybody, big applause to yourselves for staying here from 9 in the morning till like 6 now, right? So we had a great day, long day, but a wonderful evening, morning to evening. So everybody, thank you so much for attending. And we will have this venue open until 6:30. So if you have time, please do stick around and talk to everybody and yeah, chat on and see you at the next event. ありがとうございました。Thank you so much. 皆さんお気をつけてお帰りください。And before you go, check your phones, mobile phones. Please do not leave anything, cameras, anything, keys. Take everything with you. 忘れ物ないようにして皆さんお帰りください。6時半までこちら空いておりますので、6時半までゆっくりと時間がある方はですね、いろいろ見てお話をされてください。ありがとうございました。